Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited. On Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV.
Tech check.
Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited. On Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for light mirror reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited. On Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for Light Mirror Reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for Light Mirror Reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for light mirror reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole.
Differently. So you can start. Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. And I'm going to share some video testimonials. This is, I don't know, a things that are not connected to pain as well, like snoring, addiction, and anxiety and stress as well. But I feel physical pain is strongly correlated with the emotional pain, because stress and emotional pain usually manifests into physical ailments. So even when clients come and see me, they ask for only physical pain relief. I always do intentions to heal trauma from their past life and from this life. Because in order for a person to be healed, I feel like their soul has to be healed too. So I'm not doing the healing. I'm just a conduit and vessel. I tell most of my clients, or I tell all my clients, that I don't have the power or the ability to heal anyone. I also have been explaining it to many of my clients lately that I'm not channeling a different spirit or a different entity. Like some healers, they channel different spirits. So it's the energy that's already within me, and the healing. I just take the healing energy that's already within me and that's around me, and I have the gift where I'm able to modify it and project it back to the client, um, um, into an energy that they need, because everyone has different ailments and different conditions that they have to work on. So and also that's how um, it's many of my sessions are instantaneous, especially when I touch. If I use objects or if I use my hands, I would say over 90% of the time it's it's instantaneous for most people that come to me. But another thing is that my sessions, they don't work for everyone. So I would say I have an 80 to 90% success rate, but it doesn't resonate with every person. So it's never 100% guaranteed. And then I have some clients where it didn't work the first time, but they come back to me a second time and it would work like in one area. So and for many of my clients, it's long-term pain relief. So for a lot of them, the pain just never comes back, like even months or even a year later. So I've had a lot of clients where they've only done one session, and my modality has evolved. When I first started, I used a vocal crystal, and I was using other people's prayers. But when I use my own words and when I speak from the heart, it's just more powerful. And I notice it's instantaneous. So I switched over, or even when I do the group sessions. When I first started with the group sessions, I used to say angel prayers or prayers that from a book, but now I'm actually using only my own words in it. I feel like it's actually more. I get stronger results. And I discovered my gift 8 years ago when I injured my back, and I had to go see a chiropractor, and he said it was as stiff as a board. The pain kept on coming back a week later. So then one day I bought a copper bracelet and I put on myself. I put it on me, and I unconsciously put intentions that like the pain won't come back. And 80% of my pain went away. And that's how I discovered I can channel. I first discovered that I can channel objects through um, um, copper bracelets by and then when I went to Sedona, Arizona, um, there is a healer I met. She told me it's not the copper bracelet that's healing you, it's the intentions. You have a gift. She says, I'm able to channel source. I can use any object or no object. And I didn't believe her because, that sounds like someone with superpowers. I was like, that doesn't sound realistic. So I was only using copper bracelets. And I didn't start my business until a year and a half ago because my family, like, I would help my family with health conditions, but I always knew I had some gift, but it's kind of they thought I was doing witchcraft or voodoo, and then energy healing actually scared me because I actually suffer from anxiety, and I bought a vocal crystal like 3 or 4 years ago, but for 2 years I was scared to pick it up because I was afraid I'll see spirits or start hearing, I didn't want to open up any portal. So it's like, it's kind of ironic I do this now, but I've never had any strange experiences, and most of my like my clients don't have any bad side effects. So I just continue to do it. I'm still 100% self-taught. I don't follow any belief system, or I'm just continuing to do using my own words, and now I offer hands-on healing. When I first started, I don't have to touch clients, but when I touch clients, it amplifies my intention, so it makes it much stronger. And it's usually instantaneous when I touch clients. When I don't touch clients, sometimes it's still instantaneous. And so um, so I sell copper bracelets, but I tell an objects, but I can also channel any object. Um, when I met a Native American healer who told me that I can use any object to heal, like about a year ago, and I remember the Reconnect the Healing in Sedona said the exact same thing. So I start using watches, cell phones, random objects, and it worked just as well as copper bracelets. Because the copper or the object that I'm channeling is just a conduit. So it's not the object that's healing. Like objects can't heal. And that's how, because copper is known to be anti-inflammatory and it's known to have healing properties. So some people think it's the copper that's healing, but I'm just amplifying like the copper. It does have healing properties, but I've used a pen, I've used a cell phone. So like I've used a plastic cup. So it doesn't have to be copper. But when I use an object, it also is usually instantaneous. Whenever I use an object, I can usually do it within 15 seconds. And so I'm going to just, Paul is one of my clients where I only did one session with him. Later on, like he had a different area of pain. So after I recorded the video testimony, we did another session, but I met him back in November and I didn't see him for months until 8 months. And 8 months later, I ran into him again. And after that one session, his pain never returned. And he talks about, he actually, when I met him, he was walking with a cane. So I can share this video.
Hi, I visited with New York, and when I sat down, my pain level was a 10. And after she placed intentions onto me, my pain level is 0. Absolutely amazing. I'm very excited about this. Thank you, New York. I've been walking with a cane for about 6 months, and now I'm going to try walking without a cane after New Year's healing session. So here goes the cane, and here we go. Oh, it feels really good too. Look at that.
So just look at the date, November 9th, 2024. Okay, this is 8 months later.
Ever since his 2-minute healing session, 100% of his sciatica pain is completely gone and it stayed away. And back then, I didn't touch any clients too. Did you want to demonstrate how you walk now?
It's July 13th, 2025. He's walking a lot better now.
So what's your pain level now?
Oh, 0.
What was your pain level before? 2-minute session?
9, 10, sharp pain shooting up the leg. So yeah, it's been an amazing transformation.
And how long were you walking with the cane for?
Oh, it was probably about 6 months.
Since the session, 100% of your pain was gone and it stayed away, right?
It is, and I haven't had to walk with the cane. And so coming back and seeing you has been kind of a full circle, which is amazing and shows
Yeah.
you have a gift.
So just so you know, his session was 2 minutes long, and back then I was transitioning to touching. Back in November, I still wasn't touching clients, and I transitioned from I stopped using the vocal crystal, so I was using my own words and my own intentions. And his session was only 2 minutes long, and 100% of his sciatica, level 9, 10 pain was gone, and it stayed away. Like I never did a second session for him until after the video. Later on, he had another issue that I worked on, but it wasn't connected to the sciatica pain. He still didn't need a cane. So yeah, well, because physically he can move. Yeah, some people think that like he looks like, I couldn't recognize him actually in the beginning. He was next to me and he came to me again, and I then I kind of remembered him. He looked much different because he's more active now since he was stuck with the cane, so he couldn't be as active.
Really happens in the second time, but obviously he is.
Okay, so I want to share another video. This is when I was in Las Vegas, Maryland. This was actually, I actually couldn't do healing demonstrations, so I'm going to get volunteers from the audience. And she was one of my volunteers, and it was only a 1-minute session. And sometimes when I just target only one area, she actually experienced a whole body. I never actually did I only target one area. I think it was her leg pain, and 100% of her pain in all areas of her body went away, and her double vision cleared. She has myasthenia gravis, which is the disease which there's no known cure for it. All her symptoms cleared, and I still keep in contact with her. It's been 4 months. Her symptoms are still gone. She's actually in remission now, and her doctor was baffled. So I can share this one.
Hi, my name is Marilyn, and I have the wonderful experience of being healed through Mars, through moon here yesterday. It only took a minute. I am diagnosed with a disease called myasthenia gravis, and that's where your nerves attack your muscles. I have severe pain all the time. I've been diagnosed now for 2.5 years. They don't have a cure for this disease. I'm very spiritual as it is, and I heard a voice say, Marilyn, all you need to do is believe. That's I believe. All of a sudden, everything just released. And I have no pain. What my pain? One of the first symptoms is double vision. So I would have a whole party going. Close one eye to make sure that the lane I was turning in, it was on the right place. That's when I was sitting there, I just turned to my friend and my other friend, and then I started looking around all over. My vision is completely clear.
A healing session with
About
Marilyn.
3.5
which only
weeks later.
lasted about 1 minute. Marilyn, did you want to talk about your experience?
My pain has not returned. I used to have 10 hours of muscle spasms and I have none, nor have I took any type of medication for pain since the 3.5 weeks ago.
And then your double vision is completely clear too, right? It hasn't returned.
My double vision has not returned. Also, I went to my doctor today and the test that he did, the blood work that he's done, shows that I am in remission for the disease that I have, which is myasthenia.
Which you said there was no cure for it, right?
There is no cure. And he was astonished that I was as strong as I was.
Thank you so much for this follow-up testimonial.
Okay, so then I'm gonna share, Arlene, it's a virtual session I did.
I just worked on your shoulder virtually through Zoom. I worked on your both of your shoulders, but your right shoulder was hurting more. And I also worked on your nasal congestion. So did you want to talk about your experience?
Yeah, the experience is very calming, and then midway, I was breathing my mouth, but then, like, I don't know what changed, but I was able to breathe through my nose clearly, back up, stretch my shoulder, and felt like I wasn't even here before.
Before you couldn't even breathe through your nose, right? You could barely.
No, yeah, I did not breathe through my nose.
So you had to breathe through your mouth, right? And so 100% of your nasal congestion is cleared through our virtual Zoom session, right?
Yes.
Because you're in Las Vegas and I'm in the San Francisco Bay Area. And then your shoulder, what pain level was it before?
It was like a nice 8, and then it was never there.
You don't even feel it, right? You just feel soreness, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm actually going to do intentions right now to clear your soreness. I'm going to see if this.
So this is actually me recording myself doing the live session. I'm actually holding my cell phone. So it doesn't take me, like, you'll see his reaction. So I'm actually doing a live session to get rid of his soreness. I'm recording myself live.
Okay, so do you feel your soreness? Is it still there or is it reduced?
What?
Is it gone?
Um,
Yeah. Usually a lot of my clients, that's why I felt I was able to do that. A lot of my clients in the past, they said the pain is gone, but they just feel the soreness. And I would do an intention and it would usually go away in most cases, but not all the time. But did you want to share any other experience that you had?
No, man, as long as you believe, I mean, obviously, it helped me. So,
Yeah.
that's really cool.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you for this testimonial.
you can see that his was actually instantaneous, even though it's virtual. Like the sessions, most of my clients, they still prefer to see me in person, but virtual works just as well as in person as long as the person believes. Because as you can see, he actually, before the session, he couldn't even breathe through his nose. He's a football player, like he plays football, and like he had to breathe through his mouth. And he said midway through the session, he all of a sudden could breathe clearly through his nose now. And like the soreness actually instantaneously went away. Like I was actually holding my cell phone and doing the session recording while I was, so you can see that he, and then I'm gonna just share one last video. If I have like a collection of at least
Hi,
over.
this is Moon or Miette. I'm here with Maria. She attended my talk about a week ago at the Concord SoulSearch event.
Right one.
And during my talk, I did a 5-minute whole group healing session. And ever since the whole group healing session, she experienced pain relief in multiple areas of her body. Maria, did you want to talk about your experience?
Yes. A friend and I went to the SoulSearch, Moon mentioned we went to the SoulSearch in Concord, and we went to Moon's talk. And as she said, she did a group healing where she stood in the front of the room, and there was about 40, probably between 40 and 50 people in the room. And she just did like a healing session for everybody in the room. And while she was doing the healing session, actually before that, I had a headache. I have carpal tunnel syndrome in my right hand, and so I was in some pain. And then also my feet, I have plantar fasciitis, so my feet were hurting a lot because I had been walking all morning. And while she was doing the session, I felt like energy was being pulled from my crown, from my head, and the headache went away. The pain in my wrist went away, and it's been gone since then. The plantar fasciitis pain in my left foot, it completely went away 100% that day. And in my right foot, I think about 90% of the pain went away. There was still some left, but most of the pain went away. And I've been great ever since. And thank you, Moon, for what you did for me.
So that's actually happened. I also do a spontaneous healings. Like whenever I'm doing group sessions, I'm just saying just general intentions for healing. But I do have like people who come up to me after talk and said, "Oh my, I had this one guy. He actually signed up in Concord. He signed up to do a session with me. 100% of he actually canceled his session because during the group session, 100% of his neck pain and his back pain was gone. He says he no longer needed a session because I checked in with him. I said, "Oh, did you change your mind?" And then he says, "Oh, my pain is gone. I actually don't need one anymore." So, like, and then some of them, I do have some follow-up videos. If you it's most of my videos are on my Instagram. I haven't uploaded all of them on YouTube yet, but like there's at least over 60 or 70 videos on my Instagram where you see follow-up people saying that like after they attend my group session, there's at least 3 or 4 follow-up where they said that the pain never returned, even though I didn't work directly one-on-one with them. So that was actually, I was looking for another video, but that one was actually because I actually telepathically channeled. She had another area of pain where I channeled. I have a gift where I could just look at an object, which I'm going to do today. I'm going to offer everyone like a channeled object or a personal object. I'll just have you guys put it in the very end, like just hold it up in the air. But she had a different area of pain because later on I went to see her for a session, and she was wearing a gemstone bracelet. So I telepathically put intentions in her bracelet for her pain to go away. And I think I spent about like 15 seconds doing that. I didn't touch the object or I didn't touch her. 80% of her pain went away in that area. I don't remember. I think it was like on her knee or on her leg. I don't remember. Like I also have, I have a gift where I'm able to also channel objects too when I touch them, like when I channel objects, it's usually instantaneous.
Fair to see Mia, and I was having some neck pain. She asked for my watch, and she put prayers and intentions into my watch. And as soon as I put it back on, my neck pain was gone.
Hi, yes, I'm here at the Holistic Expo. Came to visit Juliet, and she used my phone to put her personal intentions that my arm pain would go away, and I noticed that the pain did significantly go away.
My name is Santiago, and I'm here with Juliet, and she, like earlier,
It's his
feeling
black
like
string
shoulder pain,
bracelet over there.
all
That's,
the way, shoulder
I
pain.
channeled
I
that.
can even do this now. I'm able to hold myself now again, move my arms. Yeah, she did a little prayer on my little bracelet right here, and ever since she did that prayer and I put it back on, I'm able to do it. Yeah, like my pain tolerance was from 1 to 10. It was at a 10. I couldn't even barely move my arm or anything. Just to even get out of the chair was hurting. But now it's like 1. I'm like, seriously, it just was so much better now. Like, you have no idea. Like, it's like, oh my God, I'm able to move. Okay, so after Lydia put her intentions on the bracelet, my pain was like at 10, and it's hard for me to get up and out of the chair. So I would say it dropped down to about a 1, and I definitely feel a difference, and it's definitely working.
At the Holistic Center, or Expo at Sherlock and New York, she was lovely, sat me down. I think it only took 15 seconds of putting her intention into my bracelet here. And I'd say about 80% of my knee pain just honestly went away. I literally just walked outside with it. And I feel a lot better, honestly.
Okay, so I actually spent 15 seconds on all those people that you just saw. They're all from the Turlock Fair. I actually was just experimenting. So I just, because I knew I could use different objects, but I just wanted to get more, and instantaneously. For all of them, I record the video right after, I channeled the object. But later on, some of them came back and they said 100% of the pain was gone. So when I project the energy into it, sometimes it's not instantaneous. Gradually, even though I'm not actively putting intentions and my hands are not there or I'm not in front of them, like its source energy is still there, and it's like, it's all knowing and it knows where to go and it's still working. So I'm going to go ahead and start the group session. Do I have permission to connect with everyone's soul? Because I want to leave time for healing demonstrations. Does anyone have any questions before I get started? Yes?
Does it work like if my husband's at home? I saw that you had like an example, like someone had to do something for like her brother. Was the brother there?
Oh, which
like the
one?
healing?
Which brother?
Oh, I don't know. It was just like an example that was on your one of your videos.
Oh no, no, I channeled the brother. I didn't show the video. I usually show that video. She has a brother who couldn't walk with a cane. I literally spent back then I didn't even clear the bracelet. I just said one statement in my head. The statement I said was for his pain to go away. I didn't even know where his pain was because source is all knowing. Back then I made it much more simple. And I would usually when I use objects, it's very quick and instantaneous. I put it inside the bracelet. She bought it for her brother. When she gave it to him, I still haven't met the brother to this day. He had level 10 pain. 100% of his pain is gone. It never returned. He had either level 9 or 10 pain, but it was really high. He no longer, 2 weeks later, she told me, oh, his pain is gone. He no longer walks with a cane. I saw him doing yard work. And he didn't even, some clients, they need to rely on the bracelet. If they take it off, their pain comes back. But with him, it integrated in his body. To this day, it's been a year and a half. His pain has stayed away. It was just with that bracelet alone. And she also had sciatica pain too. Her level 8 or 9 pain also went away and it stayed away. When I use objects, it's like quick, like it's instantaneous. And I don't need to know the person. I've never met, I never talked to him. He emailed me saying, thank you. I don't have to walk. I was walking slowly with a cane, but I don't have to walk with a cane anymore. I don't know what he looks like. I've never spoken to him on the phone. So I don't need to have that, so they don't have to be physically there as long as I have permission. But I got permission because I don't do anything against people's free will. I got permission because she told him about me, because I helped her husband also. So he knows that the bracelet was blessed. So he was aware of it. So the person doesn't have to be physically in front of me. Like one time I did a session where I wasn't even on the phone with the person. I just said, I'm going to do intentions to clear like he had like it's a personal issue, and it cleared, and I wasn't even with him. I said, I already have permission. He just texted me saying, I have this issue, and I said, oh, I have permission. I'll just work with you, because it was too late. He didn't want to, get up and like be on the phone. So as long as like I don't have like, because I'm a distance healer too, it's a gift that I had a friend that had cancer, and she lived far away from me, and I actually, when I first started, I told people I'm not a distance healer because I've never been trained to be a distance healer. But I was doing sessions for her, and everything always worked, and everything was instantaneous. Like a lot of people told me, so many people told me, oh, she's near, like she's about to transition. So she was at the late stages, but her pain would always like, it would come back, but it would temporarily relieve for at least a day. And then I would do another session. And like when I did it virtually with her, it would like her, like shortness of breath would instantaneously clear, her like diarrhea, her hot flashes, and then like her pain or her swelling. So that's how I like, that's when I kind of had more confidence that I could actually do, because I wasn't really, because I wasn't trained. But some of my sessions virtually has been instantaneous, and people do have long-term results too. So I feel like it can be just as strong. Like, I had a guy that had a life-threatening condition, and it was a virtual session. He's fine now. He's out of the hospital. His pain is gone. And, it was a language barrier too. I don't speak English, and he doesn't speak, I mean, I speak English. I don't speak Russian, and he doesn't speak English. But I had a lady in Poland, she's 86, and like she had leg pain where she couldn't even leave the house. It was too painful to walk. And it's been months, and her pain is gone and is never returned. And then her bladder, this was all virtual. And she's Polish, and I don't speak Polish. I did a virtual session while she was in Poland, and I was in the United States. And her daughter, who she was a translator for us, there's a language barrier. The session can work even if there's a language barrier, as long as, because it's just the energy. Yes? Oh yeah. Sorry. Oh, yeah, sorry about that. This is one of my clients. He's going to talk about his experience.
My name's Adam, and we met at a farmer's market. My girlfriend Tony and I, and turns out we live like 10 houses away from each other. And I had back pain to where I was wearing a back brace at work, and I had that pain for at least 3 months or so. And Moon came over to our house and did a session with us, and it didn't work on me. Next morning, I woke up, I was perfectly fine. It's been close to a year now.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure. I haven't had
It's October.
Since then. My girlfriend has arthritis. She's worked on her. She's fixed her things. My mom is in her 70s. Last time I said her same age.
She's like 75.
She said I said it wrong. She's in her 70s, and she just had the kind of like older person's pain. Like when she got up, she grunted, and everything hurt all the time. She went in the room with Moon, came out, and a big smile on her face, and we're like, "So how'd it go?" And she goes, "I don't know. I don't feel anything." It's like unbelievable, right? She just, I don't know. And then like the next day, how are you feeling? She goes, I'm good. Like she didn't even know what to say because she's had it for so long.
She had it for over 30 years. Yes, scoliosis.
I wore the copper bracelet for the first 3 months, and he told me that you're healed. You don't necessarily need to wear the copper bracelet. So she can get you guys. We have an older dog. Woke up one morning, they couldn't use his right leg. They thought, okay, he had a stroke. They didn't take him to the hospital. I said, let's throw our copper bracelet. By the end of that day, that dog was walking. No problem. Like it didn't even happen. We don't know what happened. I mean, dogs don't lie. He couldn't walk. We had to carry him outside the bathroom. And within a few hours, he was up. And by the end of the day, he was perfectly fine. So you all know how we can, in our heads, we can think about something to get a headache. We can think about something to get something, we should be able to do the opposite, right? And I think Moon helps us heal ourselves. So she gets it going, and I think if you guys believe in what she's about to do, that I think it really works.
I also worked on trauma. You want to talk about your trauma? You saw like it get.
I was laying on the table, and she did it on my massage table. She went into childhood trauma. In the beginning, she did long sessions. So she said a whole bunch of words. She had I guess had an out-of-body experience when she was talking about my childhood trauma, and I think I'm perfect, right? I think I have nothing wrong with my childhood. And I got nothing wrong with my parents, and my parents are great. When she was talking about my childhood trauma, I actually saw me sit up and walk off into the distance and disappear. And I was wondering if that was like some of my childhood trauma leaving me. Because before I met Moon, about 3 years ago, I went through a life change, and I didn't believe in any of that. You had to prove it to me. I had to see it, and when I saw my body get up and walk away from me, and so there's a whole lot to it.
But you said you felt happier and more at peace ever since, right?
I felt like I was walking like something had left me. It was a whole experience I can't even explain really, but yeah, Moon has something, and we were just lucky. We were just drawn to her at the farmer's market. We just wanted one of the probiotics. And we got to talking, and a year or two later, she was at the house. We were born from each other. It was just really cool. So I hope you guys get something out of this.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, so I'm going to start with thank you so much, Adam, for speaking. I'm going to, do I have permission to connect with everyone's soul? Okay, I'm going to just clear my energy. I'm going to put a bubble of white light and protection on you, so only around each and every one of you, so only white light and positive energy can come through. We're going to put a bubble of white light and protection on you, so only white light and positive energy can come through. Okay, I'm gonna end it. Does anyone want to share their experience? Okay, so you can open your eyes now. Does anyone want to share their experience? Or
I had shoulder pain, my shoulder pain.
oh, is your shoulder pain is gone? Oh, because you were helping me carry all the stuff. Oh, oh, okay. Okay. Oh, okay.
It only bothered me one direction.
Yeah, it's gone?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so then I'm going to go ahead and do healing demonstrations. Does anyone have chronic pain and they want to volunteer to come up? I have about, okay. You want to, okay. Do you have it? Okay.
I do. I have both, well, a few things.
Oh, just one area where it's like the
You know
most
what?
intense.
Right
Your
now,
shoulder?
it's something in my neck and shoulder area, because
Okay.
when I bend down like this.
Is
it's
your
like-
neck and your shoulder? Right?
Yeah.
It radiates down your
Yes.
left arm. Okay.
Yeah, my left arm.
Okay. What's your name?
Renee.
Renee. Okay. Do you have permission to connect with your soul?
Yes.
I'm going to clear my energy. We're going to put a bubble white light protection on you, so only white light and positive energy can come through. I'm putting a bubble white light protection on you, so only white light and positive energy can come through. Do you have permission to touch you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's your neck. And your,
Well, yeah, like when
yeah.
I bend down like
Okay.
this,
Okay.
it's radiating
Okay.
pain down there.
Do you feel reduction of pain?
Yes, I do.
How much reduction? What was the level before?
Well, I would say when I went like this, it would just shoot down.
But
Now,
do you
if
feel it?
I don't feel it shooting down. I feel still just soreness.
Oh, just soreness?
Just soreness.
But so like the pain is gone. You just feel soreness then,
yeah,
right?
I can bend my neck
I'll
down
just do
all the way.
intentions for soreness. Or actually, I'm going to use an object to do intentions for soreness.
Okay.
Which object? Okay. What was your level before? I'm just wondering.
Oh, I would say it's pretty much 9, 10.
Okay, so now it's like level 0, it's just soreness, right?
That sharp pain, yeah, just the soreness is, yeah.
Okay. Let me know if the soreness is reduced.
Okay.
So do you feel the soreness?
It's like, it feels like it's diminishing. It's
Oh,
like
it's
right in there, and it feels
It's like it's
it's
going down.
slowly going down.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so is it time? Yeah. Okay, sorry. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I have a booth out there, so if you guys want to come to my booth, and then can I just okay. Can I just quickly channel their objects really quickly, or it only takes 5 seconds or 10 seconds? Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to just, can you guys just raise your object really quickly, because I have to set that out, so I have, and then I'm going to just quickly channel it. It should only take me 5 seconds. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
for allowing me to do that. What? Oh, I can telepathically, I have a gift. I can telepathically channel objects too. For some people, 100% of their pain is gone when I do that. So for some people, 100% of their pain is gone when I do that. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I forgot to do that. I think I have to. Oh, thank you so much for your help, you guys.
Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited. On Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for Light Mirror Reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading. It is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for Light Mirror Reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for light mirror reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for light mirror reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Are you ready to experience real?
What's that?
Here we go. Hi, we're here. Yay. Hi, everyone joining us via live stream. Can everybody here say hello to everyone joining us live stream?
Hi.
Sweetest time of space, especially as we play with the fairies. I'm Barbara. Welcome, everyone. And I don't want to take any more time with Kathy because I love this man dearly.
Oh, thank you.
Chris Valentine is a best-selling author and nature communicator known for his work with gnomes, elves, and fairies, some of my best friends.
I love it.
As a frequent media guest and co-author of books like A Gnome's Story, Chris shares practical techniques to connect with nature spirits and archangels for intuitive development and guidance. You are in for a treat.
Wow, thank you. Thank you so much, Barbara. Welcome, everybody. My name is Chris Valentine. I will be talking about Dr. Von Lahr as taking your questions at any time during the session, during the lecture, because every single lecture I do is different based on what you guys want to learn. We'll focus on archangels today. If you want to learn how to see nature spirits, like Barbara was mentioning, which are gnomes, elves, leprechauns, and fairies. If you want to know how to attract your soulmate and how that whole process works, I can go into great detail as that as well as the differences between your master guide, teacher guides, your archangel and your master guide tie into your path. And when you're getting a reading with Dr. Von Lahr, and by the way, he is the first booth when you go into the main hall, basically every weekend in every city in the United States. He is always first, no matter who is producing the event. You'll see him talking, doing one-on-one sessions, as well as couples if you want to sit together and split an hour. He basically, the moment your body gets next to his, he starts channeling the information. So you will see him talking very, very fast. He is loading that session up with information. He takes his job very seriously, and he has asked God Universe to give him the hardest cases so he can make a difference in your life. So you don't have to be fearful when you're getting a reading with him, because any issues that do come up, he has to be able to solve them. And so he's not here to entertain you or anything like that. He wants to make a difference. So when you leave that booth, you are better off than when you came in. So we have serious cases of people coming in with cancer, or they want to find a soulmate, or they're having problems at work. He will take care of it. So you don't have to worry about any of those things. His specialties are relationship issues, finding your soulmate. Some people are with their soulmate or they're married and they want to know if that is their soulmate. He can tell you. He can also tell you, some people want to know who's coming down the line, because some of the people are thinking of divorce. And so if you want to know how that works, and I'll probably go into a lot more detail on that as well. Yes, definitely feel free to add yourself to the newsletter. We come to the area like usually twice a month now in Northern California. He is the only pretty much non-local, so he's coming from Los Angeles. His classes that I will also be speaking a little bit about today are in Los Angeles. Those are always live in person only, though he is developing a forum where you are going to be able to get the information by logging on. We just did a mediumship class where we teach you how to get messages for yourself from your archangel guides and crossed over family members and pets and nature spirits. So that one is going to be the first class he is already putting up online. If you did want to take that class and learn how to do that, everything was recorded and you get the booklet. Any questions so far? Good. Okay. So Dr. Von Lahr, who I'll be focusing a lot on today, is kind of well known from Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie, as well as all the hosts of Coast to Coast, which is the #1 radio show in North America. It's usually 3 stations per city, as well as Sirius XM. He does the New Year's Day prediction show. He does the St. Patrick's Day show because they love to have him focus on leprechauns during that time period. He has the first books channeled directly from the leprechauns, gnomes, elves, and fairies with myself. So we can also give you a little information if you want to learn how to see them. We've gone to almost all 50 states in expos just like this, teaching you how to see the nature spirits live in person. You don't have to be a clairvoyant to see them. They're right here on the physical plane with us. So there's just about a half dimension away. They're a little bit higher than us. And they don't come in as physically dense as us, but because they're made of etheric energy, they do blend into nature, and there's a lot of tricks and things that they give you on how to see them and work with them. They are fabulous to work with. There's nothing to be afraid of nature's spirits. They are akin to angels. So they have no ego, and they just want to help you, and they know you from your past lives. And does anybody know why? Because they live thousands of years. So they remember you from your past lives, and they're so excited when you start to see them again. Like, oh, she sees me. And you start making that connection again. And Gnome is a German word for nature spirit of the house. So they will literally come into your home and help you. And one of the first things that they do teach you or want you to do is organize your home. They're really big. They're really big on that. So everybody has two gnomes, whether they realize it or not. They will influence you to bring out your inner child. They may say, you need to go to that local theme park right around here, or Disneyland, or whatever it is. They want you to be happy and joyful. They may inspire you to organize your house a little bit more, things like that. And each type of nature spirit has a different function. So fairies would be more into communication, elves would be more into knowledge, leprechauns into magic, making things happen like, oh my gosh, how did that work? So we can explore those too if you want to learn how to do more of that today. And any questions so far? Yes. Unicorns, yes. So in our fourth book, we covered unicorns. They are the health practitioners for the nature spirit kingdom. That unicorn horn spiral is what they use to aim at like their own nature spirits to heal. And the way healing works in the nature spirit realm is bringing back the etheric template into its best original state. That is how they also heal us. So unicorns are very, very prized in the nature spirit kingdom. They are so important. And the elves are the keepers of the unicorns. So if you have elves around, you may also have unicorns. They are also visible. They are highly, highly protected. They're very, very, very important. And so some of you have a connection to unicorns. I can go into more detail on that too, but if you do have a special connection, you get a reading with Christian, he will tell you that because there's something very visible that you will see. Any other? That was a great question. I'm telling you, if you guys have questions, even conspiracy theories I've covered, every single one. A lot of people just get out of the room if I start doing that. Number patterns. I'm an expert on numerology. If you have interesting number patterns, ask me and I'll tell you what they mean. If you want to know about, I think soulmate. Who want to know about soulmates? Maybe. Okay. Oh, good. Good. So one of Dr. Von Laar's specialties is finding your soulmate. And he usually needs about 45 minutes to do so because that particular reading is so detailed and very valuable if you get it because it is good for life. He will tell you things like your cycle of attraction that repeats for life every year at the same time. You'll notice that is the time period when you met your soulmate or prior boyfriends, husbands, whatever. If it is a female to male relationship, that is very specific. It is different than female to female, male to male, which we can also explore. But in a female to male relationship, it is the female that attracts the male. So one of the things he will also tell you is the 2 months leading up to the soulmate meeting, which is called the closure period. You want to absolutely record this reading if you are getting a soulmate reading or any reading with Dr. Von Laar. Like I told you, once your body gets next to this, he starts channeling the information. Before you even sit down in the chair and I introduce you, he's already telling you stuff that you came to hear, and I haven't even introduced you yet. So that's why he is the only one that allows you to record the sessions, as far as I know, with your cell phone. We actually want you to do so, and specifically with a soulmate reading, you want to follow exactly what he says. So that's why it's very important to record it. That 2 month leading up to it is the closure period where you will notice I don't say boys, men from your past suddenly texting you out of nowhere, old boyfriends, old husbands, whatever. That is a time period where God universe is showing you these are the people that you picked before. Because a lot of people having problems finding a soulmate, they keep picking the same type of person over and over. Why do I get these horrible guys over and over and over again? So that is your choice. In a female male, remember I told you, you are attracting the male to you. So in that period, God is showing you this is who you picked. So you don't want to be mean to these guys, but you also don't want to get back into a relationship with them. You do not want to have sex with them, okay? You're nice, you have a cup of coffee, whatever, but that is basically showing you what you picked so you don't make the same mistake again. The next month is called the ego person. And that is where everything on your list, and I encourage you to make a list if you are looking for a soulmate. You could have 20 to 25 things on there. Every single item can match exactly what you're looking for in a guy. And that is what comes to you. This would be a pretty good choice. The only problem with an ego person is they don't usually stay. They may stay for 7 years or so. I have forgotten to tell people this for a while during these lectures, and he just reminded me in some sessions, like, oh my gosh, that's true. I mean, this guy is practically perfect. Your mom likes him, your dad likes him, the dog likes him, everybody likes this guy, and he would be a good choice, except if you wait 1 more month, guess what that is? Anybody? What? The exit. No. The soulmate, not the exit, guys. This is the match. This is what you came and incarnated for. Before you incarnated, you agreed with your soulmate. This is what I will look like. This is what I will be doing, which ties into your path, which ties into the first thing he usually tells you when you sit down. That's what they're looking for. If you wait that 1 more month, this would be the ultimate choice. And that is because the soulmate is a match whereby you both are helping each other. Your lives are better than if you were alone. We have ego for a purpose, and that is to help us get things accomplished. Even with our ego, we still don't have enough, whereas our soulmate will see things in us that are special and help us go even further. So you're both helping each other, which is different from a twin flame, where you're kind of both the same person split. So in that type of relationship, you're kind of butting heads a little bit because you're so much alike, you drive each other crazy. The twin flame is different from soulmate. He's going to be focused on bringing your soulmate or helping you attract your soulmate. And some people aren't ready their first year when he does his sessions. He doesn't like me to say, he's like, no, I want to give them their soulmate now. So basically, he will tell you that. But some people are not ready, or they're just getting over something, or they want to wait a year, or they don't follow the steps. Definitely follow the steps, because if you don't, it really does not work. He will take you from a 2% to a 98% success rate. This is what great-grandmother used to do. She could look at you and say, this is your match. That's what he's doing for you as well. So if you are looking for a soulmate relationship reading, those are spectacular. Yes?
What about the guy?
What about the guy?
What do you say it's all the
So the guy is definitely looking for somebody too, but the woman is the main draw. So in the closure period, she is like the magnet to the guy. She is broadcasting. You are supposed to pick up that signal. Okay? The way she broadcasts stronger is to get her magnet pieces back. And the way she does that is being nice to those old boyfriends, getting back what she gave up to them. So that's a great question. So as you get your magnet pieces back, you broadcast stronger, which brings your soulmate to you. So you guys are basically have about 4 hormones. Women have about 64 hormones, okay? So we can't do too much. Men are more focused on problem solving. John Gray, who's going to be speaking later today, taught me this about 20 years ago. So when a guy comes home from work, what does he want to do? Go into the man cave. He didn't want to talk to nobody. Whereas a woman wants to share her day. She wants to talk about what happened. She wants to unload. So if that happens and you're with your man, usually the best choice is to let him have his hour or 90 minutes in his man cave, watch TV, just zone out. And then you can approach him and say, okay, I want to share my day. In that case, you tell him, I don't need you to problem solve. I just want to share, because a man's mind is automatically going into problem solving mode. He thinks he has to solve something. Just say to him, I just want to share. You don't have to say a word. Happy hour was invented for women. That's for you guys to share with each other your day. It's really the truth. So that's how that works. Good question. Anybody else have questions on any topic? Yes. So 666 ties into the physical plane. It doesn't necessarily have to be negative. It also stands for success. So if you see the number 6, you can take it in a positive if you want to. Do you want to take it in a positive? Yeah. Yes. Yeah, so we're in a state of duality right now on the physical plane. As you go higher, that starts to go away. We're here to learn lessons. We're on the physical plane. When you go to sleep at night, you go to the astral plane. That's also where you go when you cross over. Above that is the heavenly plane. 6 is focused on the physical plane and the material world. So it's not necessarily a negative. You can take it as a positive that you are achieving success. If you want to always focus on positive, everything is intention. Whether you're doing magic or whatever, you set the intention to be positive, and that's the way it'll be. We have a lot of alien interaction over the eons with this planet. And I'm going to just mention that because you brought that up. But basically, I like to say there's some good ones and some bad ones, but then again, that's the duality part of it. Some type of beings are de-evolving, which is what they want to do. So they're going deeper into the physical plane to become, like, for instance, rocks. And they want to take you down with them. Most of people are wanting to ascend. Have you heard of that term? Excellent. So that's where we're going right now. 2012 was the midpoint. We're now ascending. That's where most humans want to go. And most humans are, I won't say most, but many of us are connected to a starseed heritage, which Dr. Von Lahr can also tell you during this session if you ask him. He will tell you what planet you're from, what constellation. If you don't feel you're from here, there are telltale signs also, and personality traits. But for the most part, you feel that you are different from everybody else. You have digestive problems because you're not used to the food on this planet. You have a mission. Starseeds usually don't know what their mission is, so he can help you with that. And we're usually not from just one place. We're like a hybrid. So you could be part Arcturian, part Apollonian, and it's just our DNA has been messed with so much over the years that we're kind of like a combination. So that's how that works, which we can talk about more if you want to as well. His next class that he is teaching, or actually his second next one coming up, is called Wizards. And that is tied to the Holy Grail, which he's going to focus on for that particular weekend, which is tied to our DNA, which is tied to our starseed heritage. And he's also going to be teaching high magic. So it's very specific. You want to ask him if you're right for the class, and he'll tell you. Anytime he teaches a magic class, it is always sold out, extremely popular. Any class that you do take includes a huge booklet, all class materials included. His next class, by the way, is color magic, which he has never taught before. Dr. Von Lahr sees 65 million shades of color. As we ascend, you'll start seeing more colors come online. We did not always see all these colors that we're seeing now. Just so you know, you can research this on Google. We are seeing way more, but he is like so far ahead. People, even this morning, people ask me, how does he turn on his clairvoyance? And I just tell people he has been seeing spirits since a little boy. So this is natural for him. He actually has to turn it off. I like him to stay online all the time because I'm always asking him questions. But basically, this is a natural gift. He is also teaching these gifts that used to be on Google and Wikipedia that have been removed. He can literally be creating or working on a class, and he just knows from spirit, I'll find it, he'll just type it in, it'll just appear, just to prove what he knows already, and it'll literally be removed in real time in front of him. So yeah, it is wild. Not necessarily good that he's being tracked to that degree, but a lot of what this ancient knowledge is being removed. So sometimes you have to go to like libraries in Iran or other countries where it still exists, because that's where the original ancient wisdom was downloaded into the libraries. That's how the internet actually started. Who's asking? Yeah.
I was just going to ask about the libraries. Do you mean physical libraries with physical books? You're talking abstract.
The way the internet started was the library universities were the first to come online, and they downloaded all the information from the libraries onto the internet. That used to be a great source to go to. Another source would be leaflet pamphlets, like Madame Blavatsky and those type of early philosophers. They would have this information, and this was not something that would change. This was from ancient times that was good forever. Those are being removed and gone too. So when I say he would go online to just prove to himself that he was on the right track, you can't find it anymore. So that's why he decided to teach these classes, because it's kind of being lost. And people have been asking for decades after they get a reading with him, how did you do that? How do you do what you do? Can you please teach me? Can you please mentor me? So he said, okay, I will do this one time, pass on the knowledge so it is not lost forever to the next generation. That is our SOAR class, which is the one we were just finishing up. I'm talking about mediumship, clairvoyance, and psychic abilities. All of his classes kind of delve into that, but that was very specific. It was so successful that people said, oh my gosh, this is the first time I've had success with psychic abilities. Can you do it again? I want to take it again. He ended up doing it 8 times. I think that was his 8th time. So we know this stuff works. In the classes, we have you doing exercises right there in the class. The color magic class is the next one, November 1st and 2nd. It's always Saturday, Sunday, 9 to 6 on the weekend. And it's very experiential. That is why we like you to come in person. It's always at the Burbank Airport Marriott. It's a small class size. Part of it is lecture, part of it is creating colors like of the higher realms. The wizard class will be probably in mid-December. That is going to be high magic, apothecary with the elves, where we're making magical elixirs and magical potions and things like that, and learning about DNA, and which ties into the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail represents our DNA. And if you study, even the Bible will tell you this, the ascended masters like Mother Mary, Jesus, King Solomon, King David, those prophets / wizards lived basically forever. And even humans, it tells you, we used to live about 900 years to 1,000 or longer. That is our original DNA. Until it was messed with. As the aliens messed with it, it got shorter and shorter and shorter until we're down to like 50 years or so. But basically, in the Bible, it'll say, Mother Mary ascended body and soul. What do you think that means? She took her body with her. She doesn't have to go through that reincarnation period over and over, which wastes an enormous amount of time. Have you heard of Saint Germain? Great. He's a perfect example, and you can even Google him. And it will show you, Saint Germain goes out into the force, comes out as another person. It's the same person. He just uses his own etheric energy to create a new body, not waste time going through the incarnation period. He would be a perfect example of like a prophet or a wizard, and they are tied to kings. So like Merlin would choose the king, which would be King Arthur, the most virtuous person. That is how it works. So in that class, we will be exploring those things if you're interested. I think that class is sold out. We may have one spot left. So if you are interested, let me know. Definitely, if you're on the newsletter, you'll get all the upcoming classes for the next year. If you see anything of interest, just call me. If you do a small deposit while the show's going on, you do get a sizable discount off the class. Did you have a question?
Yeah, who is removing the stuff from?
Oh, now we're getting into conspiracy. So for people watching online, who is removing this information? I would like to say the Illuminati type of thing, the deep state, people that very, very, very top. There's always somebody above somebody else. And when you go even really high, there's alien connection usually. But basically, they don't want us to know how to create new Earth, which is what we are in right now, ascension phase, where you can actually have the power to create the world as you want it to be and take your friends and family and pets with you. That is what they don't want. That is within you. That is what's happening now, whether they think they can stop it or not. Tied into the solar flares. We're in major, major cycles, 55,000 year cycle, 28,000 year cycle. It goes on and on and on. But this is a very special period where we're switching over from Kali Yuga to the Golden Age. They're trying to prevent it. So these are people that have that ancient knowledge, and they don't want you to create new timelines because they want to be able to control everybody, right? So you will have choices coming up. Do you want to go towards AI and start getting implants and things like that? Or do you want to stay natural and organic and go in a positive, I'd like to say positive timeline? Yeah. Yes.
It's a numbers question again, I'm sorry.
Sure.
Going back. But ever since childhood, I've always seen the numbers 413,
Okay.
413 for some reason, and then adulthood, I've always seen that.
413.
So, and some strange things have happened to me on April 13th throughout the years.
Is your birthday around the 13th? Okay.
But I was just wondering.
13 is a lucky number. They've tried to reverse that. Anything dark reverses. Anything dark cannot create. They need us to create, but they want to control it. 4 is tied into archangels and angels. So when you see 4, very good sign. You see 444, means the archangels are with you, helping you, happy with what you're doing. 1 means new beginnings, means you probably need to make some changes in your life. 3 would be ascended masters, like Jesus, Mother Mary, Kuan Yin, Buddha, King David, King Solomon, those type of people. When you put it all together, you probably need to read that way. Did you get any sense of feeling of what it would mean to you when you see 413? What was happening at the time?
Just getting a message.
You're getting a message, so you need to try to figure out what it is. If you're seeing it over and over, ask your guides, ask your archangel. The archangels, including your guides, have to follow one of the universal rules, which is free will. If you want help in life, you have to ask them. If you ask your archangel, and Dr. Von Lahr sees your archangel standing behind you the moment you sit down in front of him, ask him who your archangel is. When you know who your archangel is, you will know so much about yourself, because your archangel and your master guide are with you life after life. They know why you're here this time around. They know what you're trying to accomplish. That's who you want to ask. Say, what messages are you trying to give me? Or if you need help in life, can you please help me? Your life will turn around. And part of this lecture title is tied into your path and archangel. And what do you all think the most important thing your archangel cares about? Anybody? I just gave you a huge hint. It's the title of this lecture. They only care about one thing. Are you on your path? If you are on your path, they will do anything for you, because that is all you agreed to when you came here. This is what I'm here to accomplish. If you say, and Dr. Von Lauer will start with your path, and if it is correct, say yes, because you're making a contract with your archangel. If you agree, this is your path, this is why I am here, and they hear you say yes, the contract is set and they can start helping you, and they don't care what you want or need to stay on your path. You need a boyfriend? Check. You need a new car? Fine. You need a check for $50,000 to be on your path? Fine, we'll cut you a check. And that's how it works. That is how it works. Yes.
My question, I guess, is multi-layered. I went this summer to France, and I hadn't researched before going, but I walked the path of Mary Magdalene, the scenes. I started in Lourdes.
Yes.
On the third day after, drinking the water, bathing in it, I literally started to feel my body like coming in and out at night. And I met people in several towns saying the person told me they were the essence of Mother Mary.
Very good. Wow.
Just incredible things happen.
I would agree with that.
The ley lines.
Yes.
So I'm wondering, do you have information about the energies left
yes.
in the water, earth?
You basically nailed it. This is what I was going to say. The ley lines are tied to these magical waters in these magical places on earth where people have instantaneous healing and miracles, which is tied to Mary Magdalene or Mary of Lourdes or those people in that area. The Lady of Lourdes, I think she goes by a different name possibly, but basically there are many places on earth like that, which is tied to the ley lines. And as we ascend, you'll notice frequency becoming more and more important. That is how the good aliens communicate. After the astral plane, remember I said the heavenly plane, that is also called the cosmic superhighway, where the good aliens are communicating to, which is tied to frequency, which is where we're going, which can affect water. If water, and you can see water under a microscope, they've proven this, it's beautiful when it is, you say positive things. It creates the most incredible patterns. Whereas if it's around negative and yelling and all that, it's all fragmented and messed up. The waters at these places are very healing and very special, and that is tied to the frequencies of the ley lines going through there. So congratulations for going there. I didn't want to repeat your whole question because I think you all heard it, but that was excellent. Did somebody else have a question? Did I answer your question?
Yes, and I recommend everybody go.
All right. I'm going to check the time. Well, I think somebody else had their hand up, but basically we have another 20 minutes or so. Yes. Oh, okay.
So anytime.
Yes.
There's supposed to be a huge discovery or
yes. So Dr. Von Laar does not like to present upcoming things that are going to happen, but he did say this to a lot of the students and people that know him. On Coast to Coast, he doesn't do as many New Year's Day predictions as shows as he used to, but basically he did say this on that topic, which is the aliens are coming. And when he was very specific, he said July of 2025. What happened in July of 2025? A3I Atlas or whatever it's called came in. That is not a comet. Okay? And then a few weeks after that, there's another one coming from a completely different part of space, rushing to the exact intersect of 3I Atlas. Those are other aliens coming in. So it is happening now. The aliens are coming. The aliens are already here. The aliens have always been here. But there is something going on now that's happening that's major. And there is like a war in space. That has been going on the last few months too. A lot of people don't know that. But when you see all those clouds and weird things going on, that could be a sign. Take that as a sign. Yes. Arcturians. Arcturians are very, very good. I think it's tied to virtue, trying to help the earth if you are Arcturian, psychic abilities. Oh, yeah. So definitely 8 minutes. Okay, thank you, Barbara. That's okay. It's a very positive. If you feel you're Arcturian, that would be a very positive thing. You're definitely here to help, and you probably have very special abilities that could also be psychic. Yes.
Do you know of any specific correlation or meaning to waking up in the middle of the night, finding a scarab beetle in my ear?
Oh, okay. If you wake up in the middle of the night and you're seeing something that you perceive it as negative or positive?
I basically woke up like this.
Yeah.
I pulled out a literal scarab beetle in my ear.
That sounds negative. Okay. Yeah.
I was in like UAPs.
Yes. We can have good and negative alien implants. When Dr. Von Lahr has done some scans of me, he saw implants in me. He removed them. And then the next day, they were circled around my neck, my arms, and legs. So he says, okay, this is something I probably shouldn't mess with. This sounds like a positive. I've had some negative implants in me, though, that were removed. So they could be positive or negative. You don't want negative implants in you. If you have positive, say you're from Arcturian descent or lineage, that would be positive. And part of the reason that they would want an implant is to monitor you, protect you. If, say, a draconian came in and messed with you as a UAP, they would come in immediately and take care of it. So
I was wondering if you specifically heard of scarab beetle.
no. No, but if you got a reading with Dr. Von Lahr, I'm sure he would go into more detail, but I have not. Okay. Yeah, but I definitely heard alien implants. Does somebody else have a question? Somebody else raise their hand? No? Okay. So another specialty that Dr. Von Lahr can do is a health scan, a head-to-toe scan where he gets to the root cause of the health issue, solves it, and/or heals you. Can take about 30 minutes. Some people cut to the chase, just say where it hurts in the body, hone in on that issue or issues, solve it, and/or heal you. The great thing about a health scan with Dr. Von Lahr is he will get to the root cause. The medical industry, nothing against them, they tend to treat symptoms. If you can get to the root cause of a health issue and you fix that, your body will conspire to fix everything else. And it's like, oh my gosh, you finally fix it. I'm so happy. Let me come online and start fixing everything else. So that is what he is focused on. So if you have health issues and you just want to say, a lot of people will say, my eyes hurt, I have digestive problems, and my ankle hurts. He'll go to those issues, solve it, and/or heal you, and have time to do more things. Like I said, he'll start with your path, life, purpose. And by the way, if anything is correct during the session, say yes. He will go much, much faster, and you'll get way more out of the reading. He also does relocation questions. Some people are deciding between two different places. He'll contact your master guide, see where you're most supposed to be. Most of you kind of know where you're supposed to be, but you can do that. He does legal issues. He helps some of the top lawyers in cases in the country. He can actually pick out a jury lineup and say how they will vote. I mean, and he's always right. So it's amazing. So he's very versed in legalese. He can also do your starseed heritage. If you want to find out exactly where you're from, why you're here, that whole 9 yards, he can do that as well. Soulmate reading, health scan, life path purpose. Any other questions? Because I know we're coming up to the end. Dr. Von Lahr, though, if you do get a chance to see him, he has openings this afternoon. He is the only one that typically starts around 8 in the morning, 2 hours before the show opens, and stays till midnight. The show officially closes at 6. You can ask Barbara and them, who's the last to leave every weekend? And she will tell you it is Dr. Von Lahr. He's the only one that is allowed to stay after hours. So the show will close today at 6. If you do get a reading after hours, some people need to go home and come back. He will still be here. You are allowed in. It'll be completely quiet in the ballroom. And it's a good time to see him as well because the recordings tend to come out pretty good. He's here tomorrow as well. We will start tomorrow probably at 9:30. We had a young lady over here start at 9 today. And we are also reading other vendors and people like that who want to come in really early. So it just depends. But you can, if you take the 9:30 tomorrow, it's very quiet. We did that in Napa, Sonoma a few weeks ago. And then Barbara came up to us at 9:30 on Sunday, a few weeks ago, and she couldn't believe it because another person came and says, "Oh, I want to take my girlfriend's spot." And Barbara says, "You're still going? It's almost 10 o'clock at night." So that's just the way it is. So yeah, if you get a chance to see him, it is spectacular. It is an investment in yourself. It is pretty much good for life, the information that he will tell you. And it's like an onion being peeled. Some people don't know what they want to do. He will tell you what you most need to hear. You can interrupt him at any time and ask questions. You can redirect him and say, "Okay, I got what I needed on my path. Can I ask you this?" And he will, of course, do so. It is all about you during that 45 minutes or hour. He is your best friend for that hour. So we want to make your life better when you leave. So definitely, if you have questions, come see me at the booth. If you didn't sign up to the newsletter, that'll also be at the booth. If you have questions on the classes or want to do a deposit or ask more about how the classes, what's going on in each different one, definitely. There are brochures on the table for the next year of classes coming up. So we'll do magic, color magic next, wizards, MIT, where we teach you how to see inside the body like he does. So we have a lot of practitioners that come to that class and you want to see with your eyes open like he does, down to the cellular level and blood level. That is what he teaches in that class. So it's also a 1 weekend clairvoyance into the body. And then as we get further in, we're going to do some, I think it's called Beyond Buddha, where we go up to the next plane above the heavenly plane, which no one really knows too much about. But that is the plane where some of you have had experiences where you feel like everything goes away, it's all black, and you're not afraid. And you also feel one with everything. That is the Buddhic plane. So that's going to be the class next year that we're going to be going into too. So thank you all for coming. We appreciate you. And maybe I'll be back tomorrow, but if not, definitely we are at all the SoulSearch cities. So Burlingame's coming up, Dublin. If you don't get a chance to see him this weekend, those are always really, really crazy busy. So call ahead and you can always make an appointment before we arrive. Sometimes he gets to the cities and he is sold out or near sold out. So, but we definitely have openings today and tomorrow if you want to see him. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. You're welcome.
Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for light mirror reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for light mirror reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for Light Mirror Reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been.
Hello, everybody joining us via live stream. I was just singing the praises of Manuel, who is our amazing go-to guy. He is in the Philippines. He stays up all night with us to bring us these live streams and to work his magic. Can everybody here say hello to Manuel? Thank you, Manuel. Thank you. We're so grateful for you. We love you. We're just so happy that to have your beautiful energy with us in this room. Speaking of beautiful energy, I am here to introduce Lana to you all. She is an amazing healer, and then she has an amazing heart that you will feel in this room today. Lana is a certified quantum healing hypnosis technique practitioner. She's a sound healer. She is an intuitive channel. She is an ordained non-denominational minister, an eternal student of the all. She lives and practices in the San Jose area. Lana seeks the deepest truths and connects the dots to provoke expansion, evolution, and empowerment, the 3E energy healing. Over the past decade, Lana has actively worked at developing and refining the natural abilities that she shut off early in life, as many of us do, and she is now honing new skills as well. She has earned several certifications, which allows her to practice Dolores Cannon's quantum healing hypnosis technique, to conduct sound healing, distance chakra balancing, and auric field healing sessions, and to serve as an ordained minister. She's not busy at all. She's also a conscious channel and works with her guides and multidimensional beings to access spiritual guidance for clients. Today with Alana, you're in for a treat. We will experience a group life a group past life regression using Dolores Cannon's QHHT quantum healing hypnosis technique. So exciting. Without further ado, let's welcome Lana.
Thank you for coming. I really appreciate it. So, she said my name is Lana. And as she alluded, I'm psychic and I'm a scared of that when I was younger. So when I was about 21, I was like, no, thanks, not gonna do it anymore, and I shut it off. That was disastrous. Never disobey your intuition. I still did follow my intuition here and there, but I was, I didn't understand what was happening, so I kind of just took a kibosh on it. And then about, I don't know, my 30s sometime, I decided, you know what, I can't do this anymore. I've got to figure out what this is. And, on that path, I got introduced to Dolores Cannon and was reading all of her books. And then several years later, I ended up having a health problem and I needed to have surgery for that. So it was a 8-hour surgery, quite long. I did not heal very well from it. I happened to be in the middle of reading, I don't know, probably University 3 or something, with Dolores Cannon. So by the way, who knows who Dolores Cannon is? Most people, okay. And if you don't, she developed the methodology of hypnosis that I do. I am certified through her training program. But anyway, I was reading this book, listening to it on Audible, and experiencing the worst pain from after 3 months. I still didn't heal from my surgery. And here she is in my ear telling me that she can heal anything using QHHT. And I don't know why it didn't occur to me sooner, but I was like, oh, I should try this. So I found a practitioner in Oakland, and she's still practicing her name's Kaya. She's pretty cool. And I went to her, and I had some healthy skepticism. I just didn't know. I didn't know what this was going to be about. And all this money, I want to make sure it's going to work. So I have this experience, and it was crazy. I mean, it was so. I was transported, and it was so impactful emotionally. And the lives that I had, 2 former lives that I had experienced, and then I have a ton of questions for my higher self during the session. And afterward, I walked out of there, and in Dolores' book, she explains that her clients don't remember anything when they wake up. Now, I've since learned after going through the training that in the 60s, 70s, 80s, humanity just wasn't aware enough to have these really crazy experiences during hypnosis and remember it. So they kind of went into hypnotic amnesia. But especially after 2012, humanity's vibration is kind of advanced along the way. And so now more people are remembering. But when I first got out of hypnosis, I was driving home, and I was like, I don't even think at the time I just made all that up. It was so egotistical to me because there's no way I could have made up that beautiful story, those stories, and woven them into my biggest life lessons in a matter of hours. If somebody had asked me to write a book with a moral of the story and it relating to the biggest issues that I had in my life, and there's just no way it would take years for me to develop a story and feel it from such an internal perspective. So I told God or my higher self or whoever I was talking to in the universe, I'm gonna need proof. Well, while I was under, I was speaking my dog's soul. One of my dogs would not stop barking, and we tried everything, and he would not stop. And so, while I was under, and I was speaking with his soul, I said, "What can we do to help you stop barking?" He explained why he wants to be the one. He wants to be the one to notify us of danger. That's a very important job that he wanted to do. But I was like, okay, but we don't always need to do that. So what can we do? And he said, use the command silence. And I was like, okay. And my other dog, she did not want to urinate on our deck, or go back there every day. So she wanted to be on a walk every couple hours. And I was working full time. I couldn't do that. So I said, please, Laura, please, can you just try to go. She's like, I don't want to get splashing on my feet. But I'll try.
I'll try.
The next, so I didn't tell anybody that this would be my group. I said, if this is real, Little will stop barking when I say silence, and Lola will go to the bathroom. And the next day was Halloween. I was that excited. I love Halloween. But I was also waking up because my dog was barking. So I decided that I was going to yell silence. And they're downstairs in their crate. So I yelled silence and he stops. Literally the first time that I've ever said one command, one time, and he stops barking. I was shocked. So I was like, okay, come on, let's go potty. I was like, well, I guess that's real. Now, at the end of the session, I still had pain. But about 2 weeks later, that pain had fully resolved. And even then, I was thinking, well, I could have just healed. Maybe I just needed 2 extra weeks to heal. But I felt great. I felt, oh my God, like I felt like lighter right after the session. I felt happy for the first time in a long time. It was just a big energetic difference for me, even though I still had the pain. And then it slowly kind of fizzled out. And 2 years later, I had to have a very similar surgery for the same recurrence of the tumor that I had. But I did not discover that I had the tumor again with the pain. The pain has been gone, even though that problem came back. So I had another surgery and I've been great ever since. But that pain never came back. Now I realized I made an error. I should have asked for no pain. Because when I went to the session, I asked for no, if my tumor was in my uterus. So I had a lot of pelvic pain. I asked for to heal that specific thing. So I should have asked for no pain in general. There's other things that happen. But anyway, that's how I got into this. So about a year later, my daughter ended up getting sick. And it was very serious. And immediately when she got sick, I went back to her. And the crazy thing about that experience was I did not get the answers that I wanted. I wanted to know what was wrong with her. I wanted a cure, medication that can help, and there was none of that. And instead, the answer was she needs to have more fun. She needs to do things that she enjoys more and bring joy and happiness into her life. And she needs to have a creative outlet. And you need to let her have a YouTube channel. Now, she's a child. I was like, no, my child is not going to be on the internet for people to have access to. But this ended up to be part of her life force, the creative force that she needed in order to move and shift the energy that was making her sick. I did not understand that session until 18 months later when I re-listened to my recording and I was mad at first. I was like, why didn't I get the answer? Why didn't I get the cure? I didn't believe that was going to be the cure. Like happiness and fun, okay, great. But like, how was I going to feel her? Which makes a lot of sense energetically, but you know, there's a real problem that my daughter's having right now. I want that problem solved. So 18 months later, I listened, and what is mind blowing is that these outcomes and the recordings are timeless. So as life progressed and we got the formal diagnosis, mind you, when her doctor from Stanford Children's Hospital came to us and said she needs to have more fun, let her go to the gymnastics class. I was like, you're kidding me, right? But 18 months later, I re-listened and things had developed over that time that I would never have understood at the time of the session. And when I re-listened, I was like, oh my gosh. I mean, this is timeless. That energy, the information that you get, the healing that you get in the readings, not readings, but in the hypnosis session, it carries you, and you could re-listen to the recording and still receive benefit and still receive insights. That was so powerful, and that's when I decided to get certified. And I needed to stop working to care for my daughter anyway. Didn't know if I'd be able to go back to a full-time job. She was in a wheelchair. She was not speaking. So I was faced with, what do I do with my career? And I was like, you know what, this will be great because I can do it part-time on days where my husband's home and he can care for her at that time. She's been in remission for 2 years. So thank you, God. I still am doing this. So, my sessions are full day. I am offering a special today, $100 off. Normally it's $500, so prepaying $200 today will get you a $400 session. I do not have a time limit. I've had 5-hour sessions. I've had 12-hour sessions. It just depends on how much you want to go into your story and how much we're exploring that day. But my goal is to complete the session. So you come with a list of questions, you come with a list of topics, and we explore those while you're under hypnosis, and you're basically channeling. So if you've ever channeled before, it's like you're an observer and the information is coming through you. It's your own higher self. It's no other being or anything. It's you. But it's such a different experience than doing a psychic reading, because in a psychic reading, I'm the one telling you. But in this situation, it's you. And you may or may not even remember, which is even more crazy. You have a question?
If I have a client that they simply won't go under
It's very rare. And you would be surprised how easy it is to be put under hypnosis. You have free will, so you can stop it. If you're not willing to let go. I love telling the story of one of the first clients that I had. So she was my third time that I did it when I was an intern. My first was my husband, he was one that did not remember anything. The second was my mom. She had a hard time, but there was conflict of interest because things that she wanted to work on had to do with her and me, So she couldn't really relax fully. It would have been better with a stranger. But this third person, I didn't know her. And she, without divulging too much, thought that she had repressed some memories that she didn't want to confront. And it had to do with a family member. So she really held on tightly. In that session, my spirit guided me to do energy work on her, which worked because it woke her up. So she got on a light level of hypnosis, but I was feeling her energy, and she just had so much blockage in her. I whacked some energy here out, and she sat up, and she's like, "What did you just do?" There was a yellow ball of fire that just went out through my feet, and I'm like, "I removed your energy in your chakra," and she was really felt better after that. But I was not satisfied because I didn't get to ask her questions. She wasn't fully under. So I'm like, you know what? I left there and I'm thinking, do I know what I'm doing? Like, I'm an intern, only I know that I'm trained, but what the heck? Like, how come she didn't go under? I was like questioning, is this the right thing? Am I doing the right thing? And so I was like, I'm gonna come back. And so I came back in 5 weeks. I gave her list of questions, said, hang on to it. And when I came back 5 weeks later, I said, okay, we're gonna kind of pick up where we left off. Let's see your questions again. We're gonna go over them and adjust if we need to. And during that whole 5 weeks, I was questioning my path. Like, am I the right person to be doing this? What if I don't know what I'm doing? Is this even working? And I think the heavens, because when I sat down with her, I went over each question, like, oh, that question was answered. Every single one of her questions in that 5 weeks had been answered. And I was like, okay, it's not about me. It's about this work that you're contracting with your higher self to do, and my higher self and your higher self and everything, all the heaven teams are working together to get you the information that you need and the experience that you need. So I never doubted it again. And I'm grateful that that happened at the very beginning of my journey. So now if there's a difficult case, I fully surrender to what that person's experience is going to be, because it's bigger than even just that one session. This is an energetic exchange that's happening, and your intention to want to do it will bring in the help that you need to get through. So today we're going to be doing a group half-life regression hypnosis. It is a light level of hypnosis, so it is more like a guided meditation. Imagination is extremely important, and we're given permission to imagine everything. It doesn't have to be real. That's not what's important. It's the experience and the information and the even just being in that energy can help shift things. This can be a very powerful method, though. So don't be surprised if you do experience emotion, because
we can use this opportunity to clear stuck patterns, emotional blockages, and put the pieces together in a way that maybe you haven't had before. And so it is common that you would perhaps, have emotion, which is totally fine. And I would ask that everybody respect this space as one of compassion and love, so that people can have that experience without feeling judged or feeling weird. And it might not fit. It might just be easy and fun. Who knows? It's all up to you guys. So when it is a script. It's Dolores' script that she developed. It's a little bit different, but very similar to kind of what we do in person. In person, obviously, it's going to be very specific to you, very detailed, very tailored. This is a general thing, so just go with it. And if you don't have an experience, that's okay. You are going to have, she in her script, she says that you will have a connection with the other side, kind of opening a portal today for about 3 days. And so if the answers don't come today, you might find yourself having dreams, you might have yourself having interactions with people that bring some insights, you might have realizations or downloads. So just be open for the next couple of days and open right now to see what is going to happen. Any questions before we begin? Okay. If I miss anything that I want to just read what she read right here. It says some of you might have had the regression experience where one life after another you found yourself in a lifetime void of relationships, loneliness, depression. These are patterns of loneliness, depression being brought up to be released. So whatever's bringing up, it's not to remind you, oh, you're just always living lonely or depressed. No. It's so that we can release it, and that's the beauty of this. Is whatever is being brought up is there to see, release, surrender, and bring in new energy. And sometimes having a different perspective can help you see something in a different light. That's really the beauty of kind of what happens when we go. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to do is just a little bit of an exercise to see how easy it is to visualize. I will ask that you turn your phone ringers off so that it doesn't disturb people who are meditating. And then if you care to, at the end of this, you can jot down some of your experiences in your phone, or if you have paper and pen, that's fine too, just so you can remember it, because it will fade like a dream, usually. Sometimes it's very impactful and you'll never forget it, but a lot of times in this light bubble of meditation, it may have the tendency to kind of fade like a dream, so you can write it down afterward. So when you're just going to go with whatever comes, don't judge it. Everything is possible. Everything is welcome. So don't judge it. Don't try to course correct. Just surrender. Let whatever senses that you were experiencing happen. But I do want you, when we go through this guided visualization exercise, go with it. But when you see things, put action into it. Use all of your senses. So if you're on the street corner and there's a hot dog vendor, smell it. See if you can access some of the different senses, that you have as you fill these scenes full of details. And yeah, the point is just to get all your senses activated. Okay, so we're going to close our eyes. Up here. You're standing on the corner of a very busy street in a big city. There's a lot of traffic. There's a lot of noise. A lot of things going on. See the scene and fill it full of lots of details. Sounds, sights, and smells. You're standing on the corner of a busy street in a big Now leave that scene and you're standing on a pier, looking out at the water. It's a fishing pier. Maybe there are boats in the water. Maybe there are people fishing, but you're looking out at the water as you stand. Now leave that scene and you're standing in a train station. You're on the platform of a train station. There's a train coming down the track. You can see it and you can hear it. Try to feel the vibration of the platform as the train comes closer and pulls into the station. You're standing on the platform watching the train. Now leave that scene and you're riding on a carousel. Merry-go-round, just like you did when you were a child. You can see the horses. You can see them as they go around and around and around. You can hear the music and feel the motion. The horse you're on goes up and down and around. You are reliving being on the carousel again. This time, see yourself eating a meal. See the ones around you. It may be the last meal you ate today, or it may be a meal from a special occasion when you had family there. But see yourself eating a meal and see the people with you. Try to smell the food and even taste the food if you can. You are eating a meal. All right, now when you're ready, you can come back to this room and open your eyes. These are exercises that we just did to the right side of your brain working. This is the side that we use in our dreams, the symbols. Was anybody able to hear the train or see a train? Was it a newer train or an older train? Cow train. Exactly. Yeah. What about the fishing pier? Did anybody see any ships or anything? What about the food? Did you smell it? Anybody? So that's exactly what we're trying to do, is just activate our imagination. And the most important thing is to just let whatever comes come. Don't try to judge it or control it. Just be curious. Be curious about it. So we're going to the regression part of it now. take a deep breath and breathe out. Close your eyes. Relax. I want you to see the outside of the place where you live, house, apartment, wherever it is. You see this every day. See the outside place where you live. Now go into the place you live. See the door, how you go in. Go into the place that you live. The first room that you come into. What is in that room? Look around, fill it with as many details as you can. Now go into the kitchen. Where's the stove located? Refrigerator. See where you eat your meals. And go into the bedroom where you sleep now. The bedroom where you sleep. What furniture is in that room? Fill it full of details. Color of the walls. Art is on the wall. Pictures. Look at the walls of the room. Find a wall that does not have a door. A wall in the room that does not have a door. And make a door in the wall. Make a door appear in the wall that normally does not have a door. Color is that door. How big is it? Shape. What's the handle look like? In a moment, we're going to open the door. Go ahead and open it. And when you open the door, you see steps going down in front of you. Begin to walk down the steps. At the bottom, a long hallway going away from you. A long hallway. Begin walking down the hallway. There's enough light that you can see where you're going. Continue walking down the hallway. The distance, you can see at the end of the hallway, there's an opening. You can see light down there. There's an opening at the end of the hallway. Walk toward that opening. Walk down the hallway toward the opening at the end. In a moment, you will reach the end of the hallway. You're there at the opening at the end of the hallway. And you're standing in front of the opening. This is the doorway. The opening to the past. So when you step through the opening, you will be in another time, another place where there's information for you. In a moment, you will step through the opening. Three. Step through the opening. 1, 2, 3. Now you have stepped through the opening. Are you inside or are you outside? Become aware of your surroundings. Familiarize yourself with where you are. Sort of things fill the space. Are there people or is it just you? Look around you. See where you are. Now become aware of yourself, your body, kind of clothes are you wearing? Are you wearing anything on your feet? Jewelry? Are you male or female? Young or old? I'm very familiar and aware of this new body. I want you to go to the place where you live in that new body, the place where you eat and where you sleep. Stand in front of that place. What does it look like from the outside? What is it made of? What color is it? How do you get in? Now go inside this place where you live. What rooms are there? Furniture. What does it look like? Smell like? How do you feel inside of there? Where do you cook your food? Take a moment to explore. See yourself eating a meal. What kind of food are you eating? Is there anyone sitting with you, eating with you? If there is anyone living with you in this place, you will see them with you now. And you'll be able to identify their connection with you. See if anyone is sitting with you. All right, now leave that scene. I want you to see what it is that you do. How do you spend the majority of your time? You have a job, an occupation? What takes up the majority of your time? See yourself doing it now. All right, we're going to leave that scene and move to an important day. A day that you consider to be important when something important is happening. You're moving to an important day. You are there now. What is happening? What do you see?
We're going to leave that scene and move forward again to another important day. Another day when something else is happening that you consider to be important. You've gone forward to another important day. What is happening now and what do you see? All right, now leave that scene and let's move forward one more time. Another important day. Day that you consider to be important when something else is happening. Another important day. What is it that you see now? Now leave that scene and I want you to move forward to the last day of your life in this lifetime that we're looking at. The last day of your life, and let's see what happens to you. It won't bother you at all. You can watch it as an observer if you want to. You've gone forward to the last day of your life. You can see what is happening to you on that day. The last day of your life. Now, whatever has already happened, and you're on the other side of it. You're out of the body, and you're on the other side of it. It's already happened. From that position, you can look back at the entire lifetime and see it all from a different perspective. Was there anyone in that lifetime that you now know in your present lifetime? If there is, you will make it. Every lifetime has a lesson. Every lifetime has a purpose. As you look at that lifetime, what was the lesson to be learned? What did you learn from that lifetime? Trust anything that comes into your mind. All right, now we're going to turn around and we're going to come back into this room. I'm going to count to 10, and on the count of 10, you will be wide awake and feeling wonderful all over, remembering everything you've seen, so you can write it down if you wish. It will be in your memory, so you can write it down. You're becoming conscious of this room again.
You're back here in this room, and as I count to 10, you will be back in your body and can open your eyes, remembering what you've seen. 1, 2, you're beginning to breathe a little faster. The blood's beginning to circulate a little faster because you're beginning to wake up now. 3, 4, becoming aware of the physical body, very much aware of the physical body. You could move your arms and legs around and get the blood circulating again because you're back here now. You're beginning to wake up now. 5, 6, you're becoming aware of the sounds in the room. You know there are people sitting around. You're very much aware of your physical surroundings because you're oriented back here now in this time and this place, and you're waking up now. 7, 8, you're coming up very nicely now, very nicely. 9, 10, wide awake, feeling wonderful all over and remembering everything that you saw. Welcome back. Anybody like to share the experiences? Who have an experience? Let's just start. You want to share?
Sure. I had while we were coming down the steps, I was in the bomb shop, and I was dressed in like female army. It was very small, and I said to go outside, and it was planks on top of it, like under in the ground bomb shelter was the outside.
Wow.
And then, when it was we were eating, I was having to open the can. There's no way they'd heat anything up, but I was eating out of the can.
Oh my gosh.
And my work was something in the winter.
Wow.
And it was just, and anyway.
Did you see how you passed in that life?
Like I was like a little woman, and I was walking along, and I just kind of shrieked.
Oh.
I shrieked. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, thank you for sharing.
Anybody else have an experience that was interesting? You don't have to share. Well, I hope that that was helpful in some way for you. And if you'd like to explore a deeper experience, I do my sessions in person in San Jose. I'm on Hamilton Avenue, familiar with San Jose, by eBay, near there. And I also do psychic readings and sound healing. I do psychic readings over the phone or in person. So let me know if you're interested in that. And I hope that it's a great experience for you. And let me know if you have any questions. Thank you so much.
Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for light mirror reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for light mirror reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters, Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for Light Mirror Reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for Light Mirror Reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV.
Let's see, I'm showing up all good on my end, but I will check it out, and I hope you can hear me now. Oh my goodness. I will continue oh, it's working now. Yay! Thank you, Manuel.
Oh, he's so
amazing. I'm going to start again. I'm so honored to introduce Tara to you all. Tara got initiated into Kundalini Kriya Yoga in 2017. Since practicing Kriya Yoga, Tara has experienced life-shifting benefits such as connection with soul guidance, profound peace, better physical, emotional, and mental health, freedom from attachments, reduced painful experiences, and more compassion toward others. That sounds like a dream. Tara believes that Kundalini Kriya Yoga, an ancient science of transformation that has been practiced for thousands of years by saints and prophets, is the answer to our prayers, or an answer to our prayers, for love, peace, healing, prosperity, and enlightenment. And so today with Tara, we will awaken that Kundalini energy so that we too can experience that sense of peace and joy and live to our highest potential. Who doesn't want that? So without further ado, let's welcome Tara.
thank you, Barbara. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Hi, my name is Tara, and this name was given to me by my master, Yogi-Raj Siddhanath. He is a Himalayan master. He's been teaching Kundalini Kriya Yoga for the past, I would say, 50 years. He's about 81 right now, and I am a disciple of him, and I'm certified to teach Kundalini Kriya Yoga. He is a master, and I am a teacher. So I just want to let you know, a master transforms, a teacher informs. So when you attend his retreats, just by looking at you, he's working on you. He's not doing physical work. The teacher, we teach the technique. So after he initiates you into the sacred science, then we teach you the technique. And that's what it is. And I just wanted to say the soul cry. This is what our soul is crying for. Humanity, our uniting religion, more unification in humanity. Breath, our uniting prayers, and consciousness, our uniting God. Before I was introduced to Master Yogi-Raj Siddhanath, I thought God was a man with a white beard, and living somewhere in heaven, But what I learned from him is consciousness is God, and Shiva, and I don't know if you guys heard of the name Shiva. Shiva is just means, or God, integrated consciousness of the universe, because we are, each one of us is a spark of that consciousness, and when we meditate, when we go within, we can connect with that consciousness, and that is the collective consciousness. And then our purpose is to meditate it to the furthering of human awareness. And that is one of our missions, meditate it to the furthering of human awareness. So it used to be man, the brute, to man, the man. That's where most of us are. And the next race is going to be the next race of enlightened being, man, the God. So that's regardless of whether you know it or not. The divine mission is to bring peace to the world and bring in what you call enlightened being. Okay, and that is why I'm here with the mission to help promote Kundalini Kriya Yoga. Now, have you guys heard of Kundalini? Any of you heard of Kundalini? No, no, you have. No, you have. Okay, so Kundalini is the power within you. You know, you heard a lot. There's a power within you that is so powerful, that is so. It's like it brings out the best in you. So Kundalini that energy resides in all of us at the root chakra. And I don't know if you guys heard of chakra. Okay, good. So it's at the root chakra in every one of us, in all human beings. And in most of us, it's sleeping, like a sleeping beauty. It's like, you know. And when we awaken that energy in us, it cleanses all our chakras, our nadis, and help clear a lot of our problem, like emotional problem, mental problem, physical problem. And that is that energy, that Kundalini, the divine mother energy that is in all of us at the root chakra. And Kundalini Kriya Yoga is a practice that helps to awaken that Kundalini. Okay. Now, in order for it to awaken naturally and safely, you want to be initiated by a living Kriya Yoga master. And he is a living Kriya Yoga master. And this ancient science has been around for thousands and thousands and thousands of years in the time of Shiva, Krishna, Buddha, Christ. So he's bringing back the sacred science to humanity now. The things that it can do at the spiritual level is evolve our consciousness. Like I said, we are working toward from man the brute to man the man to man the God. So we are working toward that. That is our mission. And you can tell a lot of people in other world are man the brute, and then most of us are in the man, but we are heading toward man the God, which is God realization. Okay, and he lived in India, but comes to America once a year in the summer. So I strongly encourage you to attend his retreat, because sitting in front of enlightened master is a big blessing for your soul. Like he could, if you have some kind of blockages in your spiritual path, he can look at you and work on you right when he's talking to you, or even when he's not paying attention. You're not paying attention, but he sees everything and can work and remove that blockage for you, so that you can pursue the spiritual path. Because believe it or not, every one of us, our soul, we're all here to evolve our consciousness, our soul. Okay, and some like the slow path, some like the medium path, and some like the fast path. So Kundalini Kriya Yoga is known as the lightning path. So it's like the rocket ship. Okay, if you want a very fast transformation, this is the path that you want to take. So there are many paths to the same destination, which is enlightenment, freedom from mind, freedom from thought, bliss, moksha. So just many paths. It depends on what path you want to take. So I'm here to tell you that Kundalini Kriya Yoga is a safe path and the lightning path to self-realization, to realize your true self, which is God in physical form. Okay. Have you heard Kundalini Kriya Yoga? No? Okay. So I just wanted to, in general. Okay. Now, let me just tell you, 8 years ago, I had no idea what Kriya Yoga was, or who Master Yogi Raj Siddhanath was. I was a nurse working per diem at a hospital. I was raising 3 children, but I was volunteering at a temple. And he, sent a messenger to me. And that messenger told me about Kundalini Kriya Yoga and him. So I went directly to his ashram in India to meet him. So me being Asian, I was like going to a foreign country by myself. It was really scary time for me. And it happened to be also Valentine's Day and also Chinese New Year. So I felt such a strong calling to go meet him that I apologized to my family and my husband that I had to go. So that's what I did. So I went to meet him, but my first impression of him is that he's just an old man who talks. So that was my first impression of him. And I'm like, why does his disciple love him? You know, because at the ashram they love him so much they follow him. But so I see it, he just sit and talk, you know. And so after the ashram, he took us to the Himalaya, because it's usually about 3 weeks retreat, about 10 days at his ashram, and then about 7-10 days at Himalaya. So he'll take you to different sites, sacred sites that been around for ages, a long time, like sacred temple. Yeah. And when he took me to the Himalaya, he played a trick on me, and I knew then that he was more than what he's showing me. Yeah. And so, and then as I continue to practice Kriya Yoga, I just have more faith in him. And when I got home, I was just thinking in my head that he will protect all his disciples who work for him. Right there and then, my house shook. Like, ooh, and I was like, oh my God, what happened? And so it was a 3.9 earthquake. So I believe it was an exclamation mark for me that yes, he will protect his disciple who work for him. Okay, and so just things like that, more and more, he helped me to have more faith in him and to serve his mission, and that is to help bring about earth peace through self peace. And the Kundalini Kriya Yoga is a sacred science. It's a spiritual tool to bring that to everyone. And when you practice Kundalini Kriya Yoga, it helps you cleanse the mind. Okay, because the root cause of most illness, if not all illness, are due to the mind. Okay, mental. So Kundalini Kriya Yoga uses the breath to cleanse the mind. Okay, and that's how. And then as you inhale up, you're evolving your consciousness. We're all evolving, right? We're evolving to man, the God. And as you breathe down, you're burning past negative karma. Everything in your life today is due to karma. Everything, good or bad, everything is due to your karma. And you have done a lot in this lifetime and past lifetime that you don't know that there's a lot of karma that you need, that you will have to live out. So when you do Kriya Yoga, you're actually being given a gift to burn your karma so that you don't have to live out that karma that you did. Okay, so like for example, your karma, you're going to get into a car accident. But if you practice Kriya Yoga, instead of a big car accident, you can have maybe a flat tire, something minor, but not major. So it can notify and change your destiny when you practice Kriya Yoga. So this is a sacred science and an ancient science. It's from the Nath lineage. So it's not something that he created or I developed and then teaching it to you. No, it has been around for thousands and thousands of years. And great masters like Krishna, Buddha, and Jesus all practiced this technique. And I'm sure at that time they were teaching their disciples to go around and teach humanity this so that we can bring love, peace, joy, health, and wealth, prosperity to the people. So that's what we're doing right now. Okay. And if you go to his website, he has events all over the world, like because he lived in India, so he has a lot more in India. But he does go to England, I think occasionally Germany, and then let me see where Italy, and then in America, he'll come and he usually goes to Northern California, so maybe Shasta, usually Shasta, or and then last year he was at Mount Madrona, which is very close to here. Yeah, he was just here in, I think it was July of Mount Madrona. Okay, and August he was in Southern California in Oxnard. So I usually follow him to the 3 retreats. So if you check out his website, Siddhanath.org, you will be able to have see all his events. And occasionally he will have Kundalini Kriya Yoga initiation online, depending because where he is, the time can be convenient for you. But he's having one in next week, October 4th. Unfortunately, for the Pacific Coast, it's 1 a.m. And then it'll take you like 2-3 hours. So it'll be, unless you're a nighttime person, but it's not convenient. But occasionally, depending on where he does do it. However, if you're not able to get the initiation from him online, I am teaching it at the nonprofit that I run called Enlightenment University in San Jose. And right now, I schedule it for every third Sunday between 2 and 5. So it's called Transforming Workshop, Peace Now with Kundalini Kriya Yoga, because that's everybody wants peace. Inner peace, outer peace. And that is the project that the nonprofit is working on, Peace Now with Kriya Yoga. And it says, bless your life and humanity with ancient practice. So when you practice this technique, you're not just blessing yourself, you're blessing humanity and your family. Because when you burn your karma, you also help the world's karma. Okay? Peace, love, health, prosperity, and enlightenment can all be yours. So it really depends on your practice. The more you practice, the more you benefit. And I used to, when I was younger, I wanted to be a healer. That's why I became a nurse to help people. But then I was like, I can only help 5 people or 8 patients a day. I'm thinking, like, hundreds or thousands of it. So I knew it wasn't my path. Plus, I kept getting injured on the job. So I knew it was not for me. So I was looking for another way, I guess, to fulfill my mission, divine mission. And when I was introduced to Kundalini Kriya Yoga, after 2 months of practicing, I quit my nursing job and just followed him for the past 8 years to promote Kundalini Kriya Yoga. Okay, and at the event, the workshop, I will be teaching you 4 techniques. And the first technique is called Omkar Kriya, and Kriya means a practice. Kriya, that's what it just means, to do. Okay, Yoga is union. So you're uniting is a practice to unite your consciousness with the universal consciousness. Okay, and I wanted to read you his long explanation of what yoga is. Okay, yoga is the ascent going up, ascent of one's consciousness through ever more refined and ever more expanded spheres of mind to get to the God essence lying at the core of one's own being. So that is what yoga is. You're cleansing the mind more and more and more until you get to your own true self, which is the God within you. And it is a ancient science, and it's a science because it has been proven to work. So it's not some bogus just making claims. Okay, it has been around. It's been proven to work, and that's why it's called a sacred science, an ancient practice. Okay, so you want to practice something that brings blessing to you and to humanity, and also heal your body, physical body, emotional body, mental body, and I think you have astral body, so you have actually many bodies. So what you call invest in something that is lasting. Okay, so I really strongly recommend for you to practice Kriya Yoga to cleanse the mind, because the more your mind is clear, the more you can, what you call it, hear the divine guidance, hear your soul, know what you're doing, and you feel really good doing what you're doing. If I don't feel good at what I'm doing, I would not be sacrificing this weekend. Rather spend time with my husband, going to the beach, going shopping, and not, sacrificing my time to promote Kriya. And not only that, to have a nonprofit to promote my master, so that we can promote it to more people. So that's why I invested. Enlightenment University was established right at the time of COVID 2020, January of 2020. So it has been a very tough role for me, especially when it first started. But I feel like I'm just getting started. Okay. So at the workshop, I will be teaching you 4 techniques. One, it's called basic technique called the Omkar Kriya, and that is the sound of creation. So you're using the sound of creation because everything in the world is made of sound and vibration. So you want to use a sacred sound to cleanse your chakra. Okay, you need to cleanse your chakra, and then eventually it will cleanse your body. Okay, because a lot of the technique that we do, we just heal the physical body, but we don't heal the emotional, mental, or the spiritual body. And then the Shiva Shakti Kriya, this is the one that at the physical level, it rejuvenates your body. And at the as you inhale and then as you exhale, it detoxify your body. So it's a detoxification and rejuvenating technique at the physical level. At the spiritual level, that's when it's going to evolve your consciousness faster and faster to God, to man the God. Okay, and as you exhale, you're destroying your negative karma, dissolving it. So this is a blessing from the master, great master, and Maha Avatar Babaji. And I don't know if you heard of Maha Avatar Babaji, but if you read the book Autobiography of a Yogi, that is the Babaji that was written about. And this is his blessing to humanity, Kundalini Kriya Yoga. And this is an ancient science to awaken the divine power within you, the Kundalini, to bring blessings to your life. Okay. And then the Maha Mudra, that's the third technique. That technique helps to ground you and also cleanses all your nadis. Because we have like 72,000 nadis. We have actually many nadis, but the main one are the 72,000 nadis. And we need to, it's like our veins and arteries in the spiritual body. Because, when you know your arteries or your vein have problem, you know you're going to have problem, right? So you need to cleanse your nadis too, not just the chakras, okay? And the Paravasta is the last technique that we teach you, where you just be present, being present in the now, which is you're just enjoying what you've done. Like you put all the ingredients into making a cake, and now you're eating the cake. So that's what Paravasta is. You've done all this practice, and now you're just relaxing and enjoying the fruit of your practice. So yeah. So if you're interested, I will be teaching it at Enlightenment University in San Jose every third Sunday from 2 to 5. In the winter, unless I am going to India, I'm going to India for the past 7 years. in February for Mahashivratri and the Himalaya trip. And then in the summer, I will be going to a place in Shasta. I don't know if you ever heard of Shasta. Okay, Shasta is the root chakra of Mother Earth. Okay, so it needs to awaken because like what you call like heaven, whatever happened in heaven will happen on Mother Earth. So Kundalini resides in Mount Shasta. So that's where I'm going to go most of the time in the summer. And I will be having a retreat there starting next year where we will do 3 nights of intensive Kriya Yoga, where we practice Kriya Yoga morning, like about an hour, hour and a half in the morning, and then an hour and a half in the evening. And then in between, you get to do sacred site, do your stuff. But that's mainly what we were doing intensive and to burn away our karma, evolve our consciousness faster. And it will be at a retreat called Healing Water Shasta. And I will be in there. But now in the summer, unless I follow when I'm not there, I will follow Master Srinath and attend his retreat. Okay, but I will be in 2 places in San Jose because this is my where my family live. But Healing Water Shasta is a place that we're working on to build the next enlightened community. And I call it the project. It's going to be another project from a nonprofit called the Land of Hamsa. And I don't know if you know the word Hamsa, Hamsa. It stands for the soul. It means I am that I am. So it's the land of liberated being. And that is my mission that I'm working on with a lot of other volunteers. So if you come, when you come, you're helping with that mission. And I just finished this flyer last night, like at 11 p.m. and 12. So I only have 1 or 2 sheets. But next time I will. But if you just take a picture, yeah, you can what you call register. And that place is very small, maximum maybe 12 people. So it's not a big retreat, very limited space. And it's to, let me just read what this rigorous intensive is for accelerated transformation. And we will dissolve karma, evolve consciousness, and profoundly heal your mind and body because you're doing it. Yeah. And this practice is your foundation to attain self-realization and become a hero for humanity. For healing yourself, you help heal the world. So this is the other project that I'm working on. Kundalini Kriya Yoga Intensive, heal yourself, heal the world. So I hope you join in the mission. Okay. So anybody have any questions? And it's very simple. Kundalini Kriya Yoga is all about your breath. We teach you a technique where you, of course, concentration, and you breathe up and down the Sushumna canal. I don't know if you guys heard the Ida, Pingala, the Ida and the Pingala. Those are the 2 main nadis, okay? And most of us, our energy goes out, Ida and Pingala, left and right. And so that's why there's, I heard duality, but if you bring both energy into the Sushumna, we're going to reality, which is singular, which is where what we call God. What we call God is the reality. Okay? If you don't have any questions, we are going to practice a very simple meditation called the Siddhanath Golden Lotus. It is, of course, developed by Master Yogaraj Siddhanath, and it is an introductory meditation to Kriya Yoga. Okay.
I was curious that when you said you were, when you met the master, that, I don't know, if you were guided there, somebody physically told you about?
Yeah, well, I told you the messenger, he sent one of his disciples to
Okay,
where
that was a
I,
physical person.
yeah, it
Okay.
was, yeah, it was a physical person.
But you hadn't heard.
I have, yeah, what happened was he attended a retreat in Shasta and he came to a Vietnam town in San Jose, and he was at a cafe shop just doing on his laptop. And this owner cafe shop came and told him, hey, there's temple in the back of Walmart. I don't know if you guys been there. There's actually a temple behind Walmart, and he's like, oh, okay. So he went there and he met the owner out in the garage, in the parking lot, and he asked if there's any meditation class, and she told him to come back at 7. And then he came back at 7, and I was in that same class. He sat next to me, and then at the end of the meditation, we asked him, like, how did you hear about this class? Because it's just word of mouth. It's not advertising or anything. He said, oh, the owner at the cafe shop told me. And then I said, oh. And then he said, I said, who sent you here? He said, Buddha. I'm like, okay, Buddha sent you. I want to talk to you. And then he came back the next day. And that's when he told me about Kundalini Kriya Yoga and Master Sadhana. And then I just have this strong feeling. I had to go. So I just went, I think 6 months later, he came in August and told me I got initiated in October. And when I say initiation, it's just initiation for your soul. During the initiation, I will play a video that he will be talking, and he will breathe to your breath. Meaning, like, you listen, and if you're very sensitive, he'll enter your body and jumpstart your Kundalini. Like, because his Kundalini is awakened, so he can jumpstart your Kundalini to awaken, to start, and then you practice, and then it will be awakened. So it's like most of us, battery are dead. You need someone with a charged battery to awaken, to start your car. And that's what initiation is. It's just a jump start for you to go back to start your spiritual path. I would say back home, because that's all where every one of us is working toward. Home, wherever home is love, peace, joy, health, bliss, bliss, moksha. So that is, yeah. So any questions? No? Okay, I'm gonna put this chair over here, and we're just gonna practice a very simple technique. And this technique, what you want to do is pay attention to your breath, okay? We're visualizing the Siddharnath Golden Lotus in our heart chakra, okay? And each time you inhale, you're gonna open the petal of the lotus, and you're mentally just saying Sa, okay? And then as you exhale, you're gonna close the petal of the lotus, and you're mentally saying Hum. So Hamsa, and it's Hamsa, but you're saying it reverse. Sa Hum. So Sa Hum means I am that I am, and that is another word for God, right? And God is consciousness, okay? The body is just a vehicle for the soul to incarnate and do the work that we need to do, evolve our soul and live a life of love, peace, and joy, because that's where we're heading. Celebrate life. And if you, get in touch with your soul, you will experience love, peace, profound. It's like, it's not of this world. It's just very profound. And it might just last a few seconds, because as you practice more, it will last longer. But it's something that is within you, okay? Not without. The answers lie within you, okay? So, I mean, we teachers help you get the technique, but you are the one, if you practice it, you will benefit, okay? Any questions? So, because I'm teaching, I talk a little bit more, but when you're doing it, you just Sa Hum. Sa Hum. Pay attention. You are the witness to the breath. Now, the witness is that you, the consciousness, the awareness, that's you. Okay? And the breath that's coming in, that's the spirit of God consciousness. That's the universal consciousness. So when you connect your consciousness with the universal consciousness, you can experience miracles like healing. You can do it, peace, joy, that's who you are. So you might get a glimpse of it today during your practice. When you go home, practice this technique. It's very simple. You just need to find 5-10 minutes and do it. If you do it at night before you go sleep, just make sure that the lotus opens towards your head and not towards the wall. Silly. Yeah, because it's going, that way. Okay? And if you forget the mantra hamsa or sa hum, you can say love as you inhale, and then peace, love and peace. Whatever word that brings you love and peace, do that. But it's a way to slow down your breath and get inward, connect with your soul, which is the hamsa, sa hum. Okay? Okay, let's chant Om to start the meditation. Om. Close your eyes. Mentally visualize a golden lotus in your heart chakra. You can put your hands on your lap, just in any comfortable position. Okay? Visualize a golden lotus in your heart chakra. Okay? And then each time you inhale, you're going to open the petal of the lotus and mentally say Sa. And you're going to hold it for about 5-10 seconds, filling every cell of your body with love, because everything in this world is love. And then you hold it for about 5-10 seconds, whatever is comfortable for you, and you're going to exhale down with hum. Okay? Now mentally say to yourself, golden lotus am I, who divinity breathes. Inhale up with Sa to open the petal, and exhale down with hum to close them. So inhale up with Sa to open the petal. Inhale as much love as you can for yourself. Exhale down with hum to close them. Remember to pay attention to your breath. If you have thoughts, it's okay. Bring it back to the sacred sound of Sa as you inhale, and hum as you exhale. Inhale up with Sa to open the petal. Fill every cell of your body with love. Exhale down with hum to close them. Inhale up with Sa to open the petal. Fill every cell of your body with love. Exhale down with hum to close them. I'm going to go quiet and let you practice on your own for a few minutes. So you're just saying Sa as you inhale, and then hum as you exhale to close the petal of the lotus. Ooh. Slowly, slowly open your eyes. Take a deep breath and ground yourself. Ooh, perfect timing. That was my alarm. 2:45. Because I have to end at 2:50, 5 minutes. Whew. So let's chant Om to end the session. Okay, how is it for you? Did you feel the peace? Quiet? Yeah. I mean, everything takes practice, right? You can practice this technique anytime while you're waiting for a bus or something, or just when you're under stress. It does heal emotional problem and pain. So the more you practice it, you're opening your heart chakra, because we all go through pain in our life and we shut down. So it's good to practice a technique to open the heart chakra, and also heal your heart, heal your pain. So it's a simple technique but powerful, and it's a gift to humanity by Master Yogi Raj. So practice that anytime. But if you want to get initiated into Kundalini Kriya Yoga, we focus on breathing from the root chakra to the third eye to the root chakra. And the root chakra is where the Kundalini resides. So we need to awaken her to bring out our inner power, our divine self. And it's so important in this world. And I also want to let you know, when you practice Kundalini Kriya Yoga, it will help you to override a lot of the turbulence that's going to happen, or it's already happening right now in the next 7 years. So it will help you, because when humanity is in a state of turmoil, masters do come to earth to help bring peace to the world. And they work tirelessly, and they work like undercover. They will not let you know who they are, because if they do, then everybody, what you call. But yeah, he has been working tirelessly for the past 15 years to bring peace to the world. So please, if you can, practice Kundalini Kriya Yoga. And if anybody want this, to take this, if you decide to get initiated, it's $144 for the initiation, and then $144 for the initiation, and then after that you practice on your own. I don't know. I'm with the camera here. I don't want to be leaving. Oh, okay. You want? Yeah. And then after that, you practice online with me until you feel comfortable. But I also have online classes every week, every Wednesday, and we practice Kriya Yoga. So if you have any questions, you can ask then. And our goal is just for you to practice Kriya Yoga to, number one, burn your karma, so that you can have a better life. Whatever's blocking your path will be made smoother for you once you burn your karma, because karma is the blockages that create problem in your life. Yeah. So do that. Any questions? If you do, I have a table outside. So just come and maybe take a picture of the retreat if you're interested. For women, I think it's a very special place in Shasta. Okay. So thank you so much, and I hope to see you at one of the events. Oh, really?
Really cool. So
Yeah, have you heard of Healing Water of Shasta? Yeah, so that's the place I'm working on to be the land of Hamsa, liberate. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I just finished it, so I haven't put it on the website, but to register, I will have more updates. So, because that place is right next to, used to be known as Stewart Mineral Spring. So I think, yeah, I think just take that one is for the registration, but if you want to take a picture, it'll be in May of next year because I don't go up there in the winter. yeah. But yeah, in the summer, it's beautiful up there. So, and it's a beautiful place to visit because Mount Shasta has so many sacred sites. Oh, 250. Oh, my phone again. Okay, that's the end of the class. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited. On Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for Light Mirror Reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for Light Mirror Reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been.
I'm excited about what Victoria has to say, but it's also kind of scary because they know those intuitives, they find things out about you, and you have to be ready to face it.
This kind of just feels like a confirmation that I'm on the right path.
I don't think she recognizes the successes and the gains that she's had from all of these experiences. The world, all of us are so ready to receive the aligned you.
It's the most beautiful feeling there ever.
Yeah. It opens the door. She's holding the door so that you have that connection between you and the spirit world. And I feel like the archangels are like that for you.
She truly does tune into your energy with your guides.
You know, these things came off and they were hard-earned, hard-won things that we learned about life. So be gentle with yourself.
She gave me a little bit of a different perspective, and I realized that by embracing that perspective, it will really change the way I walk in the world.
I'm in heaven right now. Like, I love this so much.
Fulfillment is being at peace with who you are, where you are, and feeling like you've come home to yourself.
I feel joyful, but I feel authentically myself. I don't want to cry because I'm really happy.
Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for Light Mirror Reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on.
Hello, everybody. Hello, live streamers. Welcome back. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for everybody here joining us live today in this on this cloudy yet beautiful Santa Cruz day. We're really honored that you chose to spend your time with us, and I am just going to jump in because I want you to have as much time as possible with the next speaker. Oh, there's you can hear Winston, my pup. He's letting his voice be known. I'm so proud. I'm going to actually pick him up here. Ooh. Winston, say hi to everyone. There's Winston, everyone. I'm so proud to introduce Galaxy Starborn. Galaxy is an Akashic Records guide and starseed coach. Galaxy is non-binary and uses the pronouns Z and Zer. I pronounced Zer right?
Yes.
Or Galaxies. Certified in Akashic Records Soul Clearing with an MA in Transpersonal Psychology, Galaxy offers private sessions and classes to help clients get in touch with their soul gifts and purpose, connect with their starseed origins, and experience greater peace and joy on this planet. Galaxy has recently started incorporating galactic oracle cards into private sessions. Exciting. I would like to see those. A former classroom educator who has worked with thousands of students, many of whom had special needs and special gifts, Galaxy values each individual for their uniqueness and wants to bring out the best in each one. A co-author of the anthology Soul Biz, Galaxy is also the author of the upcoming children's picture book, Red Socks, Blue Socks.
Actually, it's been renamed.
Oh, it's been renamed. Did I get the wrong?
It's okay. It's okay. The new name is Socks Rock.
Socks Rock. I thought I had the right one pulled up.
That's okay.
So, I like that title so much.
Thank you.
Socks Rock. That's amazing. In which different sock characters coexist peacefully and are celebrated for their unique traits. I can't wait to read that. That's amazing. Galaxy has spoken at the Conscious Life Expo in LA and the New Living Expo in San Rafael. And Z is honored to be with us today at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo. And we are equally as honored to have her. And now, without further ado, I'll introduce my good friend, Galaxy.
Oh, thank you, Barbara. Well, it is great to be with you all today. Thank you for showing up for this talk on soulful mandalas. And I want to start by acknowledging this beautiful book, Healing Mandalas, that really touches into the essence of why I want to talk about mandalas today. You know, there's so much chaos in the outer world that I feel like it's really important for us to find whatever we can do to ground and anchor in the love and light we're here to bring in. And something that's fascinating when I started thinking about mandalas, like, well, basically, you know, what is it? A mandala is basically some sort of pattern or some sort of, we'll say pattern organized around a center point. Well, when there's chaos, what's the first thing that we can be invited to do? It's to find our center, right? And then I love how when we find our center, then like creation can unfold in this organized way. You know, like in the mandala, when you find the center here, and then there's this beautiful, way, which we have all this blue swirling around, or each of these mandalas here just shows how when we start from our center and work out, so much gorgeous amazingness can unfold. So I figure let's do that today. Let's start by finding our center. And for me, I'm going to say, let's find our heart, because I feel like the heart is meant to be our center of creation here in our time on Earth. And it's also that portal between our Earth body and our galactic dimensions. So I'll invite you to find your heart that's beating, the center of your body of creation. And let's take a moment to breathe in and out. And as you breathe in, feel yourself breathing in the light of a star. Light up your heart. And as you breathe out, allow yourself to breathe out anything that no longer serves you. Anything that just doesn't fit the pattern you're here to create. And as you breathe in, again, breathing in that light that created universes and worlds. Created you. Breathe out anything that doesn't fit the pattern that you want your life to be in. Let's just spend some time breathing in and breathing out. Breathing in and breathing out. And let's notice how our human body on some level is like a living mandala. You've got that center point in your heart, and then radiating from that all these arteries and veins, allowing the blood to flow through your body. Let's give some love to those arteries and those veins. and that blood that's flowing through. Let's see that circulation, the law of circulation. We bring in abundant life, abundant love. Everything can flow. And then let's also acknowledge the symmetry of our lungs. We breathe in and breathe out through those lungs. Let's feel that symmetry, that balance. Feel the ease with which you can breathe in and the equal ease with which you can breathe out. And now let's establish some symmetry between your head and your heart. Sometimes we may have felt that we were top heavy, that our head was leading the way. Let's see if we can make a unified circuit. Breathing love and light into your head, down to your heart, and up into your head, down to your heart. Feel an easy flow of energy from your head to your heart. And now let's imagine the symmetry of your legs. You've got that light and love in your heart. Let's feel it radiating down to your legs, anchoring you, anchoring your light on this planet in a balanced way. Let's take a moment to delight in this symmetry of the human body that allows you to stand and balance easily. That in fact allows you to stay balanced no matter what is happening in the outer. Breathing in, breathing out. Breathing in, breathing out. And now allow yourself to feel the symmetry of your arms. One arm on one side, one arm on the other side. Move your hands, wiggle your fingers. Feel that exquisite balance between left and right. Your left arm, your right arm. Just like that exquisite balance between your left leg, your right leg. Feel that with this balance in your human body, you can easily extend a hand out to give, and you can extend a hand out to receive. Your giving and your receiving can be balanced, can be in flow. And now let's establish this mandala of you as also having balance between heaven and earth, between the galactic dimensions and your earth body. So feel yourself fully in your human form and fully connected to the stars. Connected to earth, connected to the stars. Feel the balance that you bring between your physical embodiment and your galactic dimensions. And feel how when you are strongly anchored in your heart, there's a sense of balance and of oneness to everything. There's your left hand and your right hand, but they're balanced and they're part of the oneness. There's your left leg and your right leg, but they're balanced. They're part of the oneness. There's your left eye and your right eye, but they're balanced. they're part of the oneness. There's your left ear and your right ear, but they're balanced and they're part of the oneness. There's your head, there's your heart, but they're balanced. They're part of the oneness. There's your body, the physical part we can see. There's your soul. There's your galactic dimensions. They're balanced. They're part of the oneness. And take a moment to savor the mandala of you. You are a living mandala. Feel the symmetry, the delightful patterns of love and light flowing through you. And feel how when you move through the world as a living mandala, anything that just doesn't fit this pattern can just bounce off. You are here to be strong, a strong yet supple bearer of the light. You can maintain your field of pure love, pure light, pure mandala symmetry, regardless of what's going on around you. And let's bring in a temple guardian for each of you. Someone who can hold you as a mandala sacred. This may be an angel or an archangel, or a being who has crossed over that you feel connected to. But consciously call into your field a being of pure light, who loves and adores the sacred mandala that you are, and that is here to support you on your journey. And then let's notice how beautiful it is to be in a room with other living sacred mandalas, other beings devoted to living their lives in an organized way from love and light, while savoring the beauty of creation. I invite you to feel your hearts connecting to the other living mandalas in this room and beyond this room. And though there may be currents of disconnection, who seek to do something outside of the field of creation, let us stay in the field of creation and know that our love and light is stronger. It's the only true power. When we as sacred mandalas connect in a web of sacred mandalas, a web that goes around this universe, around this earth and around this universe and around the galaxy, we can help restore creation and symmetry to this field. We are powerful. In the true sense of the word. The power to create from joy. And take a moment to feel that power that you have coursing through your veins, bubbling up in your soul. You are a creative being. And let us welcome the birth of your sacred mandala, you as a living sacred mandala, in this moment. Whenever you feel ready, you can gently begin bringing your attention back to this room, knowing that this too is our moment of creation. This moment is ours to create from love and light, in symmetry and harmony. And so it is. I invite you just to take a moment to really breathe in what you just created, really anchor it in your heart. Maybe wiggle your fingers and toes, but I'm taking a moment just to stretch out and feel myself as a living mandala. You know, feel that symmetry. Feel that grace flowing through. Feel that union between heaven and earth. And maybe these arms are wings. And just to check in, does anybody have any experiences that they want to share? Okay, but welcome. Yes, go ahead. Oh. Okay. Well, thank you. No, I'm so glad you brought that forward. And you know, so basically, what we've been doing is a meditation of being the living mandala ourselves. You know, with our heart as our center, and then spreading out to our body, and noticing the symmetry of the human body, and just allowing that to flow through us in larger ways. And it's beautiful that your shoulder came into balance, because when we connect to our center, when we connect to our power to bring in love and light in an organized way, then bodies can get connected and magical things can happen. So I'm grateful that you had that experience. Yeah, awesome. Yay. Well, I have just a few books that have some beautiful mandalas that I just want to show for inspiration. Actually, I'll start with this one, the Mandala book, Patterns of the Universe. So just so we can be inspired, and we'll have a little time in a few minutes where you can look at pictures closer. But I, just love the colors, and here, the universe as a mandala. Flower as a mandala. Even Earth, looking at Earth as a mandala. Yeah, many beautiful flowers, and then works of art. Certainly, there have been many different cultures. There are many different cultures that have created mandalas. Here's in the Tibetan tradition. I do love the galaxy one. And then I also have been fascinated. This book showed many different ways to create them that just went, create a mandala out of anything, really. So here's one that made out of fruit. You can do, painting. Paper. This is drawing or stickers, but folded paper. Candle with a mandala. I mean, the possibilities are just really endless. And, when this topic came in for me, I was amazed how I started to see, once I started to see mandalas, it's like, oh, they're everywhere. I hadn't really thought of them as much before, but all of a sudden it's like, oh, wow, these patterns. So, and it's also interesting, what they say, what you focus on, what you appreciate appreciates. So in this larger perspective, if we focus on the chaos, then we're going to keep seeing more chaos. But if I set the intention every time I hear something chaotic, I focus on something that is bringing me order and peace, then that's what I also start to see more of. So really, I think we want to be really mindful these days of where we put our attention. And I love the fact that we can, in addition to being a living mandala, we can actually create a mandala. So I do want to spend some time today where you have that sacred time making your own. And there are a lot of different options. So one option, if you are digitally inclined, is to go to any number of websites where you can create a mandala. Two that I know offhand are mandalagenius.com. So it's MANDALA genius, GENIUS.com. And another one is mandalagaba.com, MANDALAGABA.com. So those are ways, if you are somebody who just prefers to do things electronically, or if you're watching the live stream and want to do it electronically, you can do it that way. At the same point in time, if you would like to do a way with paper, I do paper with me, and some colored pencils. So we can pass around a variety of different, choose your color, then pass on if you want to create one. And then we have colored pencils or crayons. This is for the group, so just maybe just choose whatever color you're most drawn to for now, or a couple colors, and then pass on, and then we can trade. Oops. There we go. There we go. Sure. And then if you want a surface to, does anybody want a surface to write on? So if you have a few magazines. Yeah. Sure. There you go. Okay. Here we go. Do you want a magazine to write on? Okay. All right. Do you want another? Here we go. All right. And do you want to? Oh yeah, you're right. That's right. You could do that. Well, let's see. I think a few people haven't gotten them yet, so maybe take a few for now, and then we can always trade off. Oh yeah, I think it's still coming around. And then if you would like inspiration, there are lots of books up here. And maybe if you just want to come up here if you want a book, because that way it might be easier. There you go. Yeah.
Can you talk at all about the star seed work that you do? Or
oh, sure, absolutely. Yeah, I was. I think it's going to do it a little bit more towards the end, just so that we can do this now. But yes, I do. Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. Yes, if anybody wants more crayons or colored pencils, they're up here.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, I do have a bunch of different books. So yeah, please feel free to come up. Sorry, if you missed that announcement. Yeah, feel free to come up and get a book if you'd like. That can give you some inspiration.
Here's your inspo. Yeah, you can make that.
Or a pattern. We can pick that. So we can pick the pattern.
Yeah, anything that you want to do that you want, if you feel inspired by that and you want to, copy that or whatnot, use it as inspiration. Or feel free to like take it back with you and look at it closer.
We're supposed to look for the pattern?
Well, I didn't give a terribly intellectual, description of mandalas. So basically, yeah, each one, I think yeah, this one, yeah, I mean, I think they're trying to help you find like, I don't know, kind of center and then patterns around. So anything really where you can find a center point and then organize some sort of patterns around. Like this, I think you can see it a little more clearly. It's a center here and there's all these patterns around. Or here, center and patterns.
Okay.
A lot of times it's in the form of a circle, but not always. Like you see how this isn't quite a circle. But there's always, that's the main thing, there's always a center point that it's organized around. And then just different patterns. And so many different ways to do it. I mean, between the colors, the shapes. But
yeah, I think we will try this one.
Okay, sure, go ahead. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. You get that?
I'm thinking we might take, I know we could probably spend a long time on our mandalas. What we might do is just take a minute or two more just to come to a stopping point, and then we can talk a little bit about the experience, and then we'll have to start wrapping things up. All right, great. Does anybody want to share what they created? Okay. Oh, wow. You want to talk a little bit about what that means for you?
Well, I mean,
or what the experience was like for you?
I wasn't thinking. It was not very planned or structured, but I think, in a sense, if I interpret it after the fact, it seems to me some kind of a reflection of chaos and structure mixed. I'm really trying to find structure.
Yeah. Well, I want to honor you for that exploration and for your playing with the idea. Thank you. We can continue that exploration. Yeah. Anybody else want to share anything about their experience? No, it's okay. Okay.
Well, it was my first time drawing one. So I just kind of guessed.
Oh, wow.
I was thinking flames.
Yeah, that's neat. Yeah. Well, thank you for, just being willing to explore. So, yeah. And did you want to share anything?
Yeah, my husband randomly opened that book and it came up to the fertility one.
Right.
I did that one.
Yay. Awesome. Yeah, that's beautiful. Well, we can honor that, exactly, that creation coming forth. Yeah, awesome. Well, I'll encourage you, those are yours to keep. So your souvenir, and you can keep playing with that. I'll share really quickly. I did one, my center point was a heart, and then I have smiley faces and other hearts around them. So I don't know, it just sort of spoke to me. All right. Well, we're close to the end of our time together. We have a few minutes. So, first and foremost, I want to honor you for being willing to bring in your living mandala bodies here, and want to honor that you can keep creating from that sense of harmony and balance and symmetry. And then I know there's some questions about how, if you want to know a little bit more about what I do when I'm not doing talks on mandalas. So I do intuitive readings based on the Akashic Records. So the Akashic Records is like an interdimensional library of soul level information, past lives, present situations, future possibilities. And when I'm tuning into that, I especially enjoy tuning into someone's galactic history, where they have lived in the universe before coming to planet Earth, and the gifts they're here to share. So I do frequently start out a reading, with that, and then we take that information wherever it's most needed in this incarnation, all about helping you, whatever's going on in your journey, to be able to live the life that's fulfilling for you. And sometimes when we bring in those galactic dimensions and they really activate those gifts that you're here to share, it can help you to move through the obstacles, the seeming obstacles, in an easier fashion, and bring in a lot of order and symmetry and whatnot. And in addition to doing the private sessions, which I'm doing here at the expo today, but also I do over the phone or Zoom otherwise, I also occasionally do classes. And one that's coming up that is a little fun, I'll show you the flyer. It's called Spoon Bending, or the Art of Achieving the Impossible. It'll be on Zoom on Sunday, October 26th at 10 a.m. And we're playing with spoons and bending them as a way to help our consciousness really seed in our consciousness the idea that more is possible than what meets the eye. And in these times when it might seem like there are a lot of impossible situations, how are we going to change this? How are we going to change that? Maybe we feel that in the outer, maybe we feel that also in our inner worlds, that there are situations we're working on changing and it's challenging. We're going to play with that. And we're going to play with that also by playing with bending spoons. So you'll be invited to bring your own spoons that you are willing to bend. And also bring situations that you are aware of that feel challenging to you, that you really want to create change in, but it has seemed hard to change. And we're going to play with all of that. And it's going to be fun. So definitely you're invited to that. And in addition, as mentioned, I do have a children's book coming out. Actually, interestingly enough, I think it might be coming out earlier than I expected. So I'm actually at this point hoping for the end of this year. But it's called Socks Rock, and it's a way of it's a children's picture book. So if you have young children in your life, it's about all these different characters who have different traits, and yet they live in this sock world where they all get along and can be celebrated for being who they are. And so I really want to seed that idea through the relatively neutral, or at least politically neutral, topic of socks, because we all seem to wear socks. And so anyway, playing with that concept. And if you want to follow up, in addition, I have a mailing list, which if you're here in person, you can get on. If you're watching from the live stream, you can go to my website, starbornguide.com, and there's a subscribe button. You can also email there. So various ways to connect. And are there any questions before we go about anything that we've done today, or any further questions that you have about the Akashic Records or what I offer?
Can you give an example of galactic history? What are some things that would come up?
Sure. So, so my focus, just to be clear, isn't to go too far into the history side of things, but just enough to focus on some star systems or dimensions where your soul has spent a lot of time and you've developed certain gifts that you're here to share. A lot of times that helps people to understand, oh, that's why I'm really into that, or that's why I'm really into that. And also sometimes when we are in those star systems, those dimensions, we develop patterns that don't really serve us. So we might have developed a gift that's really awesome, like a gift for being true to the light. And then we might have also developed along the way a pattern of hiding our light. So sometimes we have when we say our greatest challenges and our greatest gift can be sort of connected. Like, yeah, I've got a real gift for shining the light, but then sometimes I kind of hide, shrink back. So we'll look at, the origin of that, and also most importantly, how to shift it. And we do, we do processes, experiential processes, in many ways similar to the guided meditation that we did at the start of our talk today, but really geared towards just what the individual needs, so that you can have an experience that shifts and repatterns it. Because sometimes if we had an experience that didn't go so well, and we developed a pattern, a coping mechanism that isn't going so well, we just keep repeating it until we figure out that there's a new way of doing things. And so really my role, or my goal, vision, is to help you repattern whatever's not working and get it going in more of a mandala-like way, more sacred geometry, more harmony. And does that help with it? Okay, great, awesome. It's been so great having you here, and I'm really glad we had this time together. and hope that we can continue connecting. Let's just hold those mandalas in our heart and keep holding on to that intention that you can create order and sacred structure in your world as you stay true to that. No matter what's going on, you have the power to create that. So thank you, and so it is. You're welcome.
It sure, he sure is, yeah. John Gray. Yes. Yeah. Yes, he did. Yep, and 20 more. So, yeah, it's really wonderful that he's joining us.
Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited. On Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for Light Mirror Reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for Light Mirror Reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading. It is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for light mirror reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for light mirror reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for Light Mirror Reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading. It is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
I must be, I hope I'm getting a thumbs up. Let me check. Oh, good. Yay. Thank you, Manuel. Beautiful. So as I was saying, Dr. John Gray is the author of the most well-known and trusted relationship book of all time. Everyone, men are from Mars, women are from Venus. USA Today listed his book as one of the top 10 most influential books of the last quarter century and more. And we know that for a fact here at the Expos, people of all ages, it doesn't matter how old they are. Oh, I read that book. Oh, I read that book. Oh, I read that. And they all have a story around how they read that book. It was the best-selling book in hardcover of the 1990s. Dr. Gray's books are translated into about, 45 languages in more than 100 countries and continues to be a bestseller. He has more books in the pike, but he's written over, 20 to date?
26.
26 to date. One of his most recent ones, Beyond Mars and Venus, Relationship Skills for a Complex Modern World, is the continuation of the legacy. Today, John is going to share insights into communication, emotional connection, and balancing independence with intimacy to create fulfilling partnerships as we emerge into new consciousness. I'm going to be watching the replay. Without further ado, let's welcome Dr. John Gray.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. I noticed a lot of hands coming up. I mean, people saying Men Are From Mars. How many people have not read that book? Let me just see. Okay. Good. All right. Did you never read the book? Assignment. Okay, so I made 4 wrong turns coming here today, coming from Mill Valley, and I had my little navigation thing on, but I was listening to something and didn't even notice the little screen over here, which gave me wrong turns. Which no, I didn't see, and I made wrong turns. So while I'm going to do everything that was introduced, I'm also going to title this book 4 Wrong Turns. And the first wrong turn is in relationships. When we don't understand how men and women are different, there's certain things that are unique to most men and unique to most women. I'm not going to keep saying not every person. There's always an exception to everything. And most of the time, the exception is just because somebody's confused about themselves, which I'll get to that and explain that. We have a lot of gender confusion these days, don't we? So, but there is the biology of men and there's the biology of women. And I'll talk about that because that's irrefutable. That's just simple science. And yet at the same time, we have our own personal feelings and so forth. So I have to say that I wrote Men Are From Mars, actually started teaching those ideas 35 years ago. I've been doing this a long time. But when Men Are From Mars came out, many people read it, of course, all around the world. Their relationships improved and so forth. But as the years pass, people keep buying that book. Women will say to me, I feel like I'm from Mars and my husband's from Venus. And that's because over time, our hormones have changed. The world has changed our hormones. But they're not our authentic hormones of well-being. But what understand is the basics of biologically how men and women are different. One of the easiest ways to show the most profound differences between men and women is how we cope with stress. Now, traffic coming here and all that's called stressors, but my reaction to it is what we can measure stress. So how many are familiar with the term cortisol? Okay, so that's stress hormones, right? So when your body makes cortisol, everything your brain does becomes inverted. You're no longer feeling peaceful, you're in a survival mode. And when you're in a survival mode, your brain functions as if you're being chased by a lion. So at those times, it's the opposite. It's the inversion of what we experience when we're feeling peaceful and safe and in love. An inversion would mean I feel safe. The inversion of I feel safe is I'm afraid. Now that would be appropriate if your life is in danger, right? So walking around afraid all the time. And so if you're producing cortisol all the time, your feelings, which would normally be feeling at ease and comfortable, I live in Santa Cruz, this is so nice, we're all cruising around, you're in a state of fear all the time. You're in inversion. Now, some people tend to have certain predominance of certain emotions. So some people tend to be happier souls, but the inversion of their happiness is feeling depressed, feeling sad, feeling hurt, all these negative emotions. And they're not really so much negative, they're the way we're designed to be. They're inversions. You get anger as a big inversion as opposed to feeling peaceful. You're walking through the forest, everything's good, you feel peaceful. You hear a roar, suddenly you get an inversion. And so if you're most people will have fear, but not everybody. Some people get angry. I heard a little talk the other day. It was from a Navy SEAL. This is a curiosity. How many people know what Navy SEALs are? These are your like prime men. These are the guys who have genius brains, genius bodies. They endure everything. They're really filtered out. They're the highest, the best, and the best of the men, to protect us in the world. Come on in. We have seen. And so he was described, he's a Navy SEAL. He says the first thing that happens, all these men sign up for the Navy SEALs. And it's about a room, say 50 people. He implied that, he didn't actually say that, but I'm assuming it was 50 people. And then he says, for 3 or 4 hours, they just made a video, a movie of people having their heads chopped off. I don't even know what that looks like, but I'm sure it's pretty gory. And you can't look away. And guys were throwing up, guys were fainting, guys were, so basically half the guys quit at that moment. It was too tough for them. They couldn't look at it. So the guy who was a Navy SEAL, he basically said, and what was the difference? Is that the guys who stayed, they all felt angry. That was their reaction to it. See, people have different reactions to things, but their fight or flight reaction was fight, was anger. And that reaction is part of our temperament. It's also part of our childhood conditioning and so forth. Typically, cortisol, when it hijacks your brain, will produce either fight or flight, fake or fold, or fake, fold, and fake, fold, freeze, fight, flight. Those are the most common reactions. Well, the fight reaction was primarily associated with men who, when they're children, witness violence. So I don't have that fight reaction. I mean, I'm a fighter, but I don't have that fight reaction of anger so much because I never witnessed it. The people who have witnessed it, it goes into the brain. So our childhood conditioning, come on in. We have seats up front too. If you like this, I don't bite, just, hi. So the idea there is he said, okay, the first thing is they had an angry response. Then he said, now for the rest of the training, they were trained how not to let that anger response influence their decisions, their words, or their actions. Be able to transform the anger and let it go, but still have the energy of it. And that, he didn't go on to explain how they do that, but I know in my own talks, I've talked about what goes on in boot camp, although I've never been to boot camp. I have my version of that, which is called getting married. Because it is. It is. Boot marriage will give you every opportunity to be angry and learn to control it. Control it. That's what they line guys up like this. This is boot camp, and there's a sergeant who says demeaning things to upset them. I can't even hold those demeaning thoughts in my head, but I've had sergeants point them out to me and put down statements, things like you're never going to make it. That's a very mild one. You're no good. You're a wimp. You're weak. That's just mild compared to what they'll call them. And you have to say, yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can't roll your eyes. You can't smirk. You have to say, yes, sir. You have to, whether you feel it or not, doesn't matter. It's say, yes, sir, behave. And then if you don't, you give a look, you say some smart ass thing, defend yourself, whatever it might be. Then it's 100 push-ups, or maybe everybody now in the whole team has to do a bunch of, run around the track a whole bunch of times because of what you did. And then everybody's mad at you. So you learn in a very powerful way how to go from being a untamed male teenager into a man. What was real masculinity is when you contain anger and you never, ever speak out loud or make a decision when you're angry. Now, I gave this fun story. I'll just tell you. It's like when I started realizing how deadly, how anger has a ruining effect. Besides in relationships, it's very obvious. If a man expresses anger to a woman, he's only going to become more angry and she's only going to shut down more. You have to build trust in relationships. But here's a fun story that I remember from my life. Come on in. I used to travel like in the 90s. I was traveling all over the place all the time and airplanes. And so I was coming back from New York, probably, or someplace. I just remember had to transfer my plane in Chicago. And my plane was late. Here was a group of people from this plane trying to connect with this plane over here. And in Chicago, they have an airport here, and you go under a tunnel and you get to the other one. We ran the whole thing, trying to catch the other plane. There's seats up here if you'd like to come on in. And so we're all running, out of breath and getting stomach ache. But I make it to the place with the team. They're all sort of following behind, and we're like maybe 5 minutes late. 5 minutes late, and maybe not even that, because I was so angry when they wouldn't open the door. They wouldn't let us on. And I got 30 people coming here. They all want to get on a plane. We all have reservations, blah, blah, blah. And in the airport, it's a big mirror, a big open window, and the big 747 is right in front of us. We could just see them. And the flight was delayed, and they sat there for over 20 minutes. The whole group had gotten there. I'm banging on the window. Let us in. They didn't let us in. Ended up missing, I had to stay overnight or something. And I was so angry that I decided I would buy my own plane. It was F you, I'm going to buy my own. It was the worst investment I ever made. It was the worst investment. It's so expensive. It's so ridiculous. It's so stupid. And, you know, but I tell you, it taught me a lesson because sometimes you hear about these rich people who all have their private jets and everything. It's not fun at all. Okay. It's really not. When you have, maybe for closed-hearted people, it's fun, but I'm an open-hearted guy. All my friends all want to fly in my jet with me. So I would fly from San Francisco to New York, had a big jet, had a bedroom, you know, had a living room, had an office. I mean, had a chef that cooks. It was ridiculous. I made a lot of money and blew a lot. So if my friends would come, and now I'd have to now, no longer was I having my convenience of my own flight. I was now the travel director, what is it, travel person, what are they called? Yeah, travel. I was a travel agent. Please, can you take me? Oh, you got a seat for me? Can you do this? It was insane. And then it started happening. Can I bring my friend? And now I've got people on my plane. It's not even me. And I can, well, okay. I had to learn to set boundaries. Right? So one time, this was the final straw. We all hit our final straw. I'm in New York. I'm trying to get home. I'm waiting on the runway with my plane, with my friend. But one friend is late. He finally gets there. He says, my friend is late. So we're waiting all this time for some stupid person that I don't even know who gets there. Anyway, so that was it. Got angry again, but this time I made a good decision. Sell the plane. So anyway, I made a decision when I was angry. Very stupid decision. Ultimately, I'd learned a good lesson. I don't need that. It's all just frills and whatever. You know, it's much more easier to go with the airline schedule, not create my own schedule. It actually puts a lot of pressure on you. You want to leave at this time and say, oh, can you just wait for me? And then you got this person asking. Too many complications. So that's a big story just to make this point, which is the wrong turn. Make a decision based on anger, but make a decision based on any negative emotion, any inverted state. Because when you're in a state of stress, your brain goes into inversion. Because everything's inverted. Now, the big thing that I'll be talking about today is the inversion that happens when women are under stress. They invert their femininity into masculinity. She no longer feels like she's from Venus. She feels like she's from Mars. And of course, she knows she's still female. But in our younger children today, these kids actually think they're the opposite sex. This is a terrible sickness and disease. But it's all they connected to. They learn, they duplicate their parents who are inverted. It's a major part of it. I have a little granddaughter. You know, she's so cute. I have 4 others, but they're grown up, not so cute. But one at 2.5 years old. And you just get to see it. Somehow I didn't see it as clearly when I had mine. You know, you evolve and grow older. But I just see how this little child, everything I say, she'll say. She duplicates everything. And then at night, her mother has a little microphone, a little speaker so she can hear if the baby's crying. What she'll hear the baby say is everything that the child, all the words that she learned that day. She just say them all before bed. You know, one of the sweet things that my daughter will do with her when they get together, the family, they do something, they go, yay, team. The first time they did it, then at night, she's listening, the little girl's going, yay, team, yay, team. You know, this is scientific, you know, I'm just giving little examples of it. We learn everything by copying our parents, just by copying our parents. We're absorbing all the time. Now, to some extent, some of us are smarter than others. And what limited our intelligence, one aspect of it is, of course, fluoride they put in the water. That's proven to limit our children's intelligence. But that's not the only thing. The bigger thing is parents who tell their children what to think. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that. My daughter raises her child, which is never telling the child what to think or what to do. The child, you can say to a child, let's say the child's running out and wants to go out in the street. You say, if you go out in the street, you'll die, and then walk away. And the child will go like this and go like this. And then they'll decide on their own not to go into the street. And this is already proven in psychology. If you actually say to a child, don't go into the street, they have an urge to go into the street as a simple reactivity. So this is a new style of parenting. It's actually an old-fashioned style of parenting. It's called hunt-gather parenting. Who's read that book, Hunt, Gather, Parent? I think everybody should read it so you know how abused you've been in childhood. Okay. And if you don't read books at all, now you know why you don't read books at all. You have people telling you stuff all the time. What they found is, I mean, there's so much that we don't know about how children learn. But we do know, I'll tell you what's very common science, is that we come into this world with this huge brain. And by the time we're 5 years old, we've lost most of it. A big, huge chunk of just gone. It just these has to be used in order for these wirings to happen. If the wiring isn't happening, it just disappears. Okay. So the potential is there. Children are taking in everything. If you just imagine the whole world, what is this? And what is this? And what is this? And when I go there, my daughter is constantly saying to me stuff like, well, she's correcting my parenting all the time, which is a bit bummer, but I read the book. I understand when I'm making mistakes. But the whole point is giving children advice all the time. Well, this is what women do to men all the time. This is what men do to women all the time. Woman's upset, we want to explain to you why you shouldn't be upset. And then we think that's going to make you feel better. Wrong direction, wrong turn. Now, somebody's upset. I'm over here logically going, there's no reason to be upset. That's not going to happen. So I think that I'm going to make her feel better by explaining her that she's wrong for feeling what she feels. Does anybody like being made wrong? Nope. No, we don't like it. And what men will tend to do is when women are upset, we will tend to explain to them why they shouldn't be upset, why they're wrong for being upset, why they should actually be happy. They're talking you into being happy. So from his point of view, he thinks he's doing help. Is he? No, but he doesn't know that. What women do, and women identify more with the female hormones, which is estrogen. They identify more with their feelings. Men, the primary hormone in men is testosterone. I need to make 10 to 20 times more testosterone as a man, otherwise I'm stressed. Let's take that in. A man needs to make 10 to 20 times more testosterone than a woman, otherwise he's stressed. And stress causes inversion. So you kind of, as a woman, you want to figure out what's gonna raise his testosterone. What raises a man's testosterone is anytime he gets a message that he's a success. That's it. The research shows it. Anytime a man associates with being successful, his testosterone is going to go up. For a woman, anytime she's going to experience happiness and fulfillment or feeling safe, calming her brain, opening her heart, she has to make 10 to 20 times more estrogen than a man. These are really profound differences. Otherwise, she's going to be making cortisol. So if you were to look in retrospect, everything I explained in Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus, two of the wrong turns, men will invalidate women's feelings. But when I tell you you shouldn't feel that way, guess what happens to your hormones? Estrogen goes down because you don't feel safe. When you feel safe and you feel supported, estrogen goes up. If you don't feel safe and you don't feel supported, helping you, then your stress will go up. If you feel safe and you feel support, your estrogen will go up, your stress will go down. On the other side of that is when a man works hard and achieves a goal. As soon as I set a goal and I'm moving in that direction, what happens in my body? Testosterone goes up, and that motivates me to achieve that goal. It only motivates me to achieve that goal if I anticipate that achieving that goal is going to reward me in some way. It's basically what's in it for me. Now, while that sounds so like selfish, what's in it for me so that I can get married, support a woman, and have children? That's what's in it for every man. It used to be. And now we have a huge crisis of males who have no sense of purpose and mission in life. We've cut out what used to be a purpose and mission for every man in the West, is to work hard, make enough money so a woman wants to marry you, and then you live happily ever after with a family. That was the picture. And you go all around the world. The only way it's different is sometimes you make enough money to have 4 wives, but it's to get married. everything in animal kingdom, they're all trying to procreate. There's two major drives in evolution, and that is to procreate, make babies, take care of those babies so they can take care of themselves, and to eat. And women own the eating side, and men own the procreating side. Everything for men is to procreate. For women, it's also procreate, but also what's on top of that is food. So in order to make a baby, what do you need? You need to make sure that you have enough food to take care of you so you can feed the baby. You need to have a place to live, safe place to live, so that you can procreate and raise the baby. If you look even at what estrogen does to you, besides calming you and giving you strong bones and taking away wrinkles, everything about aging goes away to a great extent when you have enough estrogen. That's the problem for women, is that after they stop having enough eggs, they go to menopause, they stop making estrogen. But I have techniques that will allow you to make estrogen the rest of your life. Amazing. And you go to, and it's not taking estrogen. That's what they're doing with women now. We're going to give you some estrogen through menopause so you won't be so upset. And then we're going to give you some estrogen so you won't have so many wrinkles. And maybe you'll have stronger bones, but it's not really true. But you can make estrogen your whole life. When you go into menopause, what happens for women is their body stops making estrogen from your ovaries, because there's no eggs, there's no point in that. Your body makes estrone. It's a form of estrogen, but it doesn't have the benefits of estrogen. So two new terms for some people. Estrogen has two basic forms that I'm talking about today, which is estradiol and estrone. Estrone is after and during menopause. Estradiol is before that. It also makes sex enjoyable. If you don't make estradiol, you dry up. Sex is painful. And once your body can't have sex, a lot of things go away. Sex is very important. I'll explain some of the differences here. That's another wrong term. Give up sex. But learning how to create it is very important. It's not just go have sex, like go run 8 miles or something like that. This is a very complicated process. You should see a moose trying to have sex. You know, it's like weeks and weeks of it. And then the moose that gets the most women, he's going to have the biggest horns. And because he has the biggest horns, he actually dies sooner because he uses all his nutrients in order to make these big horns. A lot of things in nature, unusual. Watch that nature channel sometime. Although I've been on the African safaris, everything there is about animals mating, animals taking care of their children, what then happens. You should see in the leopard community, leopards have their whole territory. Everybody's got territories. And when the leopard boy is born, he's got a certain, maybe a year or two, and he's kicked out. He can't, his father and mother are not going to let him come in that territory. All the females in that territory belong to his father. He's got to go somewhere else, find a new territory. I mean, this nature is heartless. I mean, but this is the reality of raising a boy. You still need to kick him out of the house. Today, all these boys are living with their parents. They haven't grown up. They have to be kicked out of the house. These are harsh things. But it doesn't have to be that harsh. What we're looking at here is hormones. When I was in Africa with what tribe was that? The ones that jump up all the time? Maasai, yeah. So I was talking to who's the alpha Maasai. He can jump the highest. He gets the best woman. He can jump the highest. But so the Maasai, now that I told that funny little thing for me, I forgot my point, but I do need water. There was, yeah, if you would bring me a glass of water, maybe that general will do it. What was that?
Males being kicked out.
Oh, yeah. So what happens in Maasai is little boy is going to be living with the mother. The men sleep differently. Men are over here, women are all here. But they marry. They have their married partner, sometimes more than one. You can provide for more women, you get more women. Why not? Women just want the money. Still do. Anyway, but they want security. Okay. So what happens is at puberty, once he gets pubic hairs, starts having erections, uncontrollable erections, he's got puberty, then they have all this thing arranged where the men come in the night and steal the boy away from the mother. And the mother cries out, oh, the terrible thing has happened. Don't take my child away. That's so the boy won't hate the mother, but the boy will hate the father. But then very quickly, he will be with the men and appreciate the men and so forth. So it's initiation. All traditions have always had initiations because at puberty, for a boy, he goes from being pretty much like a little girl as far as testosterone goes, and it increases 20 times. Now, what they're doing in that whole movement of neutralizing sex is they want to get you before puberty, because you can easily turn a little boy into a little girl before puberty because he has the same hormones as a little girl. All you have to do with hormones is give a certain type of behavior. If you just see a little boy crying and you spend a lot of time listening to him, he's going to produce a lot of estrogen, and today's boys will start thinking they're girls. They won't have the courage to do boy things. Testosterone gives you the courage to do boy things. Competition is part of boy things. I know there's schools that there's no such thing as competition. Everybody wins. You have to get used to it. Not everybody wins. Find something that you can win at, but you're going to lose at other things. Whereas I think the whole grading system is completely off. The grading system for me would be, well, some schools are starting to do it, but it's like college. In college, you have pass, fail, pass, fail. You have a few subjects that you get graded on, and those are the subjects you're good at. You know, I never made straight A's, but I'm good in math, maybe a few other things. I could have been straight A's in that. So what if I had a D in the other things, like chemistry, could not do that? Then I don't feel bad about it. I got straight A's, I passed that. But no, we expect everybody to be perfect at everything if you want to be in the top bracket. A lot of craziness in the way we raise our kids, and a lot of craziness in we just see it showing up in our relationships. We take the wrong turn. But a lot of the wrong turns in our relationship, which is, by the way, expecting your partner to be more than they are. Now, we always want more, but how do you communicate that to your partner? Do you want more from a place of comparing? You know, so-and-so's husband, he doesn't do that. Normal people aren't that way. And of course, if you don't understand how men are, you'll be thinking that I married an axe murderer. Why? Because he does stuff that axe murderers do. But he doesn't necessarily kill people. He's just a man. Some men are dysfunctional and they end up becoming axe murderers, but they have all the other attributes of a man. So you're kind of going, oh my God, what is this? So a lot of the women, they read these things online about attachment theory. And there's how many have looked at attachment theory? Just curious in this room. So younger versions. Okay. So in attachment theory, then you look at, okay, here's the avoidant type. The avoidant type is going to, oh, maybe I shouldn't, it's a wrong term for me to do that. I think so. There's the confused type. I'll just do that one. That's really simple. There's the confused type. And the way to describe the confused type is push-pull. And these are like, this is a dysfunction. Well, really, they're just describing normal people. And they're calling it dysfunction to terrorize women from men. So here's a push-pull. A man gets close, and in Men From Mars, I call this the rubber band theory. A man gets close, and you have a wonderful time together. Then he doesn't call you back. He ignores you for several days. A week later, he gives you a call. And you're like, what just happened? Why didn't he call back the next day? What's going on? And you're married. Same thing happens when you're married. Let's say you go on a vacation for 2 days with your wife over the weekend, have a lot of hot sex. Then he ignores you for 6 days. And she's thinking we've reached a new height in our relationship. And he's pulled away. Why did he pull away? Because for men, it's all about hormones. When a man connects with a woman, he experiences a surge of estrogen. Estrogen has the effect of pushing down testosterone. But when he's aroused, this is the magical thing about being aroused. When a man is aroused, his testosterone goes up and his estrogen goes up. That was fun to read that research. I could never come up with that on my own. But that was amazing. So this is a time where men have high estrogen and they're not producing cortisol. Because anytime a man is producing cortisol, his testosterone levels are going down, his estrogen is going up. Except when he's turned on to a woman. A miracle of God to make sure that we will be motivated and we will connect with her. Think of estrogen as your female side if you're a man. And if you're not aroused to a woman and your estrogen is high and your testosterone low, you're angry. You're inverted. You see, this is we completely misunderstood anger for the longest time, and then science showed us we're wrong. They just compared, the reason they thought aggression was testosterone is because bulls have big balls. The most aggressive. But they're really very peaceful unless their estrogen shoots up. And estrogen shoots up and then they become very aggressive. Same thing with men. And then there's natural, and even the word aggression is not a bad word. I was very aggressively trying to get here today. Wasn't hurting anybody or anything. There's something called positive aggression, and there's something called negative aggression, which is where you're not being considerate of how you're affecting other people or other situations. So, we have to sort of expand our word on some of these things. Like competition has been seen as this bad thing. It's a major thing that causes men's testosterone levels to go up. Is I can do something better than somebody else. Ultimately, you mature into I can improve what I do and compete with myself to become better. But the immature version of it, which we all start out immature, is put a bunch of men on a team and say, let's kill the other team. So that's a part of who we are, which is warriors. But we follow the rules in doing it. And we're cooperating with our team members to do that. So he's learning cooperation. He's learning to play a game, which brings competition and even violence into it, but in a way that follows rules. Like basketball, you're supposed to steal the ball. I forget who it is, one of these Stanford professors talks about. Even the smallest level of life, the bacteria all try to cheat. There's always one that lays back and sees if I can get away from this. That would probably be the male bacteria. Because men do have this gene that says never do anything you don't have to do. You don't understand men. You think, oh, what's wrong with him? He's lazy. No, he just doesn't know what he has to do. So you have to give him jobs. You have to let him know what he has to do to make you happy. But that's tough to do because your way of doing it is to point out to him he's wrong. You're lazy. You can't do that with a guy. That's just going to knock down his testosterone. So it's like a finesse. And so I'm teaching women how to do this in my books and all my stuff. And there's a way to do it. But why didn't anybody teach this for us before? Because before we lived in a sane culture. The culture taught men how to behave. Even my culture, when I was growing up in the 50s, you would never think of hitting a woman. I still can't even imagine doing it. Or yelling at a woman or demeaning a woman. You just didn't do that if you're from Texas. You're a guy. You fight guys. You would never do that to a woman. That was just simply, seen as the worst. I think what's really seen as the very worst, which is pedophilia. If you're a criminal, you go to the jail and you're a pedophile, all the other criminals will kill you. They have their standards. But the male standard before is you don't hurt women. And the irony, that's still deep inside of every man. That's his dignity. On the other side of that, psychology is telling women all the time, it's the basics of psychology. When you say this and do this, it hurts me. The worst thing you could ever say to a man. You've made him the worst man in the universe. Of course, he's going to defend himself and make you wrong for that. He didn't hurt you. You felt hurt based on what he did. But if you understand psychology, and not psychology 101, but a little depth of psychology, whenever you feel hurt, a primitive part of your brain is being triggered, not your prefrontal cortex. This is your adult self. When you're in stress, yes, you lose connection to your logical part of the brain. If the stress is high enough, then it activates the most primitive fight or flight center in your brain. And when that's activated, you feel hurt. That's the part of your brain that's activated when you're a child and you're scared. Children's feelings get hurt. If you're an adult woman and you feel hurt, you're behaving like a child. My mother taught me this. Sticks and stones will break your bones, but words can never harm you. But for a sensitive little child, they do hurt. Absolutely. And women are more sensitive. All that high estrogen makes you much more sensitive than men. But when you're feeling hurt, what will happen is you can look at a brain scan of a woman and blood flow is stopped to your logical part of your brain. So you're now a child. So do you communicate to a man as a child and expect him to react in a positive way to you? He's going to think you're being childish. You're being overly sensitive. You're being irrational. And scientifically, you're being completely illogical because no blood flow is going to the logical part of your brain. Now, does that mean you're bad for feeling hurt? No, it means you had sex with this guy. Because as soon as you have sex with someone, you become like a child. I remember being on one airplane flight and the newlyweds, one was here and one was there. And the whole time they're looking at each other, making goo-goo eyes. Hi, honey. Hi, honey. Hi, honey. You love me? Love you. Love you. Love you. Just like with my little granddaughter. I love you, Grandpa. Gaga, she calls me. I love you, Gaga. Gaga. She pets me. She pets me like this. She says, would you step into my office? After she went to the dentist, now she wants to be my dentist. You know, so she just copies everything. And when children can copy, then what happens when they can copy, their brain grows. But when we tell them how to think, when we tell them how to behave, they stop thinking for themselves. And then when they get old enough to go into school, then it's even worse. Although they lost most of their brain by that time, but still in school, what do? They tell you what to think. Not what you're curious about, not what you want to know. You're not asking questions. You're only asking questions based on what they want you to think. So we have a bunch of followers. People don't think for themselves. And we're just watching the degeneration of our society. Now, this is when I think about degeneration, I look at another wrong turn. Here I am going in the 60s, which was totally fun. Okay, I was in this Woodstock era, you know, and the 3 days of Woodstock, and I was so high on mushrooms and LSD and free sex and naked bodies, I was completely crashed. I remember it's stuck in my brain, so this is why I use this. There's a song that was played at that time over and over, which was, forget the band, really great band. That's called, the song was Do What You Like. Do What You Like. They went into like a drum beat. It just goes over and over and over. When you're high on drugs, you can just repeat the same thing over and over and over. Do what you like. 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 Whole generation of do what you like. Do what you like. This is what's happened to our society. Now, women didn't follow that. Women said, I'm not going to do what I like. I'm going to make money. I'm a feminist. It'd be nice to have a man take care of me, but I'm going to take care of myself. I'm going to make money myself. I'm going to do it all myself. So that's what women did. All the men are going, well, I'm going to do what I like. Just going to do what I like. Drop out. You know, the whole LSD thing. It was like, I'm a Texan and I demonstrated against Vietnam. I wore pink shirts and beads and bell-bottom pants and pretty boots. Thought I was really cute. That's all my female side. See, when you do what you like, you go to your female side. Now, every man has a female side. The key here is I have estrogen, but is my testosterone here and my estrogen here? For women, they have estrogen. They have testosterone. But in terms of compared to a man, is your testosterone 1/10 of his, and is your estrogen 20 times more than his? So there's a balance. And that balance, you don't have to go to find a test to do this. All you have to know is if you're not happy, you're out of balance. That's it. If you're stressed, you're out of balance. If you have any inverted emotions, you're out of balance. We look at this simple chart. If you're producing cortisol, which cause inversions, your stress levels are up. If your stress levels are up and you're a woman, your estrogen is too low and your testosterone is too high for you. So what do? What's the solution? Recognize, awareness. I'm too far on what I call your male side. Let me come back to my female side. So now there's lots of techniques out there which are stress reducing techniques. There's meditation, there's now mindfulness, there's 8-mile walk, there's the going in nature. What are some other ones? I'm sure, prayer, spirituality, all those things are good, but they're not going to cause your partner to fall in love with you and stay in love with you. That's the book I'm working on now, which is, I just finished the book to be out this month. Men from Mars for Women Only. And that title is called Be Happy With or Without a Man. just understanding how you can be happy in life. Because when you're too far on your male side, if you really simplify it down, there's a million reasons you could be too far on your male side, a million ways to get back to your female side. But just to know whatever techniques you're using to minimize stress in your life, if it's working and you're a woman, it's helping you come back to your female side. And for a man, anything that's working for him, it's helping him come back to his male side. But if you want to have love in your marriage, in a relationship, have great sex, make babies, have a family, feel successful, if you want that, then your relationship must be the thing that lowers your stress. So here you are, an unhappy wife, and what I teach women is how to be happy with or without a man. That's a foundation. You need to be able to find happiness, so his job becomes make you happier. Any man can do that. If all you expect of a man is to do things to make you happier and you already know how to be happy, my gosh, he'll feel so successful. And when a man feels successful, what happens? His testosterone up, he has motivation, he can give you more. But it's like, how do you be happy without a man if you're the type that needs a man to be happy? And how do you how to be happy with a man or without a man? And then how to be happy with a man? There are two challenges. If you learn to be happy without a man, that's good. But you also need to read the second book. I should put this in the back of that book. You have to read the second book, which is Why Men Fall in Love and Why They Stay in Love. And why do they? Well, the way a man falls in love is when he becomes the reason your stress level goes down. See, if you follow the logic there? If some other guy's making your stress go down, that's not going to help me much, is it? I'm not going to be thrilled by that. That's why I tell women, when you read my books, never quote me to your husband. It was your idea, not my idea. You're giving credit to another guy. Anytime you give credit to your husband, your boyfriend, or whatever, his testosterone goes up. Anytime you give credit to somebody else for your happiness and fulfillment, that's okay. But it's not going to connect him to you. It doesn't put him inside of you. So this is the whole dynamic. So one thing is learn to be happy without a man. Now learn to be happier, because in your life, there's always going to be sources of stress in your life. Use him to help lower those stresses. And how do you do that? Second wrong turn is that women will tend to want to try to change a man, because you want to get closer to a man. He's behaving in a way that you can't get close to. So what do? You knock on the door and you say, "Hey, in there, come on out, come talk to me." The worst thing you can ever do in a relationship is try to ask a man to talk. And then we can second that one with that phrase, which is, we've been dating for a while. Can we talk about the relationship? Where are we going with this? What's going on? These are very challenging things for a man to hear. Or you get the standard guy. Now, not every guy is this, but this is quite common because I've seen a few exceptions. But again, these are guys that are more on their female side, which has happened today, not a guy in the 50s. Is a guy's like I'll be like having, always have challenges. Okay. For me, challenges can be also just paragraphs that I can't finish. Okay. Ideas. But it can also be my financial challenges. It could be my work challenges, my scheduling challenges, who I'm going to work with, who I'm not going to work with, what goes on, whatever, technology challenges. Okay. So these are all things that I have to solve as a guy. And if I'm in the process of solving them and I'm confident, I'm succeeding. So my testosterone's up. But now I'm done. I'm tired. I don't want to keep thinking about those things. So what a man does, in order to not keep, because he can't keep solving it, you have a certain amount of energy, you run out of energy, I need to rest, I need to relax, I need to forget those problems. That's how men are designed. We have the biological makeup, if we learn to develop it, to forget our problems. Women, you don't have the biological makeup to do it. You can't. And this is, again, research shows when women are stressed, they ruminate. And blood flow stops to the logical part of the brain. See, the logical part of the brain can say, it's the big deal, it's nothing you can do about it now, so stop thinking about it. Isn't that logical? You're trying to go to bed, and you're worrying about all these things. What's the point of it? I can think about it tomorrow when my brain's not tired. So stop. That's logic. Logic turns off emotions that are bothering. Women don't, when they have emotions, you can see in the brain scans, blood flow goes to the limbic system and it will stay there and it stops going to the logical part of the brain. It's very hard for you to turn off your emotion, and nor is it a good thing to do. Because if you turn off your emotions, your estrogen goes down and now you have more to worry about. Follow the logic of that? You suppress your emotions, you're pushing down your estrogen. Estrogen goes up when you talk about your emotions, when you talk about your feelings. So what women can do if they want to process their stress is every day come home and talk about the problems in her life. And she thinks he's not going to want to hear that. He doesn't. Unless when you talk about your problems, you give him a clear message of how he can be successful. Because he thinks, why don't you just forget it? What do you keep bringing this up? Just quit that job, whatever it is. He'll give a solution. He just can't logically figure out what is wrong with you. And so you don't feel safe to talk about your feelings. So you stay stressed all the time, as opposed to just explaining to him, even if he hasn't read my book, Men Are From Mars, you don't need to read that, but he doesn't need to read it. You have all the power inside yourself to do this. You just say to him, oh my gosh, I had such a bad day. I'm so glad to see you. Oh, what did I do? All right. I'm so glad to see you. Then you just say, I just want to tell you about my day for 10 minutes. All I need to do is talk. You don't do anything. Please, you don't have to do anything. Just sit there and look at me. Just look at me. Don't laugh. That's all. Just look at me. Don't laugh. And when I'm done, you'll see a magic thing happens. I'm going to feel better. And I'm going to feel closer to you. And then I'm going to go in for a hug. And then give me an 8-second hug. That's all I need. That's all you need. I don't have to say anything. Don't say anything. If you say anything, it will make it worse. Because all he could ever say is explain to you why you shouldn't be upset. You know, it'd be like my daughter. One of my daughters has a thing. 3 daughters. We go into, when she's younger. We're in a restaurant. She almost always would say, that waitress doesn't like me. And of course, what do women today? They all want, validate my feelings. So how can I validate her feelings? You're right. That waitress doesn't like you. You're the reject of the family. So this whole idea of validation, it doesn't mean agree with the person. It means not see the person as illogical or unloving. All negative emotions are illogical, but they come from a loving person. So just to hold, she's stressed, and therefore what's coming out of her is an inversion. And if I give her what she needs to raise her estrogen, she'll invert back to who she is. Everything's an inversion. Look at our society. And by the way, this whole thing about men, do what you like. You know, now we hear so much about pedophilia and Satan worship and all this stuff. So I picked up a bunch of books on Satan worship. It all comes from, well, not it all comes from, but one of the big proponents of it is Aleister Crowley. Anybody heard that name before? Just curious? You haven't heard that. Anyway, so Aleister Crowley, every single chapter in his book is do what thou wilt. That's the golden rule of the dark force. It's inversion, particularly for men. Instead of doing what's right, do what you feel like doing. No rules, nothing. This is what it's about. Who are these people that create wars and all this? They're all this whole group. You don't know who they are. They're a club. They invited me in the club. I refused. Oh, they tested and they saw this. When I was the biggest selling author in the world, they said, okay, let's take him in. They called me up. They said, this is before the internet. And this was a time, well, there was internet, but it wasn't like the way it is now, where you can just connect through Zoom and all those things. And the guy said to me, we're part of a club. We want you to join. We go on calls, and we have unlimited money, and we will support all your projects. You will have 10 times more success. Now, who does that? You remember in the Bible when Jesus went on his fast, Satan came, said, look, you can have all this. That's the corruption of money. It's real. It's real stuff. I don't know, it didn't have horns or anything like that. They're all business suits. It's called the Club of Rome, is what probably this one was. It was more of an Italian guy. It's a whole group of billionaires. They have a whole agenda. It's not our agenda. You can go online, see what the World Economic Forum agenda, it's not my talks to give. They want to cut down the population. They want to centralize everything. They want to regulate everything in your life. Please, please do not do the digital ID. Digital ID. They're trying to bring it in. They've already done it. They did it in Vietnam already, and they closed 78,000 bank accounts. The people who would not take the digital ID. That just happened. 78,000 bank accounts cut off from their money unless you do the digital ID. The United Nations just passed the digital ID, which is all countries signed on to it. I'm sure Trump doesn't even know about it at this point, but our person signed on to it. This is really scary, although except we're Americans. We won't put up with it. Nobody's going to tell us what to do. I haven't been indoctrinated, fortunately, but that's what they wanted all the children to follow up. Do what you're said to do. Line up. Do what you say to do. Do what you say to do. Don't think. Don't question. Just assume everybody's thinking good about you. And yet we've seen every bad thing that's happened to our country since 9/11. We go into Iraq, ridiculous. Go into Afghanistan. And then we have this whole thing about if only women ran the world, we'd have no war. Are you kidding? Okay, I don't have to convince this audience. But I remember when I was in the teacher's lounge at University of Southern California, about to go out and give a big talk to all these students. And I'm in there. It was right when we just started bombing Afghanistan, just hunt for some guy. You don't bomb a country to hunt for some guy. The stupidest thing. We wanted the mineral rights in that place. But anyway, and I'm standing there. There's seven faculty women go, yes, we've got to go in Afghanistan. I go, why? Why? We're going to bomb another country. We're going to start another war. Oh, we're going to make life better for them. Women are like, they're oppressed and they're this and they're this. Women were so much better than they are now. Doesn't work to go in and change people. You have to make them. People have to make their own decisions themselves. And here's an interesting concept, because what they want, which is infinite surveillance. So what's being created right now is chaos. Let's bring in a bunch of convicts, crazy people, hoodlums, whatever. So chaos will ensure bad things are starting to happen. And so we will then, all of us people, we will start to say, we need more control. Wouldn't it be great when somebody hurt somebody, if we had cameras and we could watch everything they do? Then none of that bad stuff would happen. Well, expand that 10 times. And that's going to be total control, which is your digital ID will determine what you can buy, how much you can spend, how much electricity you can use, because they created an artificial shortage. Control, control, control. I mean, this is like really interesting just for a moment. We'll bring it back to the relationships, because in relationships, the only thing that kills relationships is control. If a man feels controlled by a woman, he shuts down. If a woman feels controlled by a man, she shuts down. What is love? But love is not trying to control somebody. Accepting someone just the way they are. Allowing someone to be themselves allows them to grow and develop. But what has to happen in that process of allowing people to be themselves is they have to have free will. If you don't have free will to make mistakes, you can't correct yourself. And it's only by self-correction that you can grow. If I'm so afraid that they're going to catch me if I make a mistake, then I won't make mistakes. Wouldn't that be great? A world where nobody makes mistakes? No. It means a world where no one has free will. If you have no free will, you can't, I'll put it in spiritual terms, you can't repent. The only way you connect with God is to repent. To recognize, I made a mistake. Because when you recognize you made a mistake, who are you aligning yourself with? The divine energy of the universe. That's how you connect with the divine energy of the universe, is you recognize you made a mistake. How do I fall in love with my wife again? It's recognizing I made a mistake and correcting my mistake. It's not her fault. How does she align with me? She made a mistake. How can I do differently? You align with your inner goddess wisdom, the divine energy, and realize, oh, I could do it this way. It used to be, we spent thousands of years developing a culture that made it easier for you to recognize the mistakes you make. But now you can't. We're so confused. Everything is the other person's fault. There's no clarity of what is right, what is righteous, what is beautiful. How does the world work? The world works when mom and dad love each other, create a family together. The world works when a man can provide a home for his wife. This was the birth of Australia. It used to be in Australia, every man, really, my generation, every man could buy a house. In my father's generation, only 1/3 of his income, and he bought a house in a beautiful neighborhood. Upper middle class. All you need 1/3 of your income. Now it's like over half, 70% of your income, even for rent. It's insane. And who's done all this? Well, you voted for them. Either side, they're all the same. They could easily stop paying. You don't need to pay taxes. The taxes if you take all the half people in this society, 50%, let's say the lowest part of society, actually there's the 1%, and then there's the 99%. If the 99% did not pay any taxes, it wouldn't affect our government at all. And now with the tariffs, it wouldn't affect any of them, just tax businesses. Just tax businesses. If they're making money, they got their deductions and they'll pay some tax on it. Why should you, if you're like a plumber, go in and fix somebody's house, be taxed on that? That's the stupidest thing in the world. It's slavery. And what's another slavery thing? I've read the Constitution. I didn't even know this. One of the things in the Constitution, everybody should be able to own land. Because what place we came from, we were all serfs. We couldn't own our own land. We're always renting our whole life. Renting. In the Constitution, it says you should be able to own your own land. And most of you think, yeah, we can. No, you can't. I own my property. I paid the mortgage. But guess what? I pay $50,000 a year, California property tax. Is that crazy? Not just even state tax. Even Marin County has its own set of tax. It's a horrible thing. And yet we all just take it for granted. We see that. And by the way, we should. I'm just using as metaphors for how we take wrong turns with our relationships. We shouldn't rent our partners, meaning we shouldn't make them obligated to us. But you said, you want to set your partner free. That's what love is. Love is freedom. So the wrong turn we take is that women will make, a wrong turn for women is when they think their husband becomes a project and they want to improve him. They want to change him. And in their mind, they go, I only do this because I love you. This is my way of loving you. And it comes in their mind, they're being loving, but it's not loving. It's not loving. But the hard thing for women is that they actually feel their love because there's a system in the brain which is called mirror neurons. Who's heard that term? Just curious. Okay. So the mirror neuron system means that it gives us the ability to feel what somebody else is feeling. So if you're happy, I can feel your happiness. When I see my little granddaughter feeling innocent, I feel innocent. I feel so happy. That's why we want to take our kids to the zoo. You get to see the zoo all in a whole new set of eyes, right? Otherwise, how do you go to the zoo? Who cares about the zoo? But you see it with your little children, and it's, oh, look at those monkeys. It's so cute. Okay, so that's their mirror neurons open up. And for men, their mirror neurons rarely open. And women's mirror neurons are open all the time. And eventually, if she has chronic stress over a long period of time towards the person she's stressed in response to, they will close. But she can still open them. Women with their estrogen keeps their mirror neurons open to a greater extent. Not fully open. Your kids will open them more. For me as a man, the time my mirror neurons open the very, very most is either when I'm with my children, because they're vulnerable, or my wife when she's naked and I'm making love to her and she's vulnerable. Two different energies, though, completely opposite. But with the wife, she's having to be vulnerable to open up. Whenever a woman is vulnerable, which is the way women were, culture made women vulnerable. You couldn't have your own job. You had to depend on a man. That's a very vulnerable state to be in. The world was a dangerous place, very vulnerable place. The government didn't give you money. You know, the black people say the worst thing the government ever did was welfare. They just created welfare mothers. I don't understand all that stuff in great detail because I haven't experienced it, but that's what they say. It's like you now as a woman, whether you're black or whatever, you just have a baby with a man and there's no man in your house, you get money from the government. I talked to one woman in one of my classes here even, and she said, my job is social whatever it is to go into houses unexpected and look to see if there are any traces of a man. Oh, you know that one there over there. It's like if they find a man there, you don't get your checks. I had a client in Hawaii. I said, what's the wrong with this woman? She's got a relationship. Why don't you get married? Can't get married because I have a scholarship to go to college for free. If I'm married, I don't get to go. We have all these things, not in supporting marriage, but eliminating marriage. And then the whole illusion that we need more children. Oh, I can't bring more children in the world. There's too many children. No, there's not. All the population's going down very quickly. We're not repeating enough. It's just a matter of time before we don't have enough. This would happen in China because of one boy system. China has all these old people, but no young people, because nobody's getting married. It's my biggest market. The government supports me there. All the other personal growth people were kicked out of China and Western, except me. The government printed up my book. Okay, they love me because they want people to have more babies. Otherwise, their culture is going downhill. With less children, there's less people buying things. See, the young people buy stuff. I want your old. This is probably 25-year-old shirt. You know what do I need more clothes for? I got plenty of clothes. You know, so old people don't buy stuff. They don't buy furniture. They don't get new stuff. Economies crash if you don't have a lot of babies. We need to make more babies. It's society. It's culture, and it's also fulfillment. What this one book that I really like, which is another book on these more advanced books on children, is that children need to be exposed. Little children should never be in a classroom of all children the same age. It should always be different ages, and that's how it used to be. Because the older kids feel responsible for the younger children. The younger children their vulnerability gets to engage the support of others. So having different ages is a real key thing. And in the home, the children having access to grandparents, the older generation, their parents, and theirs. And how can any mother take care of her children properly? And when I say properly, I have a lot of requirements for that, without a grandparent there. This is every culture throughout history has always had grandparents. What good are they? They're there to raise your children while you're also raising your children. What single mothers go through is massive stress all the time and complete inversion. They're on their male side. How can they come back to their female side? How can a little boy have any self-worth if his mother's not happy? Part of what allowed me to have the courage to come out and go against everything the universities teach for the last 40 years. When I started out, I had people with signs up yelling at me, I'm a sexist and whatever. I was teaching at Stanford. They kicked me out. The demonstrations, went to Harvard, same thing. They have to hire protection for me if I go there. They don't want me. Why? And you're the biggest selling author in the world, and universities won't let you in because this is the opposite of what they're teaching. They're teaching the end of marriage. They're teaching the end of gender intelligence. They're teaching the end of capitalism. It's all socialist. There are a bunch of really smart professors who are pissed off at other people being rich. They teach classes on communism. Everything is about, well, I don't know that. I want to give you a few more tips on better relationships. So here they are. When that happens when I listen to X the whole way out here. So it's gonna be, that's how I missed all my turns listening. Okay, so what we have to understand is women need to talk about what they're feeling. And what they're feeling, if they're stressed, is negative things. So don't play positive. See, women always want to be positive until their stress, suppressed emotions come up, and then they're negative. And when they're negative, it always gets projected over towards what makes you feel safe. So all of the stress of your work life will go onto your husband because he makes you feel safe. Even maybe you don't feel that safe, but it will still go over to him because he's the safest. Because in the workplace, you can't say to a client, hey, you didn't sign up. I spent all that time with you. Hey, would you help me? Don't you care? Don't you like me? Why don't you do business with me? That's not the work world. The work world is the suppression of femininity. You go to your male side. There's a set of rules that allow you to be successful on your male side. Your personal life is where you nourish your female side. And the good news for women to be happy today, at least what I can offer, is to let you know, get a man, have a man, train him to give you the support that you need. And it's very easy. Once you understand men, it's very easy. I have a whole course, a 6-week course at marsvenus.com, which is called Understanding Men. I'm going to give you many of the wrong turns women make. I gave you one. You come home. I'm so happy to see you. Oh, you're here. Then you talk for 10 minutes. Now, the problem with this, if you say to most men, I need to talk, already his stress level goes up. And if it does, it's just, oh, what's she going to say? He has so many experiences which didn't turn out well. So when you say, so without having to say, you have an agreement with him. You explain to him, all I need sometimes is to talk about my problems, not and no problems about you, but other problems. That's the whole thing. If you talk about problems with him, he's not going to listen to you. His mirror neurons will close. What you want is empathy from him. And actually, what you really can get from men is something a woman can't give you, and that's compassion. See, women give empathy. Their little mirror neurons open up and they all connect with each other like that. But for men, we only open up halfway, and only in certain situations where we feel like you're a hero. If we feel blamed in any way, our mirror neurons close. We can't feel anything you feel would just make you wrong. Just forget it. It's biologically impossible for his mirror neurons to be open if you're expressing anything that doesn't make him feel successful. Just know that. That's the biology. That's what you're dealing with. You can't just fly out of this room. You can't walk through glass. You got to go through the door. You have to put gas in your car or charge your car up. These are just realities. And because we can't change that, we accept that. Yeah, this notion I'm supposed to be able to change men. No, you can't. Can I change a woman? No, can't change her. And then you think, well, gosh, I'll never get what I want or need. No, you can get everything you need, but you can't change him. He has to change himself. She has the ability to change themselves. Men want to make you happy. This is the most wonderful thing God put in men for women, is that when you're not happy, we're not happy. Now, I can be unhappy. My wife's not going to be that affected by it. Matter of fact, if I'm really happy and she's not happy that day, she feels worse. I'll just slow that one down. If I'm like really happy, I'll give you an example. I just flew back from New York City. I met 3 celebrities. I stayed in the best hotel. I spoke at the big event, had a grand time. The food was great. I fly home. My wife's been missing me for 5 days. She says, how was your trip? Oh, you wouldn't believe the Four Seasons and who was staying there. And I met this person and that person and blah, 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 blah. Big. And I just watched this black cloud come on top of her. And then I say, well, how was your week? She says, oh, you have no idea what I went through. The toilet was this, and this happened here, and Lauren got sick, and Shannon's father did this, and I had to go over here. I'll hear a long list magnified by how terrible her life was. Now, you know what a man does? If my wife went on a little getaway with her girlfriends, and she had a fantastic time, and I was grinding away at my desk, which I do, and writing books is hard as hell. You know, these people who say, oh, I love writing. How many have got best-selling books? You have to polish something. You have to go over and edit it, hours and hours, the whole thing. You have to face how to solve this problem. So I'm grinding. And then my wife comes home. I had the best time today. We ate lunch at so-and-so's. I went shopping. Want to see the new dresses I got? Sure, honey. I feel so good. Because when she's showing me her new dress and she's telling me all those things, I'm thinking, yep, I did that. Not feeling successful today with this, but I'm feeling successful here. Her happiness makes him happy. His happiness, if she's already happy, oh, I'm so happy for you. But if she's not happy, she doesn't care about your happiness. She'll feel worse. This is like amazing stuff to discover this stuff. So men never tell a woman you're happy. That's the essence of it, okay? Just keep it down, keep it on the down low. You know, if you go to China, you'll see men never show emotion in their face. They learned this lesson 1,000 years ago. Let them wonder what's going on. But then here's the modern woman today who's been exposed to psychology. A man's not showing any emotion. He's just sitting there. And this is what will happen when I'm struggling with my book sometimes. And I love my book. You see, as a writer, you don't always love everything you write. Ironically, though, if you lose it because if the computer crashed, which they still do, I can't believe it. When you lose that chapter, you're gonna feel that was my best chapter. I can't believe it. You know, loss, distance makes the heart grow fonder. If I can't get it back, oh my gosh, how will I ever get that back? Well, this is the way men are designed to be. We can't live without women. We want a woman. We're close to her. That's my testosterone. I'm only on my male side. And this is put in spiritual terms. To find my connection with the divine, I have to find my wholeness inside. I find my wholeness through a woman. Now, I was a monk for 9 years. I can go into amazing meditations and connect with the divine. But then I come out into the world and somebody upsets me. But now rarely can people upset me. Why? Because I can connect with the divine. Everybody can find ways to lower your stress. But when my wife lowers my stress, what just happened then? My male side's up. Hormonally, you can measure them. My female side's up. I'm both masculine and feminine in the right balance. And that's the oneness. And that's why we have a glimpse of eternity. That's why when people have sex, sometimes they feel like, I want to be with you forever, because you're in a forever state. You're the eternal self, the God. It's a spiritual, holy thing if there's love. And it's me going through the woman, bringing her estrogen up. My estrogen goes up. My mirror neurons open up completely. And I feel what she's feeling about me. And in that moment, what's she feeling about me? Amazing, amazing. I'm so grateful to have him in my life. He makes me so happy because women stop thinking when they're having orgasms. Your mind gets in the way. So she's just feeling this beautiful feeling of being loved. And why is she feeling so loved? Because her mirror neurons are wide open and she's experiencing what I'm feeling. And that's the only time a man can fully feel his mirror neurons wide open is when you're making love. This is simple biology. This is biology. Or when he has children. His children will also open his mirror neurons. That's it. Or maybe when your dog is hurting. That men will bond. Whatever you bond with will open your mirror neurons. It's a bonding thing. I think one of the only times my children saw me go through a big cry was I was driving along the highway and I saw a dog between the middle of the road. And in my mind, I thought, that dog's going to die. And I wanted to die. So I pulled over on this side of the road before the fence is here to open my door to invite the dog into my car. And the dog ran across and got killed. Because I felt part of the death. Maybe if I hadn't opened the door, the dog wouldn't have done that. Who knows? Boy, I was just such a cathartic. There's so much tears coming out of me, so much tears, because I bonded with the dog. When you lose someone you bond with, it's a lot. That's why when people come to me and they lost a pet, a lot of people go, oh, you just lost a pet. No, that's like a child. Pets are just full of God's love. There's no question about it. And you connect with that. So the point I'm making here is that men open their hearts primarily through women. And we can see this biologically that explained. When we're little boys, our mirror neurons are open. And how do we learn who we are? Is if our mothers are happy, through our mother's eyes, we know that we are good enough. But if mother is not happy, then we feel I should be better than who I am in order for mother to be happy. And then when I try to be better for who I am, adjust myself to her expectations, try to be what she would want me to be. If I adjust myself to her expectations, instead of just discovering who I am, I'm going to try to make her happy. But even worse, me changing doesn't make her happy because she's stressed out, can't be happy. Then what do I get in return? A feeling of failure, a feeling of not good enough. And this is what happens to all these little boys to some degree growing up with a mother who's not happy. If she's not happy, then I can't make her happy. I will try to make her happy. If she's happy, I don't try to make her happy. Now, what do men say when they want to end a relationship? Which, by the way, it's mostly women that end relationships. Let's just get clear on that. And just for fun, I like to have a good time with everybody. Here's a good joke. I feel like I can pull this joke off. It's not my joke, but occasionally I like to do it. Because I made that point, which is mainly women that initiate the end of a relationship. So if you look at divorce statistics, if you look at who do you think has the highest divorce rate, gays or straights? Anybody have a clue? Well, the research shows gay women have the highest rate of divorce. 2 women. Next to them is heterosexuals, 1 woman. And the lowest rate of divorce is men. No women. Now, we can look at that. We can just laugh at it because it's true. Because it is true. But it's women who have a gene inside of them, so to speak, to improve things, to make things better. Men don't. We can just accept what is. We're so good at that. But for women, they want to make things better. So the way the world becomes better is because there's women here. There's a saying that I see to be very true. It's a woman who creates a home. A man can build a house. It's a woman who makes the home. It's just the reality there. I see, look at one of my daughters. Not that everyone has to be like my daughter or anything, but I just see that, her brain is so busy all the time. She writes out the menu for the whole week, which maybe some of you women do. To me, It's the most foreign concept, you know. It's like I get hungry, then I start thinking food. I'm on the other extreme. How did I create this daughter? I'm totally on the other extreme. What do you got for dinner tonight? Yeah, I have no idea, you know. And of course, I was married to Bonnie, and Bonnie always prepared food. I would just come and eat. I don't know how you can be as productive as I've been writing books and traveling the world and everything, and think about cooking for yourself. Just not a possibility. I can't even think about food. Matter of fact, today I'm fasting. I fast for the next 4 days. Let me put it out there. I'm fasting for the next 4 days. If I say it, then I have to do it. That gives them power. When you make a promise out loud, then you have the power. So when you say you love your partner out loud, it's now you have to love her more. That actually opens your heart more, is to verbally express your love for a woman. So one of my techniques, here's another one. If you're in a marriage relationship, this would work. You're in an intimate relationship where your partner has expressed his love for you. Then this is a process. It's called reassurance process. And that you say to your partner, again, you have hand signals for this. Hand signal for this is this. The hand signal for I just need to talk is this. This is 10 minutes. Remember I mentioned it's hard to say to a guy, I need to talk. Also, when women want to talk, you know how they do it? How was your day? They get you to talk first. That's because on their planet, it would be rude, and he doesn't want to talk, okay? But on her planet, if you want somebody to listen to you, you ask them questions. You get them to talk, and then they owe you time, and they'll listen to you. That's women's world. We're not that. You know, you get me to talk, I feel already you're pulling my teeth out. Now I have to listen to you. It's just you don't have to ask him to talk. We're fine if you just give us a job to do. I'm happy to see you. Put your hands up like that. Already you've agreed. That means I'm going to talk for 10 minutes. Look at the clock. It won't be any longer. And he will listen, and he will stay focused on you, and his testosterone will stay up because he knows when it's going to end. It's a funny joke, but it's very true. When a woman starts talking, we don't know when it's going to end. Where are we going with this? What's the point of this? Is there a problem I can solve? Am I going to be good at it? Am I not going to be good at it? I'm in trouble? What could it be? All these uncertainties lower testosterone. I have a clear job to do, which is very easy. I'm not going to talk. Now, what would make it very hard if she was talking about me as a problem? Now, that doesn't work. Then I have to defend and explain why you're wrong. What couples do, back and forth, back and forth. You can leave all that behind, because why does she need to tell him he's wrong in the first place? Because she needs to talk in order to feel better. Because actually complaining about him has never worked. It never will work. But you feel I have to tell him. What you have to learn, and this is learning. It's not easy to do for the woman to learn, but you want results, you have to make some changes. You have to talk about other things that are bothering you. Now, to talk about other things that are bothering you, you face fear. Well, he's going to interrupt me and say, don't worry about that. We've already told him, don't speak, don't say anything. Or he might think, gosh, you know, you're so incompetent. What's wrong with you? Why would those things be a problem? No, he's not going to think that. See, a lot of women, they go on dates with a guy and they want to talk about everything they've done. Already he's not interested. Your resume means nothing to him. My resume means something to you. So if you don't understand how men are, we want to be better than you. We want to be bigger than you. And every woman tells us that, you know, go on those dates. They want a guy much taller. It's a requirement. You want him to be bigger. He wants you to be littler. He wants you to be weaker than him. Look what I can do. What are all the movies? Lifting the woman up, going over the house. You carry her with your arms. Of course, all the great sex scenes is where he lifts her up, bangs her up against the wall, you know, just like she's lighter than him. He's stronger than her. He's smarter than her. That's where women have to be careful, because you don't want to dumb yourself down. You already are vulnerable. You already are weaker than him. You already need his help. You don't have to change anything. And you can then be really smart. But you can't give advice because you're so smart unless he's asking for it. That's the hardest thing for women, because, you know, if you look at Tibetan literature, women are the smart ones. They say the female goddess is wisdom. The male god is compassion. You would think, oh, women are compassionate. Not at all. Women are heartless. You know, you don't give them what they want, they're out the door. I don't care. Once they're done, they're done. You can see they can't open their mirror neurons anymore to that person. For men, we're so easy. Just stroke us in the right way, our mirror neurons open up. Understanding the biology of our heart. This is real stuff. And of course, I don't mean that all women are not compassionate. Women are empathetic. See, the difference is your girlfriend's empathetic. She agrees with you. She understands. She has the same suffering. We're all here together. But she's not going to devote her life to you and share all his money with you. That's what men are willing to do. Now, there's a big doubt about that because men are not assured that women are going to appreciate us and stay with us and so forth. So there's you have to build trust for these things to happen. But a man is willing to care for a woman. She is not willing to care for a man. When women care for a man, they complain to me as a therapist, I feel like I'm his mother. And they resent that. That's caring for somebody. So it's really interesting. They set him up. Oh, I'm going to take care of you. I'm going to do all this stuff for you. And then they resent it. Don't do anything that you're going to resent later. It used to be that women did care for men, meaning they would cook for him. They'd clean a home for him. I fortunately got a wife who would do that. Okay, so, and why could she do it without resentment? Because she did not have to work. She didn't want to work until all her kids were grown up, and then she had her own little job that wasn't high pressure job or anything, something she enjoyed doing. She's a bookkeeper, and she did that job, and that was good. But she didn't have to, get out there and do what I have to do, and she was grateful for that. So see, because I did something for her that she freed her from suffering, she had so much appreciation. Then when your heart is full, then you can care for your husband. Then you can do things for your husband and you don't resent it. But you have to provide a lot for her before she's willing to do that, where she's happy to do that. And why would she be happy to do that anyway? Because she's making a different set of hormones. She's making a lot of estrogen. It's like my daughter Lauren, she was like workaholic until she got pregnant. Then she said, Dad, I hope it's okay with you, but I don't want to work for the company anymore. She gets to not work. Isn't it wonderful? She can just raise her child. What a blessing. Then she feels bad for all the other women in the world. That was my last conversation with her. Dad, how can any of this stuff help people? I can imagine having to raise a child and also run a job at the same time. I'd be stressed out all the time. I said, yeah, you know what life is supposed to be like. Well, keep voicing what life is supposed to be like, and the world will slowly start to change. But nothing changes till you change it yourself first. So anyway, I made a cool point today, which I haven't never said before, which came to me maybe just now or on the car, can't remember. But I think it was first in the car. But if you have other things to lower your stress, women, because you can't depend on a man, then you can do things that will lower your stress. But you're not going to have a man fall in love with you. If you want a man to fall in love with you, he has to be the one that can he has to experience, I can help you lower your stress, and I can help you be happier. So what do men say when they want to end a relationship? They all say almost the same thing. No matter what I do, it's not enough to make her happy. Why would that be the case? Because all they want is you to be happy, and all they want selfishly is to feel successful. And biologically, what I need is to produce testosterone. I can't come home to somebody who's looking at me with dissatisfaction or resentment or betrayal or feeling I'm not good enough. It's I have to look at my own life. I'll share that, I did, Bonnie died 8 years ago. And after about 2 years of massive grieving, just like you lose a chapter, it's the worst thing that could happen. We'll lose a wife that you love is the very worst thing that's ever happened in my life. And then I healed my heart, and then I found another woman, and I'm very happy now. It doesn't mean love has to stop. My wife sometimes asks me, she said, well, do you love me more or do you love Bonnie more? It's a natural thing. A woman wants to feel special, and number one, it's very important. That's why monogamy is so important. Women have to feel secure. They need to feel they're the center of your life. And if you have a center in your life as a man, you have such clarity on, you're not distracted by all this other stuff. You know what your purpose is. You know what your mission is. It's a very clean energy. Anyway, so the answer came out perfectly. Satisfied her and was truthful too. I said, I will always love Bonnie. She's a part of me. I still grieve the loss of her. I love her with all my heart. It's just that my heart now, after going through this grieving, is much bigger. I'm a better man. I've seen all my mistakes. It's like when you die, they say that you remember all your mistakes. Well, when your spouse dies, you remember all your mistakes and you repent. And it's only in repenting that you open your heart more. Repent is to reflect on, I wish I had done something differently. Now I've learned my lesson, I'm going to change. So I have a wife who's in heaven because she gets the benefit of all those lessons that I've learned. And I already knew quite a bit even then. So I told her, I'll always love Bonnie, but you're the lucky recipient because I can love you more because my heart is bigger. So it was a win-win. It's very good. It's the truth. It's the truth. We grow in love if we make mistakes and we grow from them. You cannot grow in life if the government is surveilling you all the time and you can't misbehave. It's only by misbehaving that you learn your lessons. When somebody's controlling you all the time, and just apply that to a parent with your children, let your kids make mistakes. Don't try to protect them from everything. Let them find their way. And I feel like I'm not dealing with that subject enough, but I'll give you one example of it. The first example Lauren pointed out to me, that when she was just a little baby, she was crawling around and she was going to get her finger pinched in the drawer. They were pulling the drawer out and close it, could pinch it. And Lauren just says this. I started to say something. She goes like this. And she says, Elodie, if you put your finger there, it will hurt. What was it? And then look away. So the child now can make a choice on their own. No surveillance. And then I watched this child do this. She got really close and she came back. You see, for a child, everything is an experiment. They're learning. Everything is an experiment. And then to this day, she'd never been pinched. She got really close and then looked away. And part of it was looking to her mother. And if you watch the child, then they'll do it because they feel safe if you're watching. They have to be on their own. They have to feel independence. We go to the farmer's market and people are just blown away. Here's this little 2.5-year-old walking around all by herself. Now we stay at a distance. She can be with us or she can go off on her own. But people go, who's minding the child? Who's walking around so confident about everything because they allow the child to find their own internal motivation. So what we have today is a whole society of men, not all men, but of men who are not motivated. And part of that lack of a motivation is also procrastination. These are all ADD symptoms. They have to wait for the last minute to do something. It's an emergency. The emergency produces a dopamine to raise their testosterone to give the energy and motivation to do it. So we live at a lot of men with the low testosterone. And by the way, if we just look at science, the average 25-year-old should have the highest testosterone. And it's 20% lower than just 20 years ago. These are huge numbers. At 70, well, now I'm almost 74, my testosterone is 50% higher than when I was a young man. Mine has only gone up because I've learned these things. I've learned to use my relationship to raise my testosterone, but I also use my work hard, do something meaningful and purposeful for society. That's my work. The work has to raise it to normal. Then I can go higher in caring for her. Sacrifice for my family. Sacrifice for a noble cause is the ultimate testosterone producer. Sacrifice for a noble cause for a woman is a major stress producer, unless it's her child and she has someone who takes care of her. See, the actual makeup of male-female children relationship is woman devotes her energy and attention to the child. Man devotes his energy and attention in the outer world to protect that and to provide for her to do that job. And if she doesn't have that outside source, then she has to be outside and inside and raise his child. It's all stress. And then there's inversion. Her emotions become inverted. Inverted emotions, frustrations, anger, disappointment, sadness, emptiness, loneliness, all these things, they're plagues in our society. It can be worse for others, less for some. I don't want to be doom scrolling on this, but it is a reality in our life. And there's ways to practically solve these things. And I read a whole book, 300 pages, Be Happy for women, with or without a man. For a man, I don't write books anymore for men because I already wrote Men Are From Mars. That's all they need to read. It's it. The book is so basic. It's just to understand himself, understand women. And the frustration is if a woman doesn't do the work, a man does the work, it won't work. You see, you can't help somebody unless they feel the need for help. A man's over here going, I want to help you. I want to give to you. I want to support you. I want to do these things for you. But if you don't feel the need for help, then you're going to feel always, it's not good enough, whatever you do, it's not good enough. You feel things are good enough when you need them. And you can only feel it's good enough is if you know what you need. Like I remember when I was homeless after being a monk for a while, living on the beach of Santa Monica and hungry and ran out of money, I knew I needed food and I needed to get out of this place. One of my friends gave me the equivalent, just saw me and said, hey, maybe you want some extra money right now? He said, okay. He gave me $50, which for back then was $500. And I'll never forget that because I knew I really needed help. And when you need help, that was my female side needing help. And I bonded with him. He's still my best friend. We go to the movies every week. I've given him hundreds of thousands of dollars later in my life. You have to find a person when they're needing help and you help them then and they appreciate you. Well, what is the form of love that raises testosterone? Well, we'll demonstrate it right now. I don't know what time it is. I've already gone over my time. Oh, I still got half an hour. Okay. So if you've enjoyed and learned something meaningful in this talk today, let me know with your clapping. Yeah. I was starting to feel a little tired. Now I feel less tired. Now what I want you to do is fake it and double that. Just go ahead, double it. Fake it till you make it. Isn't that good? And I look at more, you have more smiles. See what it helps you, it helps me. Sometimes you can't just give your partner what they need and then you have to fake it. But you can't maintain it for long. So I have another technique which is really powerful for women to learn. And it works. If men will do it, you just have to explain it to men. Okay? The explanation is you raise your hand with one hand, 5 fingers. Okay? That's another signal. We men, we like signals. Okay, this is 10 minutes. I'm going to talk. And as I talk, around 8 minutes, I'm going to start feeling good and focus on good things that are happening. It's kind of like, well, today was a real bummer. This didn't, but I love my job. I'm so lucky to it. And I'm so happy to be married to you. You always end for a couple of minutes just on how rosy your life is. But you focus on the negative for 8 minutes. And then you just go in for the hug and let him know. Just 8 seconds is all I need. Make it easy. Make it easy for a man. So that's 10 minutes. This one is the 5-minute ask. The 5-minute ask, you have to explain it to him first. And you say, now, honey, I know you do so much for me. And I never even like to ask for more because you do so much and I'm so grateful. All set it up. But I found that I have this brain problem, the humility. I can say in a rough way, which is women, get off your high horse and stop being so arrogant. You know, you see men as arrogant because you don't see yourself as arrogant as well. You know, I deserve this, I deserve this, I deserve this. Men are so selfish. Every woman that comes to my office, what does she say if she's unhappy in a relationship? He doesn't do this for me, doesn't do this for me, doesn't do this. It's all me, 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 me. And it should be. There's not thing, but you can become so arrogant that, like one woman says to me, well, should I be resentful about this? I say, if you cannot be resentful, never be resentful. It's not like you need reasons to feel negativity. It's these reasons that you hold on to make you negative. The whole point is to let go of your negativity and then learn how to solve the problems that are in your life. So this 5-minute ask, you explain to him, you say, you know, I have this thing. It turns out I get really overwhelmed and I realize how good you are at just forgetting your problems. What's really hard for me to forget my problems and something that can help me. It will only take less than 5 minutes every day. And then I'll be able to relax and love you more because you deserve that. It's all set up. He's a good guy. I need your help. Okay, so I need your help. Somebody's filming me, so I'm careful what I say. Anyway, I always have to say what I say. So now I have, this is the 5-minute ask. Oh, I see, you're going to share it with a man. Very good. I was very smart. So this is how you explain it to a man. Women have a great tendency to be overwhelmed. It's the phenomenon of so many women because they can't forget their problems. Men have this special gift, which is to be able to turn on the TV set and forget their problems. Okay, that's a man's cave time. Whatever it is, he can forget his problems. Women can't. So one of the techniques for women is to talk about their problems, which is why we do that 10-minute thing where I'll talk about problems. The other thing is the 5-minute ask. Now, what I've learned is, and it seems like a good idea to me, is that I keep thinking of all these things I have to do, and it's like a snowball going down a hill. It's a momentum builds up. It just gets more and more and more. And that's the stress hormone gets produced. All it takes to stop the snowball is just to stop it for 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes or 5 minutes. And the momentum is stopped. And then it will just sit there on the hill. You just need to stop it So how to stop your brain from feeling this momentum of I have to do this and have to do this. How many women can relate to that momentum? It's just going on and on. So what this does, and hormonally what's going on in your body when that momentum is happening, your testosterone is going up, which is I have to solve problems. And your estrogen is going down, which is I have no help. So all you need is a few minutes of help and your brain will shift gears. It happens instantly. So you raise your hand, and it will even happen as you raise your hand once you're used to doing this. And his job is to pretend to treat you like the most important person in the world who's just arrived in your house. You're the VIP. I mean, literally, this is a big pretend thing. Because, you're tired. It's like you're living a comfortable life. She says, would you make me a cup of tea? Absolutely, right away. Be happy to do it. Run and do it. The more you can run, go faster, the more her estrogen is going to go up. It creates in her body that I'm not alone. I have help. All it is, just I can raise my hand and people come. That's what your subconscious mind thinks. It says, see, it's not feeling, when you're overwhelmed, you're always thinking to yourself, I have to do everything myself. I have to do everything myself. Well, as soon as you experience, I don't. Here's something quick, fast. Your subconscious mind goes, I'm not alone. So you raise your hand, but you have to, in the beginning for men, you have to pretend and you have to amp it up anyway. But after a while, men will like it. Not right away. It takes a while practice. So here's an example. I do this with my wife. And towards the beginning, I remember she walked into the bedroom. I was already in bed, all tucked in, ready to fall asleep. And she walks in, big smile on her face. And she says, puts up her hand. I said, oh, what is it? She says, would you get me a glass of warm water? And that's a 30-yard trek through the kitchen and 30 yards back. Okay, that's almost a whole football field, or half the football field. So I'm in bed. I go, happy to do it. And inside I'm going, why did she pick this? Okay. But as soon as I'm like halfway there, I'm not grumbling anymore. There's no resistance at all. Men can't feel resistance when they anticipate success. When they take action and anticipate success, their testosterone levels go up. And anything you grumbled about will disappear. Women would be terrified, at least in the beginning. You'll also be a little terrified by this because you'll sense, but he's grumbling because your intuition knows he doesn't really want to do this. He's faking it. It's good he's faking it because faking it doesn't even matter. As soon as he takes action, his testosterone goes up. And when he comes back and you drink that nice warm water, go, thank you. That's all. You trained him something that men do not know. Little things make women happy. I wrote a whole chapter on that in Men Are From Mars. It's actually one of the most popular chapters for men. As they read this chapter, the chapter explains you can give a woman 24 roses, you'll get a certain level of happiness. Oh, that's so sweet. You can bring her one rose and get the same response. It's estrogen. Estrogen doesn't measure how much that costs. Something else, your male side does, but your female side goes a thoughtful gesture, a holding of the hands, putting the arms around the woman, planning a date, complimenting her, noticing she got her hair cut, looking at her hair. What little things stimulate the same estrogen as big things. But the trouble with this is you still have to do a few big things. That's called married, monogamy, do your best to support her, and come home or call home. Those are the big things. That's 3 points. Then after that, a hug is a point, another hug is a point, noticing her. I've got points all the time in my marriage. I walk into a room, instead of just ignoring her, I just walk over to, hi, honey, and touch her head. Now, I've given that example, and some women say, I don't want to be petted. My wife is feminine. She likes being petted. It turns out that actually stroking a woman's hair is one of the biggest oxytocin producers. That's why they go to hairdressers. Don't you like having someone wash your hair for you? Just combing your hair like that? But actually, because see, it's a place no one ever touches. It's a private part. So I would go and just walk in, touch your hair, got a point. I'm leaving for work. Honey, I'm leaving for work. Telling her where I'm going. You get a point. Women have this inner GPS. They want to know where you are all the time. It's a part of safety and security. So I tell her I'm going somewhere. I don't feel controlled by it because I know this is something she needs. She needs to know where I am. Otherwise, she's stressed. Women need to know where their partner is, know that they're seen, know that they're heard, know that they're not judged. Because here's one of the reasons that women feel insecure about those things. And when you do those little things, you get to be the hero. It produces the estrogen. But one of the reasons, they're just naturally that way. But then what adds to the reason of greater insecurity is not understanding men. Because when my mirror neurons close, I have no emotions. So all I have to be doing is sitting on the couch thinking about something, and I'll have no emotion, and she'll notice it right away. You see, women are always sensing, are we connected? Are we not connected? Connection produces estrogen. So suddenly here's this guy and he's completely disconnected. And your first reaction is, well, when do I disconnect? When I'm mad at him or when I'm upset. So maybe he's upset with me. So then you go over to him and say, you say, what are you feeling? Now she's looking for reassurance that you're not mad at her because he has no emotion. The only time women have no emotion is when they've been pissed off for a long time. So I'm over here, my mirror neurons are completely closed because I'm thinking, solving problems. Women's mirror neurons only close when they really hate you. They're done. They don't hate you. They feel nothing for you. Okay, so that's mirror neurons closed. So I'm over here with mirror neurons closed. What's she to think? He must be upset with me. He must not love me. It's a natural feeling of insecurity that you'll have. Then you'll go over and you'll try to get reassurance by saying, are you all right? Or are you bothered about something? Or what are you thinking? That's another big one. What are you thinking? Or even worse, what are you feeling? What are you feeling? And he does not want to talk. He's doing something else. And the worst thing he could do is tell you how he feels. And he won't, by the way. You don't want to ever speak how you feel if you're a man because you're in a state of moderate stress when you're thinking. You're solving problems. Moderate stress. Mirror neurons closed completely. So if you talk, and I'm saying this to the men, when you're just wanting your space, you're in your cave, basically. You're just thinking about something. You're on your own. Or maybe you're a little annoyed by her. That's even worse. She did something, you're a little annoyed. Now, if a man's a little annoyed by you, why is he annoyed by you? Only because his testosterone is low and his estrogen is high. And it's going to be more annoyed with you than anybody else because you raise his estrogen. He interacts with you, estrogen goes up because he loves you. But then you say something or do something, you're in a bad mood, so he starts to get in a little bit of a bad mood himself. He's annoyed. Why aren't you happy? Or why did you do that thing? Or that thing you said. So we have our little annoyances too. We have a female side. The more we have on our female side, the more we get annoyed by things. So what he does in order to feel love again is to lower his estrogen and raise his testosterone by thinking about something else. And just saying, what we say to ourselves is, well, she did that, but it's no big deal. Don't worry about it. It's not a problem. So what? She does all this other wonderful stuff. Just forget it. And we can. You don't know, you can't. You can't talk yourself out of it. You ruminate. This is proven. You ruminate for days, sometimes a lifetime of ruminating that time when he said this. It just goes over and over and over. You can see the brain scans. A guy gets annoyed, distracts himself. It's gone. It's history. It never happened. But you don't know that. So you've got to find out what that is. So what's going on? So let's say he's actually honest to you at that moment. And he says, well, you'll say, are you upset with me? I mean, part of what I used to teach is just simply a guy's just minding his own business. And she says, what's the matter? What's going on? What are you thinking? How was your day? It's fine. It's good. It's all right. Well, tell me more. Tell me more. You don't want to talk. Talking is for girls. By talking about your feelings, it lowers your stress because it raises your estrogen. If I talk about my feelings, my estrogen goes up, my stress goes up higher. Was that too much? Do you get it? We're not supposed to talk. If we feel it's, the more sort of enlightened a man becomes, he will have connection with his, or more creative or more genius. He'll have more access to his female side. We have emotions. I have all kinds of emotions. I don't speak them out loud. I process them. I write them out. I keep it to myself, but I look at them and I explore them if they're strong emotions. Otherwise, I could just go, all right, I'm annoyed she did this. This is no big deal. So what? Sex was fantastic last night. What am I complaining about? You have to understand it. When you have great sex with a guy, all problems are erased. It's all erased. That's not for you. You're remembering it while you're having sex. Oh, yeah, well, I can't really orgasm. I remember he did this and he did this and he did this. We can forget everything. We're designed to do that. You can't go into battle and be afraid. Adrenaline gets produced in your body. Blood flow stops to the emotional part of the brain and goes to the logic part of the brain. This is design. So we can do things, you can do things. So, okay, this was the point I wanted to get to. So then what happens is she gets you to talk, because everybody says you're supposed to talk. You know, all the books say couples should talk together, talk, talk, talk. Now we should talk together if nobody's upset, we're all hearts are open, but he's in his cave. She's gone into his cave. And I got the idea of the cave, one, because I was a yogi monk for 9 years, you go to your cave to meditate. But then I was teaching this idea in a seminar, and as a Native American woman, she said, you know, when you talk about the cave, that's what they tell every woman when she gets married. Everybody goes, what's that? She says, now that you've married him, he's going to go to his cave. Never go into his cave, or you'll be burned by the dragon. Which basically means he's going to get angry at you. He wasn't angry before, but now he's going to be angry because you're annoying him. And then you're going to try to get him to talk. And then, so let's say I was thinking about something that bothered her. She says, well, are you angry with me? Are you annoyed by me? And I say, well, you know, you did just do this and this and this. You know what she's going to say? Well, why did that make you angry? I only did that because this and this and this. And then he's going to go, yes, but you did this and this and this. It just explodes. Anytime a man talks, if he's already feeling any level of stress, he should not talk. He'll be burned by the dragon. You'll turn to ashes, women. And everything that goes on to the cave is gone when he comes out of the cave. But what keeps him in the cave? This is $1 million thing. This is one of the points in my daughter's class on understanding men in the cave. But one of the bottom line things is when a man is in the cave, he is not connected to you. Your only reference point for being disconnected is somebody who's angry when you're angry with a man. And you know that your anger doesn't go away that easily. So when he goes to his cave and comes out in 2 hours and acts like everything is fine, thank you. And he comes out of the cave acting like everything is fine, you're going, but he hasn't talked about it. He's still holding on to it. He's dangerous because you can't have no reference point other than just to read it in a book and go, this is how men they are, and this is the reality of men. He comes out of the cave like nothing has happened. His heart is open. He's out of the cave. And when he's out of the cave, you're looking at him like danger. Danger. You're walking on eggshells. And so when you're walking on eggshells with a man, what message are you giving him? I don't trust you. You're dangerous. What are the 3 messages? And I simplified down. There could be more, but they're most important. 3 messages that a woman expresses through her looks, through her words, through her behaviors that open a man's heart. One, I've talked about before when I asked you to clap, appreciation. Anytime a man does something, he's appreciated, testosterone goes up. Even more testosterone goes up if he makes a mistake and you make no big deal out of it. You get, you know, like women give 1 point, 1 point, 1 point. Men give you 50 points. Now, if I did something you appreciate it, you get a couple of points. But if I make a mistake and you just go, no big deal, not a big deal, I can handle it. Next time, would you do it differently? He thinks, wow, what an amazing wife I have. I'm not being scolded, resented, corrected, judged, catastrophized, how terrible I am. We notice that big time. And so we give you 50 points. So what is that message? That's called acceptance. Now this, I just wrote this in the chapter. It's called Why Men Fall in Love and How to Stay in Love. I was telling the story when I was ready to marry Bonnie. I already loved her, but we were on and off for quite a while. I even married another woman and then came back to her. It was an on and off relationship for 6 years. But then the moment where I was ready to get married, and when I realized I'm going to marry, and I did, a week later I proposed to her. But we were going on this little romantic getaway to a seminar where she wanted to go, and I'm driving along in my car. Let's see where I'm in now. You know, this is now, I used to live in LA. We're driving to a place south of LA, and somehow I took the wrong turn and ended up with a sign that said, "You're now entering Nevada." Okay, so oh my gosh, we're going to be late to this meeting. She's going to be so upset, so upset. Oh gosh, I was so embarrassed. My man is embarrassed, and you don't point it out. So I pulled the car over to look at the map. We didn't have GPS then. Look at the map, and where did I make my mistake? What do I have to do? And I said to her as I pulled the car over, I said, you know, I'm not sure where we are. And the sign was right there, Nevada. She says, I don't know where we are either. But isn't this a beautiful sunset? That's right. That's just what I felt. I said, okay, that means I can be good enough no matter how not good enough I am. And my love for her went to a whole nother stratosphere, and married her. I proposed the next week. We got married 3 months later or something like that. We had a baby a month later, and then we got married. She found out she had a baby when her dress wouldn't fit. It was very cute. All right, so off of that, that's acceptance. Whenever a man does something, he's embarrassed by it. That's called saving face. The Chinese women all understand. You always have the man in public save face. The problem in their marriage is they don't save face at home. Okay? That's the most important thing, is allowing him to save face in front of you. See, that's the whole big deal. Is that look at the good. All right, another time like that, I took her to a movie, and if I take her to a movie and she loves the movie, I feel like I wrote the movie. It's a done deal. She's happy, I'm happy. One movie was just terrible, and I wanted to leave in the middle. Should we leave? She says, no, let's stay. And I'm thinking, this is women. They'll stay even in a bad relationship. So we stayed to the end of this movie. It just got worse. You think something's going to be redeemed. It didn't. And we're walking out of the movie theater, and I was feel like such a failure, because when we don't make you happy, we sort of feel like a failure. So I'm walking out and looking for reassurance. I said, so did you like the movie? And because that's a special language. And she heard it. She says, she paused. And she says, that sunset scene, that was really good. She had the same line. And I went, yes, that was. That's the only part of the movie that I filmed. Okay, so I just owned the rest of the movie. I mean, I've had lots of experiences like this, but the whole idea is when a man provides something, how you react to that determines his own sense of testosterone or not. Okay, and so that's the three messages. One is appreciation, one is acceptance, and the third is trust. Every time you don't ask a man for help, you're giving a message to make him not want to help you. Just let you know that. And every time you sense that he doesn't want to help you, and remember, you're going to sense he doesn't want to help you at times, and this is sort of a tricky thing. He doesn't want to help you because he's doing something else. So I'm not feeling I want to help you right now because I'm doing this, which is also going to help you. I'm writing a book. Don't bother me. I'm writing a book. And imagine she was wanting to come and ask me something. What she's going to experience is what's called grumbles. You all know when you've asked men to do stuff and they grumble. And all you need is a few times and you won't do it again. You can sense, is he going to grumble? Because he's focused. But see, when he's focused, for him to shift his focus, because we have this thing, you have a thing where you become overwhelmed. You expand out under stress. Men contract in under stress. We become hyper-focused. And if you want me to change my focus, it's like a rusty hinge. To shift, it's a grumble. And as soon as he makes the shift and takes action, the grumble's gone. All gone. The grumble could come back if he does something and you don't appreciate it. But see, the reason the grumble goes away, he's anticipating, if I shift my gears, it's going to make her happy. And so now his testosterone goes up and he shifts gears. And that's what the 5-minute ask is. As soon as she raises her hand, she knows, she has the confidence, he's going to do something for me. And I know I'm going to do that thing for her. It will take less than 5 minutes, even 3 minutes. And I'm going to make my wife happier, and I'm going to help lower her stress. And that's all I want to do. I want to make my wife happy. We're born that way. It's just, if you just sort of ask them to do something that, like, would you, the grass is growing in the backyard, when are you going to mow the lawn? That's a big job. It takes a lot of energy. What was it? My daughter, I have apple trees, pear trees, all kinds of plum trees. I have gardeners do it. My daughter was over at the house and she said, look, all the apples are ready. Those apples are good. Have you picked them, Dad? I said, you think I have the energy to pick apples? I'm writing books and I have, my work people will pick the apples for me, but do I even care about that? When a man becomes really focused, he doesn't care about anything other than what he's focused about. But if a woman asks him to do something he loves, he will shift. And when he shifts, there will be a grumble. But she hears the grumble, and then she goes, oh, just forget it. I'll do it myself. And he's like, wait a second. I already went through the grumbles. Give me a chance here. So it's, again, understanding our dynamics. And then you have to learn how much to ask for. It'd be like you're at a job. How much can you ask for the payment? If you're at a job and you ask for some ridiculous amount of money, person's going to fire you because the person wants you to feel that, you know, you're getting what you deserve and you feel good about your job, not you're walking around going, oh, I don't get paid enough. I'm not getting paid enough. I don't want that around me. So you have to always find the right ask. Well, when it comes to the 5-minute ask, not only is any ask good if it's taking less than 5 minutes, but also when do you ask? So the part of the game, it's a game. If you're playing the movie, this works in America, it's Pink Panther. How many have seen the Pink Panther? Okay, so you have to watch the Pink Panther movie if you're younger. You haven't seen it?
I know what you're referring to, but I don't.
Okay, anyway. Well, so Clouseau, who's the inspector, he has his Kato, which is his man. And Kato is like karate guy. Thank you. So when he comes home to his apartment, the lights are out, turns on the light. Kato turns out the lights and attacks him. And he pays Kato to do this. So it keeps his fighting skills sharp. So he can take any time, the unpredictable time. So the idea here is you're going to do this at unpredictable times. And it's only going to be 2 to 3, 5 minutes max for him to do. And this you've agreed on. And you say, if I can do this, I will be a happier woman. It only takes 5 minutes. And you can have a little compassion, like if I'm really working hard on my book, don't do it. But again, I told her you could do it sometimes. And she has done it sometimes. And I immediately shift gears. And instead of thinking this little task, what I'm thinking is this is a big task because my wife will love me more and her stress levels will be down. And I also think, and sex will be better. This is the biggest part of a man's brain back here is sex. For you, it's eating. But for us, you know, it's sex. It's a big, big deal. And part of why it's a big deal is it's when I'm turned on to her and we're in bed and we're making love, I'm going into the ideal hormone place that I can't get anywhere else. Can't, not possible. Women can get to that place somewhat without a man. But to get all the way to the top, you need a man. You need to have that male energy and that female energy together. And that's having a relationship where a man is taking you to that place. And as you get to that place, your mirror neurons are open and his mirror neurons are opening so he can experience your love for him. Because men don't have that reflection of how much we're loved, nor do women. That's why we need a lot of reassurance to see ourselves. That's why we look in the mirror all the time. How do I look today? How am I? It's like, you know, I look at my bank book. How am I doing? You know, every day I look at my bank. Is it going down or is it going up? You know, it's always there. We all need feedback of who we are, what we're getting in our lives. And a relationship can be massively helpful if we have the right skills for that. Yes, question. Yep. Yes, it's exactly what happens for her. Well, it's the time when her mirror neurons open the most. We'll put it that way. And that's why if a woman has sex with a man who doesn't love you, you're just right open. You open yourself up. See, you have no defenses. Whatever you think of me, I'm going to feel about me. I have no defenses. See, some people walk out. I figure, well, they got to go somewhere. I'm talking a long time, whatever. Or I can think, oh, I'm doing a bad talk. It just depends how open I am to and caring about what they think and how I interpret what they think. Well, when you have sex, you have no mind. Okay, orgasm is no mind. It's gone, and you're right there open to whatever. But you're feeling you're experiencing with your mirror neurons what he's feeling about you, and that's the time when he's going to feel the most love for you. So it's a beautiful experience, and he's over here experiencing you loving him. So it's a very profound mirror neuron experience. But now let's say you're and the hormone that goes with that is oxytocin. Now, when a woman, inevitably, if you climax with a man, you produce oxytocin, you bond with him. You don't just close down your mirror neurons and say, I don't care. You keep being vulnerable to what he thinks of you, which is why women like, are you going to call me back? What's going to happen? What's happening next? Someone will say, I don't care if he calls me back. I'm just having a good time. But then afterwards, she's like all in a bad mood. She's feeling insecure, whatever, because she's literally opened herself up without defenses on what somebody feels about you. So if he's rejecting you, you're in your most vulnerable place and you're rejected, that takes a piece of your soul. Unless you have a way of processing those emotions, you repress them down and you push it down, and you do that many, many times. And after a while, sex becomes a very casual thing And your feelings for a man cannot go to the highest level because it's dangerous. So I just feel sorry for all those rich girls, those OnlyFans girls. I just, they have these where they interview them, whatever. They're just so callous and they're so superficial. That's all you just become a superficial person, care only about money as opposed to love. Yes, you wanted to say something?
I had a question.
Did I answer your question? Oh, okay.
Just real quick. Is there a safe way to get your man out of their cave?
Yes, yes.
What's
Okay.
the safe way?
So you set it up where he feels, okay, first of all, there needs to be it's an okayness for him to be in this cave. Okay, so and you have that idea right here. And I want to tell you how it even got more confirmed in me. One time I went to my cave, we were in an argument, and I said, okay, I need to think about this. You have to have your exit phrases. Because if I talk when I'm angry, I'll only become angrier. That's the biology of a man. If you talk and you're upset, you become more upset. There's no other thing other than, which traditional women have learned to do, is to make a man right. You can, I don't recommend this because it's how women give away their power, but if a man's angry, just kneel before him and say, you're right, what did I do wrong? Just to know if ever there is a dangerous situation. You can do it a few times. It is a sell face, which is, okay, you're right. Let me write down what I did wrong. And actually all the tension will go away. It's just sort of hard on her own sense of ego. We need to equally be right and wrong. But it does work. I saw it in my first marriage. Before Bonnie, remember I tried to marry Bonnie, she wouldn't marry me. Married another woman. And I'm this big meditator. When I'm meditating, as a monk, never got upset about anything. But then now you're in the world, suddenly you're in reality, stuff comes up. So she could trigger me and upset me. So what I would do is go to my bathtub and just meditate in the bathtub, which I could easily forget everything and then it'll be good again. But she shortcut that. She would come in, you're in the bathtub, and she would come with a pad of paper and she would say, what did I do wrong? And I would have to think what you did wrong, what you did wrong, what you did wrong. And then I would feel better. Really, part of that was not that she was just agreeing with me. It was just when men can write out what their thoughts are, they immediately start producing more testosterone. That's what I do now. If ever I'm upset, I just say, okay, what happened that I don't like? Okay, what did I expect to happen? What didn't happen? What should have happened? Just analyze it. Problem solve it. What did she do wrong? And then what did I do wrong? Inverse that. Just come back. It's a very powerful tool. I have so many of these tools, but that's not what I'm focusing on now. It was getting out of the cave. So once the message, okay, to have the cave. And I just want to tell you how it really helped me. This is preparation to your answer. One time I said, I need to think about this, went to my cave, and I came out of my cave, and I stroked my wife's half, and she said, John, let's see if I can get energy. Hey, John, thank you so much for taking your cave time. You protected me from your dragon, and I really appreciate it. And from that day on, I feel no guilt ever going to my cave. Because she understood this is something I'm doing for her as well as for me. Because there's still this whole thing as men we're supposed to always be connected. You should all be looking in his eyes. You should never pull away from each other. You should always be. This is all nonsense. Okay, you have to have distance for men to desire you. The period, space, and women need connection. But if he takes distance, then she able to connect in other places. You should never look to a man for all your connection. If he's not available, I can do this, I can do this, I can do this, I can do this. Get your estrogen somewhere else, but then go to the highest level with him. Okay, so now you've already established cave is a part of the relationship. We're cool with it, understand it. Sometimes he's in the cave, and sometimes it's not just that you really need his help, it's just he's in there too long. Because a lot of men, once you're in your cave, you feel really good and you don't come out. It's not that you can't come out, but why come out if I'm not needed? So the technique, whether you need his help or you want him out of the cave so you can have a relationship, you basically, he needs a good half an hour in a cave, whatever. They say the average TV time for men in America is 3 hours after work. That's what I said. I read an article on that. Okay, so that was very interesting to me. Yes. Let me finish with her. So what you do is you say he's in his cave, and you say, let's say, my wife says, honey, she says, honey, when you have a chance, I need your help. That is your instinct. It's completely right. When you have a chance, I need your help. No pressure. You don't have to come out. Immediately he's going, well, what help do you need? It's kind of like, and sometimes I say, well, what do you need? Oh, I'll let you know when you're out. Then it's like, no, I want to know now. Just, okay, I just want to, 2 hands up. I just want to talk about my day. And then he'll come and do it. So give him a job to do. And it can also be, if you actually need help with something, always preface, if you're pulling out of the cave, easy task. I need your help with something. It has to be help. Not that you need to do this, or you're not doing this, or you spent all this time, you forgot to do this. It's always to motivate a man. It's always, I need your help. This is it. So I'm really emphasizing that whole word because I used to write, when I was writing my books and developing all this stuff, you have to get real clear about everything. It's like, what's the motto of every man? And I was teaching a class in Chicago, right on the police car, to protect and to serve. So, and I'd also read some other really good books when I was younger. A general, for example, the higher you go in government, the more of a servant you should be, because you've got to worry about all these people things. So you serve. And then, so I basically say men just want to provide, protect, and serve. Today, serve has a lot of baggage with it. It's kind of like when you're a servant, you get no recognition. So I've changed that to help. And then it puts men in a status where he has something to provide. Because remember, I said, women, you got to need help. Otherwise, what role do I have? What job is there? And you have to be able to feel that need. And the need you have, the more masculine, competent, capable you are, well, what do you need help for? A lot of women just, why do I even need a man? Because no man will ever be good enough. Because you're smarter than him, you make more money than him, or you make as much money as him. Why do I need more trouble? Well, then you have to realize that if you're in that situation, what you need help is to come back to your female side. And so these little techniques and everything help. When you're on your male side, you anticipate getting this support. Even when you're on your male side, your estrogen comes up. It's the anticipation. That's called work-life balance. If I'm at work and I'm a woman and I anticipate coming home to vent about the day, to get some love and support, to care, all that good stuff, have somebody who cares about me, that will keep your estrogen up somewhat while you're at work and lower your stress. But if you come home to nothing, you just end up becoming like a man, and a man who doesn't know that he's unhappy, because men do not know that they're unhappy until they know what real happiness is. And real happiness is when their estrogen levels go to a higher level. So that was the answer to that question. That was good. And we're just about done. So you have to go. You got your answer, and then you're out of the room. Okay. We need food. We're going to finish. We have one more question. We're going to end here. Yeah, thank you. We'll do this question, then we'll finish up. Yes.
How do you think the feminization of men happened, and how can we reverse that?
Okay.
Collectively or
Okay. There's two, a lot, but two. I only have a few minutes, but 2 answers. One is, one of the biggest things, men become feminized when women feminize men by asking men what they're feeling, asking questions, sympathizing with their feelings. It literally run the other direction when men are seeking sympathy, are feeling hurt, or feeling needy. And what you do is don't encourage that as the first thing, because that's what you want. If you're on your female side, you want somebody who's going to feel empathetic for you and hear you and care about you. And if it's a guy, you want him to now do something about it eventually. So those are all things that you would want. So your instinct is to give him that when he goes to his female side by asking what he feels. Tell me about you. How was your day? What's going on with you? And how did that feel? Once a guy gets doing that, it can feel really good for him. Whenever you do something that's not good for you, usually it feels really good, like sugar, like promiscuous sex, like porn. All these things feel fantastic, but then you feel shitty afterwards. Okay? And we know it's not healthy for you. So you, to shorten that answer, so the question again, remind me, as soon as I said porn, everything went out the window. Okay. Yeah.
How did we get to the point
Oh,
of feminizing
feminizing
men?
men. So in simple psychology, a lot of the stuff in psychology, when they say the way a relationship should work, it's always the way the women's version of how relationships should work. It's not the men's version of how relationships should work. What we need is a version that works for both, which is generally what my books do. So another one is expecting men to not go to their cave, encouraging him to take his cave, as opposed to, I feel hurt. You know, if you take things personally, when a man's doing man stuff, here's an example of that. One of my friends, I gave him advice, and eventually it helped their relationship. But he said, you know, I got this girl in Brazil. Sex is fantastic. She's hot. Everything's perfect. but she's so controlling. I said, well, what is it? He says, you know, I spend a weekend with her. We have all this sex. And then I said, next weekend I'm going to go fishing with my friends. And then she says, oh, you're going to go fishing with your friends, but what about me? That hurts. And he said, yeah, but I have to have a life too. And then she says, do you want to hurt me? That's her thinking, you know. What you do, it's going to hurt me. He said, do you want to hurt me? So you can see how a man who wants to be your hero is not going to feel controlled. In order to make you happy, I have to be somebody. I can't discount everything that I am. I have to have a life that's other than just this. This is most important, but I also need other things. Anyway, so that would be a woman using emotions to manipulate a man, not consciously doing it. She's just telling how she feels. And although it's subconsciously, that's all negative emotions, inversions, or manipulation. That's where they come from. Anger is to threaten people, sadness to evoke empathy and support, fear is to get other people to do things for you and protect you. And and guilt and shame is so people will trust you again. These are all primitive reactions that we can now override. So the other way that women are, they waiting to come in. Oh, the dog. Okay, she's coming to say goodbye. So that's simple examples. The biggest way that women emasculate men is by not needing men. And until women are aware of this new need that they have for emotional support, because right now they can provide their financial support. So as soon as you don't need financial support from a man, men don't have a job. You know, why should I work hard? You see, it's women that gave men that motivation so that you could finally make all this money, make a woman happy, have children, have a family. That was the whole purpose of life for a man. And now women walk around going, well, I don't really need a man. I can do it myself. Completely emasculates him. He has no mission. He has no purpose. So what it comes back to, if a woman can say, yeah, I've got all this, but I'm lonely and I need love and I need support and I need to come back to my female side. I can't do it myself. If I do it myself, anything you do by yourself is your male side. It's a catch-22. It's when you need help, you go to your female side. But when you take responsibility to get help from a man, that taking responsibility to solve the problem is your male side. But the solution to the problem brings you back to your female side. So now you get to integrate the two worlds together. So even though it's kind of a bummer that women did all this, on a higher level, women went to their male side so they can now realize I need to come back to my female side and I have the male power to ask for it. And I deserve that and to recognize the power as opposed to being a doormat to get what they need. So that's a big win-win for women, ultimately, if she learns how to seek love and support.
Would you like to flow this out? We have the Jared's workshop.
Oh, his workshop's now?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me just take her question real quick and I'll see if I can answer it in a minute.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there any particular book
Yeah. Everything I talked about. Yeah. Yeah. It's called Beyond Mars and Venus. Beyond Mars and Venus explains this phenomena of women being on their male side and the hormones and all that stuff about science. It's all in Beyond Mars and Venus. And in a month from now, it will be my book, which is Men Are From Mars for Women Only. And if you want a man to read any of my books, Men Are From Mars, have the book around the house and then go to him occasionally and say, there's this chapter on men in their caves. Would you read a part of this and tell me if it's true? Because anytime a man reads that, he goes, thank God somebody thinks like me. And then he tends to at least read the first 4 chapters, which is enough to make a relationship much better.
We can continue this flow. I've got emails and I've got.
Well, actually, what I want you to do is go to, if you like being on my email list, go to marsvenus.com. It's easy to remember, marsvenus.com. And I didn't talk about it all, but I also promote nutritional support. And I have, if you're interested in this amazing program of restoring your brain through amino acid therapy along with lithium. Lithium is a very important mineral that I've been promoting for 25 years. And now finally, Harvard did a 10-year study saying it is they're going to prescribe it for Alzheimer's, to reverse Alzheimer's, and to prevent Alzheimer's. And I've been promoting this for 25 years. Like lone wolf out there. Pharmaceuticals do not want you to know about it. It's even illegal in every country except America, because if you do it, you really knocks your stress down. It's called lithium orotate, and that's at my website as well. Yeah.
This is preventative for Alzheimer's.
Preventative, and it's very important. Take lithium orotate. Very cheap. It's very powerful, and every woman over 65, 1 out of 5 will have Alzheimer's, and if she reaches 80, it's 1 out of 2. This is the world we're in today, and it's primarily due to, according to Harvard, it's lithium deficiency in your brain. It's a major cause of that. And lithium deficiency, why do we have it? Because we eat so much sugar. Anything that brings you up, what happens? Uses up the lithium, because what lithium does is balance the up with the down and keeps you more in the middle. And that's what we want. 5 to 10 lithium orotate. And it should be back on my store very soon. After that study just came out, we sold out. It's big time.
You don't want those anymore, then?
No, I don't want those. And if you're interested in my protein program of protein peptides, very inexpensive for your brain, for your muscle mass, very important, then you go to contact us at marsvenus.com, contact, and there's information there that we'll give you. Okay. You guys, let me know if you appreciate the talk. Okay. Now let's pretend. Go for the ghost. That was not a pretend. Let's do a pretend. Thank you, John. Hey, thank you, John. All right.
Anyone's here for the workshop, stay where you are.
Okay.
Thank you, John.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
John?
You're welcome. Welcome.